detected that your innate talent is extraordinary. Congratulations, you have been selected as a player of the Godfiend continent. Attention, the Godfiend continent is a real world with 100 million players. Teleport now. Zhou Han, who was in class, suddenly heard an inexplicable electronic notification in his mind. Before he could react, a white light enveloped him. He disappeared from the classroom, leaving the students beside him dumbfounded. Zhou Han slowly opened his eyes and found himself in an ancient city. Well-equipped soldiers with a baleful aura were patrolling the streets. Clearly, they had been through wars. The roars of dire beasts constantly came from outside the city, signaling that this world was definitely very dangerous. Damn, this is too tragic. Zhou Han was a little speechless. He was still a student who had not experienced the adult world. Suddenly, he was forced to come to an even more dangerous alternate world. Regional announcement. You are currently in Zone 666, Blue Thunder City. There are 100,000 players. All players have been teleported. The auxiliary system has been officially activated. This system will accompany you in your conquest of the Godfiend continent. Gentle reminder. Use your mind or voice to send instructions to the auxiliary system. After the prompt, a virtual panel appeared in Zhou Han's mind. There were many sections on it. Chat area, trading area, personal information, and so on. Open the chat area. Zhou Han gave it a try and chanted in his mind. Soon the scene changed and a virtual dialog box panel appeared in front of him. It was somewhat similar to a chatting application. This auxiliary system was indeed very intelligent. He could really issue instructions with his thoughts conveniently. Zhou Han entered the chat area to take a look. At the moment, he was still a little confused and wanted to see if he could learn anything useful. Everyone chatted enthusiastically, showing 999 plus unread messages. What kind of place is this? I want to go back. I still have billions of dollars worth of assets waiting to be inherited. Oh my God, how terrifying. I just saw a fire-breathing wolf outside the city. It was the size of an elephant. Dude, don't scare me. Is it that scary? I don't want to die. Mom, I want to go home. I'm 40 years old and I still don't have a girlfriend. Why go back? You want to return to a life of working 6 days a week with no rest. I just communicated with a native in the city. I heard that on the Godfiend continent, as long as you have a good opportunity, you can even become a god. All life is equal. We will have a chance to become gods after today. I'm Yi-chun. I used to be a security guard at a top company. Now that the opportunity is in front of us, why don't we seize it? We might be able to change our fate. Brother Chun is domineering. I think highly of you. Zhou Han watched for a while and learned some information. This world was like an online game, but it was not a virtual world. There were many players selected, and they had all kinds of identities. Rich kids, office workers, security guards, older men, and so on. Regardless of their previous identities, everyone was on an equal footing after entering this alternate world. The starting point was the same. Regional announcement. In 10 minutes, every player's talent will be randomly selected. Talent rank: F, E, D, C, B, A, S, and above. Talent can help players increase their strength, fight powerful enemies, and reach the peak. After hearing this announcement, the chat area exploded again. The rank of talent did not represent their highest achievement. Yet, it determined the speed of early development. With a high-rank talent, one could definitely quickly stand out and take the initiative. Goodness, can we awaken a talent? It's so exciting. This way, everyone will have a different starting point and the gap will widen. I wonder what talent I can awaken. I'm so nervous. Do you have an anxiety pill? Give me one. In the name of the Chosen One, please bless me. My requirements are low. An A-rank talent will suffice. Really, you call this low? I wonder what the probability of each rank is. Let's not talk about it. The 10 minutes are up. The moment of revelation is here. Regional announcement. Dear players, your talents have been randomly selected. Your character attributes panels have been activated. Please check it yourself. The city is a safe zone. You will have 3 days of novice protection so you can stay in the city for free. In order to prevent players from becoming lazy, you must pay 1 gold coin per night to stay after 3 days. Otherwise, you will be expelled. Last reminder, this is the real world. Before reaching level 100, you only have 1 life. Please explore carefully. Good luck, all of you. After Zhou Han heard this, He immediately felt a sense of urgency. He only had 3 days. With the protection of the army within the city, it was very safe. However, there were all kinds of crises outside the city, especially at night when more powerful races roamed. 3 days later, if they could not pay the gold coins, they would be chased out of the city. The consequences could be imagined. The alternate world was just that cruel. Oh right, talent. I wonder what kind of talent I awakened. Zhou Han was looking forward to it. He clicked on Personal Information and checked it. Player, Zhou Han. Level, 10%. Class, None. Class change at level 10. Health, 100. Attack, 10. Defense, 0. Talent, Infinite Enhancement, SSS rank, the only one in the universe. Their initial levels were all level 1, and their initial attack power was 10 points. They could only change their class after reaching level 10. Zhou Han was still wearing his school uniform, so his defense was 0. Next was talent. What? SSS rank. Zhou Han's pupils constricted. He saw that his talent was actually an SSS rank infinite enhancement, and it was the only one in the entire universe. He was completely shocked, and then he was overjoyed. He was finally lucky for once. After calming down a little, Zhou Han opened the details. Infinite enhancement. It can consume a certain amount of enhancement points to enhance everything except yourself. After enhancement, it will randomly produce some special effects. The more times it enhances, the more heaven-defying the effects. This was very vague. The exact effect was unclear. It seemed like he had to slowly explore it later. Right, enhancement points? How many enhancement points do I have now? How can I obtain enhancement points? Zhou Han asked in his heart. System prompt. Your current enhancement point is 0, but because you have just activated your talent, the system will give you a free enhancement opportunity. Through leveling up, killing monsters, mission rewards, and other methods, you can obtain different amounts of enhancement points. The enhancement points obtained will be accumulated on the virtual interface. You can check it at any time. The smart auxiliary system directly answered Zhou Han's question. Zhou Han nodded. As long as there was a way to obtain enhancement points, it would be easy. I wonder what the other players' talents are. Zhou Han was a little curious. After all, these players were all in Zone 666 and would be his potential opponents in the future. It was important to know your enemy's situation. Zhou Han looked at the chat area again. I'm taking off. I've awakened my D-rank talent, Defense Enhancement. Who else can compare to me? How impressive. I envy you. I actually have an F-rank talent. It's 2F King Tragic. A mere D-rank talent dares to be impudent? I, Yi Chun, have a B-rank talent, Burning Blood Chi. I'm the son of destiny. Brother Chun is awesome. I only have an E-rank talent. I'm too unlucky. Boo-hoo. Sister, please message me. I also have an E-rank talent. This is my private photo. Sister, don't be afraid. Brother will protect you. Oh my, I can't stand it. Are you guys serious? Ugh. I'm leaving. Why is everyone so awesome? I've awakened the weakest F-rank talent. Me too. I'm F-rank too. Me too. Soon, the chat area was flooded with the words F-rank. Clearly, there were the most people of this rank. Most were F-rank talents, followed by E-rank. Talent above D-rank was already rare. He did not see anyone above or at S-rank, let alone SSS rank. After closing chat area, Zhou Han was prepared to see how effective his talent was. However, he was empty-handed now. There was nothing he could use to strengthen himself. There was just a school uniform. He couldn't waste the chance of enhancement on ordinary clothes. System prompt. As a novice, please receive your novice weapon at the blacksmith shop in Blue Thunder City. It's so good to have an auxiliary system. Zhou Han sighed. Otherwise, it would be very time-consuming to explore by himself. System, where is the blacksmith shop? Do you have a map? The map is being loaded. Loading complete. You have successfully located the blacksmith shop. The optimal route has been planned. Please check. Zhou Han took a look. The entire location of Blue Thunder City was displayed on the map. According to the planned route, Zhou Han spent a few minutes walking over and arrived at the blacksmith shop in the north of the city. A burly man, bare-chested, was hammering at the door of the blacksmith shop. He was a native of this world. Are you here to collect your weapon? As if noticing Zhou Han walking over, the burly man stopped and wiped his sweat as he said, Take out your proof. Zhou Han quickly took out the newbie certificate from his bag. This was something every player had after transmigrating. You can use this rusted iron sword for now, said the blacksmith, taking the certificate and handing over the weapon in a businesslike manner. Don't you have a better weapon? Zhou Han was a little speechless. Was this thing really lethal? You're too weak to handle other weapons, lad. Oh, by the way, there's also a skill book here that will help you in your field exploration. System prompt. You have obtained a rusted iron sword. You have obtained a skill book. Do you wish to learn it? Learn. Zhou Han nodded. This should also be a benefit for newbies. Congratulations, you have successfully learned the skill appraisal. Appraisal. Grade, ordinary. Description. The most basic identification skill. It can identify the attributes of a small number of objects. Effect. Investigate the target's attributes, grade, level, equipment, and so on to make some corresponding analysis. Cannot be used on players. After Zhou Han read it, he roughly understood. He immediately activated appraisal on the iron sword. System prompt. You have activated appraisal. Attribute data has been generated. Please check. Soon, some data about the iron sword appeared on the interface in Zhou Han's mind. Rusted iron sword. Grade, ordinary. Attributes, attack +5. Description, an ordinary iron sword with a lot of rust on it. There's nothing to be introduced. Through the system's introduction, Zhou Han learned about the classification of weapons and equipment in this world. They were divided into ordinary, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, starlight, king, emperor, and so on. Therefore, this rusted iron sword was considered the most trashy quality. Coincidentally, the system gave me a free enhancement opportunity. Let's enhance the iron sword. Zhou Han muttered to himself. Right now, the only things he could enhance were the rusted iron sword and the appraisal spell. Therefore, after some consideration, Zhou Han definitely chose to enhance the iron sword. After all, it was a weapon. After enhancing it, it should be able to increase his attack power. This was what Zhou Han needed at the moment. I wonder what kind of effect it will have after enhancing the iron sword. Zhou Han was looking forward to it. He found an empty corner and chanted, "Enhance the iron sword." He used up the free enhancement opportunity. System prompt. You have activated the talent, Infinite Enhancement. The rusted iron sword has been successfully enhanced once. The new attributes have been updated. Please check. Hearing the notification, Zhou Han hurriedly opened the attribute data. Rusted iron sword +1. Grade, ordinary. Type, longsword type weapon. Attributes, attack +30. Special effect. There is a 50% chance of afflicting tetanus. In the tetanus state, the target will lose 100 HP per second for 10 seconds. Description. It looks ordinary but is somewhat different. The grade did not change. It was still ordinary, but its attack power had increased by 25 points, reaching 30 points. Damn, that's awesome. There's actually an additional special effect. Zhou Han's eyebrows rose. He never expected that after enhancement, it would have such an awesome effect. It was a little surprising. This tetanus effect was very suitable for a rusted iron sword. Moreover, the effect was very powerful. With 100 health loss per second, that meant that as long as the target's health was less than 1,000, he could kill it in one move. Looking at the plain iron sword in his hand, Zhou Han was very satisfied. As expected of an SSS rank talent, even a bronze weapon 1 grade higher wouldn't be so effective. If it had such an effect after enhancing once, what if it was enhanced twice? Zhou Han was looking forward to it. It was just that there were no enhancement points now. The most direct way to obtain enhancement points was to farm monsters. Looks like I have to go out of the city to farm some wild monsters. However, Zhou Han did not go out rashly. The wild monsters were all outside the city, and he did not know what was going on outside the city yet. Indeed, after the rusted iron sword was enhanced, the output effect was very powerful. However, Zhou Han only had 100 HP. If many wild monsters surrounded him, he would not be able to deal with them. Let's see what the other players are like first. Zhou Han entered the chat area. He hoped to obtain some useful information from them. As soon as he entered, he found hundreds of death notifications. He clicked on it. Player Yi Chun was killed by a level 1 sharp caterpillar. Player Yi Fan was killed by a level 1 black dog. Player Long Out Yin was killed by a level 1 water arrow frog. What's going on? We're just getting started, and already so many people are dead. Zhou Han had a deep impression of Yi Chun. This was because he had been saying tough words on the public chat. Moreover, he had awakened a B-rank talent. Zhou Han had already treated him as a potential competitor, so he paid a lot of attention to him. Unexpectedly, he was insta-killed by a level 1 monster as soon as he left the city. It seems that this world is much more dangerous than I imagined. The people in the chat area were even more anxious. The power of the wild monster was beyond their imagination. How terrifying. Even a guy with B-rank talent was insta-killed by a wild monster. I really don't dare to leave the city. How can I live? If I don't get out of the city and earn gold, I'll die in 3 days. Boo-hoo. Why did you let me come to this godforsaken place? Now that I think about it, having a job is much better. Unfortunately, it's gone forever. Everyone, don't be so pessimistic. Although we can't defeat the wild monsters alone, we can form a team and fight them together. He's right. I, Chen Beixian, have a B-rank talent. I'm currently recruiting teammates with talent above C rank to form an elite combat force. Boss, I have a D-rank talent. Please guide me. Save a spot for me. Soon, the chat area became popular again. Everyone was looking for their teammates and cozying up to them. After all, this concerned their lives and safety. It was not child's play, so they were naturally extremely cautious. Huh? This is an attribute picture of a wild monster. Only 300 to 500 HP. Soon, a player posted some level 1 wild monster attributes in the chat. After Zhou Han clicked on them, he immediately felt relieved. In this case, Zhou Han was not afraid at all with the enhanced, rusted iron sword in his hand. System, which map should I enter? Zhou Han quickly asked. System prompt. Due to your current strength, you can only choose the map, Fog Forest. The route has been planned for you. Soon, Zhou Han arrived at the entrance of the Fog Forest. It was livelier here. Recruiting someone with an E-rank talent. I'll only accept teammates with the D-rank talent, Strength Enhancement, to form a strength team. Any teammates with awakened speed talent? Will specialize in guerrilla tactics. Any big shots here? I'm a rich second-generation heir. My family has money. I'll pay $1 million each time. Hearing this, many people laughed. He was probably a fool. What was the use of his money now? This is the God-fiend continent. Do you think this is our old world? Are you stupid? He's gone mad. This brainless rich kid probably wouldn't last a day. At this moment, the entrance was already crowded and very lively. There was a familiar feeling of online games clearing dungeons. Everyone was recruiting suitable teammates. Little brother, do you want to form a team? Come to our team. Suddenly, a gentle and intellectual voice came from behind Zhou Han. It was very pleasant. Zhou Han turned around and was stunned. Dressed in office gear and black stockings, she'd probably been teleported here while she was at work. She was tall and curvaceous, with a small, slender waist. Her beautiful face was soul-stirring. She looked like a female CEO in a city novel. Sorry, I don't need a team. Zhou Han refused decisively. It wasn't that he didn't like beauty or had no thought of conquering her, but that this alternate world was filled with unknown dangers. Now, the main thing was to consider how to survive and become stronger. As for the rest, he would think about it later. If they formed a team, the teammates would leech some experience points. Zhou Han would definitely not choose to do this. What? You're rejecting me? Han Qinshua looked at Zhou Han's departing back and pouted indignantly. If not for the fact that Zhou Han was handsome, she would not have taken the initiative to invite him to join the team. Hee. Sister, it looks like your charm has decreased. Han Xiangning teased. All right, now is not the time to discuss this. Hurry up and form a team. Earning gold coins as soon as possible is the most important thing, Han Qinshua said angrily. Zhou Han did not waste any time and walked into the entrance of the fog forest. At the entrance was a door of light with inexplicable energy flowing through it. As soon as he entered, a light flashed and Zhou Han's figure instantly disappeared. He felt a brief tearing sensation on his body and soon heard the prompt. System prompt. The current realm is the fog forest. This area is a combat area. Players can attack each other. Please pay attention to your safety. Hearing the system notification, Zhou Han's eyes narrowed. The meaning was obvious. In this area, players could kill each other. This was even crueler. As the name suggested, there was a thin white fog floating in the air. The visibility was very low, and one could vaguely hear the low roars of dire beasts. Even though he had the enhanced rusted iron sword, Zhou Han did not get carried away. If he was surrounded by wild monsters, it would not be easy for him. Therefore, to be cautious, Zhou Han's current strategy was to find wild monsters that were alone and kill them. This way, it was the safest. The development period in the early stages was the most difficult. As long as he got through it, it would be much easier later on. Having made the decision, Zhou Han carefully explored the forest. After walking for about 300 to 400 meters, he was lucky to finally encounter a lone wild monster. It looked like a chicken, but it was several times larger than an ordinary chicken. Moreover, it had a green-gray shell all over its body, and its defense looked very strong. Cuckoo. At this moment, it was holding its crown high and crying loudly as if no one was around. Appraisal. Zhou Han chanted in his mind. Soon, the attributes of this wild monster appeared on the virtual interface. Iron Rock Chicken. Grade, Ordinary. Level 1. Health, 300. Attack, 23. Defense, 10. Skill, Iron Rock Shield. The body is covered with a layer of iron rock. Increases defense by 3 points for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Description: its defense is very strong. New players are advised not to fight it head-on. Otherwise, bear the consequences. After reading it, Zhou Han finally knew why so many players died. These wild monsters are indeed very strong. With 23 attack, it only needed to attack 5 times to easily finish off a player. After all, novice players had no defense, and their HP was only 100 points. No wonder the arrogant Yi Chun was instantly killed by a level 1 monster. Relying on the system-issued initial weapons alone, the player only had 15 attack, 0 defense, and 100 HP, so it was purely courting death by fighting the wild monsters alone. The Iron Rock Chicken has 300 HP. If I trigger the effect of tetanus, I'll only need 3 seconds to kill it. Zhou Han thought. However, the chance of triggering tetanus is only 50%, so if he did not trigger it, he would be finished. Zhou Han was still a little worried. Just 3 hits. If I don't trigger the tetanus effect after 3 hits, I have to escape. This was because the Iron Rock Chicken only needed 5 attacks to kill Zhou Han. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't nervous. Phew. After making his choice and planning his escape route, Zhou Han took a deep breath. He launched a surprise attack on the self-absorbed Iron Rock Chicken. Bang! The iron sword struck the Iron Rock Chicken and felt a huge resistance. Its defense was indeed very strong. -20. Red damage values floated out on the coxcomb. With only 20 points of damage, even if it was enhanced, it would take 30 strikes to kill it with just normal attacks. After such a long time, the wild monster would have already killed him. I'm out of luck. Tetanus didn't trigger. It seemed that the Iron Rock Chicken was a little confused. Actually, it had long noticed Zhou Han, but when it saw that the other party was a newbie and was still alone, it ignored him. It did not expect Zhou Han to dare to provoke it alone. Again, Zhou Han took this opportunity to stab again, but he still did not trigger the special effect. Cuckoo. The Iron Rock Chicken was furious. Its sharp beak pecked Zhou Han. -23. A painful feeling came. The huge difference in strength made Zhou Han stagger a few steps back. The Iron Rock Chicken took advantage of the situation and spread its wings, pouncing on Zhou Han. -23. Zhou Han was shocked. He had already lost 46 HP. He raised his iron sword and slashed. If this attack did not trigger the effect, he would have to escape. System prompt. You have successfully triggered the special effect, tetanus. The Iron Rock Chicken is currently in a tetanus state. Within 10 seconds, it will lose 100 HP per second. Good. It's done. The system notification sounded like heavenly music. Zhou Han was overjoyed. He put away his iron sword and hurriedly distanced himself from the Iron Rock Chicken. Now, only 3 seconds were needed. The Iron Rock Chicken would definitely die. Zhou Han would definitely not be stupid enough to continue fighting it. -100. -100. -100. Bang. 3 seconds later, the huge body of the Iron Rock Chicken fell to the ground. Zhou Han wiped the sweat on his forehead and smiled. Congratulations, you have killed a level 1 Iron Rock Chicken and obtained 1 enhancement point, 1 experience point, and 5 copper coins. After seeing the experience points accumulated on the interface, Zhou Han was very happy. This first battle was won without any mishaps. He picked up 5 copper coins from the floor. The currency of the God-Fiend continent was divided into copper, silver, and gold coins. A gold coin was worth 100 silver coins. It was worth 10,000 copper coins. Therefore, if one wishes to obtain a gold coin for a day in the city, he would have to kill 2,000 level 1 wild monsters in 3 days. Of course, as the level and grade of the monsters killed increased, the benefits obtained would naturally increase. Equipment dropped. When Zhou Han was packing up the copper coins, he discovered that there was a black shirt beside the Iron Rock Chicken's corpse. He was immediately a little excited to have come to the Iron Rock Chicken. He immediately picked it up. Congratulations, you have obtained equipment, cotton robe. Do you want to appraise the attributes of this equipment? Yes. Zhou Han hurriedly nodded in agreement. He did not expect to obtain equipment after killing the first dire beast. His luck was not bad. After using appraisal, all the attributes appeared on the virtual interface. Cotton robe. Grade, ordinary. Type, armor equipment. Attributes, defense +2. Description, black fabric. Looks cold in it, and it's quite warm, but its defense is average. After seeing the effect, Zhou Han took off his school uniform and changed into the robe. He looked good in black, but most importantly, his defense was no longer 0. System prompt. Your current enhancement point has been detected as 1. Do you want to enhance the cotton robe? As soon as he put it on, the system prompted him to enhance it. Oh, it only needs 1 enhancement point. Zhou Han was pleasantly surprised. If that were the case, it would be awesome. The number of enhancement points required for an item depends on the quality and rarity of the item. In other words, this robe was too trashy. However, Zhou Han did not mind. It was already good enough that he had a piece of equipment to wear now. Just enhance it directly. You have activated the talent, Infinite Enhancement. It has consumed 1 enhancement point. You have successfully enhanced the ordinary equipment cotton robe once. The new attributes have been updated. Please check. A white light flashed, and a new attribute slowly appeared on the paper. Cotton robe +1. Grade, ordinary. Type, armor equipment. Attributes, defense +26. Special effect, beginner HP recovery effect. After wearing this equipment, you will recover 20 HP per second. HP limit cannot be exceeded. Description, it has an automatic healing effect. Mom won't have to worry about my remaining HP anymore. Wow, this effect is strong. After reading it, Zhou Han was overjoyed. Defense directly increased by 26 points, and there was an additional beginner HP recovery effect. This was the prelude to taking off. Without another word, Zhou Han put on his clothes. System prompt. It has been detected that you are not at full health. Beginner HP recovery has been triggered. +20. +20. Soon, the HP he had lost from fighting with the Iron Rock Chicken just now was instantly restored. Awesome. SSS talent is awesome. Zhou Han exclaimed excitedly in his heart. With cotton robe +1 in hand, if Zhou Han encountered the Iron Rock Chicken now, he could directly fight it head-on. Even if he didn't trigger tetanus, he could still kill it. With powerful defense, coupled with the special effect of healing, he could easily kill any level 1 monster now. Zhou Han felt refreshed. Without wasting any time, he began to search for traces of level 1 wild monsters. As a novice map, there were naturally many level 1 wild monsters. However, most of them appeared in groups of more than 10. It was very lethal, and Zhou Han would not take the initiative to provoke it now. After all, not only did one have to fight wild monsters, but one also had to be wary of players' sneak attacks. Therefore, that kind of protracted battle should be avoided if possible. Zhou Han continued to search the forest. Whoosh! As he heard a sound, a black shadow attacked when he had just passed a large tree. Zhou Han felt sharp claws scratch his back and felt a burning pain. He hurriedly turned around. You have a death wish. Seeing that the black shadow was about to attack, he hurriedly drew his iron sword and slashed at it. Bang! The black shadow was hit directly and looked at Zhou Han with some fear. It didn't expect the sharp claws to cause so little damage to the person in front of it. It didn't make sense. Meanwhile, Zhou Han also activated the appraisal and saw the attributes of the black shadow. Shadow Squirrel. Grade, ordinary. Level 1. Health, 290. Attack, 35. Defense, 6. Skill, Shadow Claw, temporarily increases attack power and deals a fatal blow to the enemy. Description, good at stealth and raiding in the shadows. A nightmare for novice players. There was actually 35 attack, so if Zhou Han had not equipped the cotton robe, he would probably be finished now. Beast, you actually killed so many people. He saw the corpses of several players on the ground. They must have been ambushed and killed by the shadow squirrel in such a way. Whoosh. Just as Zhou Han was checking, the shadow squirrel came over again. It's about time. Zhou Han also rushed forward and slashed fiercely. The main reason was that he did not have any skills now, so he could only attack normally. After 4 attacks, the effect of tetanus was successfully triggered. Trying to escape? Seeing the shadow squirrel escape into the distance, Zhou Han sneered. These wild monsters were quite intelligent. They knew that they could not defeat them, so they did not fight them head-on. Fortunately, it was hit by tetanus. Otherwise, it would have really escaped. 2 seconds later, the shadow squirrel fell out of the tree. System prompt. You have successfully killed a level 1 wild monster, shadow squirrel. You have obtained 1 enhancement point, 1 experience point, and 5 copper coins. However, no equipment dropped this time. Zhou Han did not mind. He could not be so lucky every time. System, can I undergo the second enhancement? Zhou Han asked after obtaining the enhancement points. Sorry, the second enhancement requires 10 enhancement points. Detected that your enhancement points are not enough. Please work hard to earn enhancement points and enhance it again. Just 10 points? Good. I'll be able to do it after killing another 9 level 1 monsters. Zhou Han was filled with enthusiasm because he was still filled with anticipation for the second enhancement. After packing up the copper coins, Zhou Han started hunting again. System prompt. You have successfully killed a level 1 wild monster, shadow squirrel. You have obtained 1 enhancement point, 1 experience point, and 5 copper coins. System prompt. You have successfully killed the level 1 wild monster, black dog. You have obtained 1 enhancement point, 1 experience point, and 5 copper coins. System prompt. You have successfully killed a level 1 wild monster, poison spikeworm. You have obtained 1 enhancement point, 1 experience point, and 5 copper coins. System prompt. You have successfully killed a level 1 wild monster, poison spikeworm. You have obtained 1 enhancement point, 1 experience point, and 5 copper coins. With the special effect of beginner HP recovery, Zhou Han had many chances to make mistakes. His movement technique and combat skills had also been honed a lot in the process of fighting. Therefore, he was more efficient than before. The notifications of killing wild monsters kept coming. Now I have 9 enhancement points. I'm just a little bit away from the second enhancement. Zhou Han glanced at the interface and muttered happily to himself. Searching carefully through the jungle, Zhou Han heard a commotion not far away and a shrill cry. He was amused when he looked at it. So it's 2 cats in heat. I'm just short of an enhancement point. You guys will do. Zhou Han prepared to sneak over, but they quickly detected him. Meow. Meow. Having been interrupted, the 2 black cats were abnormally angry. They bared their teeth, and their eyes revealed a fierce glint, wanting to tear Zhou Han apart. They were as large as ordinary wolves. Now, their hair was standing on end as they stared at Zhou Han. Their cautious nature made them not take the initiative to attack, but constantly probe. At the same time, Zhou Han also activated the appraisal. Wind Cat. Grade, Ordinary. Level 1. Health, 300. Attack, 40. Defense, 10. Skill, Bloodthirsty Bite. Using extreme speed, it will bite the enemy relentlessly. Description: it is known for its speed and is a very powerful existence among level 1 wild monsters. It has the speed of the wind and is very difficult to deal with. Zhou Han's eyes narrowed. It was actually good at speed. This was not so easy to deal with. It was not that Zhou Han was afraid of their attack, but that they would use their advantage in speed to escape. In that case, it would be completely pointless to fight. I should expose a flaw first and lure them in. Thinking of this, Zhou Han had a plan. He probably exposed his back and pretended to be flustered as he slowly retreated. Meow. As expected, the 2 wind cats took the opportunity to pounce on Zhou Han. There was a small team in the nearby jungle. 4 men were cautiously looking for stragglers. Sister, I hear fighting ahead. Han Xiaoning's talent was hearing enhancement. She said with a serious expression. The fight was very intense and definitely not something they could interfere in. Yes, I've already seen it. A player is being chased by 2 wind cats. Oh no, he's running towards us. Han Qinxue said nervously. Her talent was vision enhancement, and it was precisely because of this that they could avoid many dangers and prevent any loss to the team. She had also seen this wind cat from afar. A wind cat could wipe out a team with its extremely fast speed. It was because they knew how terrifying this wild monster was that they acted so panicked. What? The wind cat was lured over? Damn it. A male in the team, Kai Lang, had a gloomy expression. If they were targeted by a wind cat, there was no way they could escape at their speed. Now, there were two of them. Let's escape. It's too late. I'm afraid the situation isn't optimistic. Another member of the team said, looking a little afraid. In a flash, before the four of them could move, the two wind cats chased after Zhou Han like a gust of wind. Now, Zhou Han smiled calmly. He turned around, raised his iron sword, and slashed at the wind cats. Right now, the wind cats let down their guard because, in their eyes, Zhou Han's actions were just a desperate struggle. Therefore, the two rushed towards Zhou Han. They bit viciously with their sharp claws. This was exactly what Zhou Han wanted. He was afraid that the wind cats would escape, so he wasted so much effort. Sure enough, as long as he got close, everything would be fine. Under Zhou Han's fierce slash, the effect of tetanus was also triggered one after another. When the wind cats reacted, there was nothing they could do but bleed to death. The four had just escaped some distance when they realized that the movement behind them had stopped abruptly. That's amazing. He actually killed two wind cats by himself? How is that possible? Han Xiangning's beautiful eyes trembled as she exclaimed repeatedly. This was the first time she had seen such a fierce player. Along the way, the other players they encountered were all in the form of four-man teams. They were all very careful. Zhou Han, who was in front of him, actually killed all the wind cats alone. It was unbelievable. So strong. But why does his figure look so familiar? Han Qinxue also sighed. Because Zhou Han was fighting with his back towards them, she couldn't see his appearance clearly. I got it. Look at his gear. He's probably lucky. This equipment has a powerful defense. That's why it can block the wind cat's attacks. Kai Lang said indignantly. Seeing the admiring gazes of the two beauties, he felt a wave of jealousy. There was a trace of greed in his eyes. If he could obtain such equipment, he would definitely be so powerful. Therefore, his mind naturally became active. Huh, it's him. Zhou Han turned around. Han Qinxue finally saw his appearance and was a little surprised. How powerful was this man who rejected her? No wonder he didn't team up with anyone. Sister, you're talking about him. His name is Zhou Han. He's my classmate from the class next door. Han Xiaoning also saw it. When she spoke, her face was slightly red, and she couldn't help but feel a little nervous. What a coincidence. You're classmates. Then quickly go and say hello. Han Qinxue hurriedly urged. From her sister's expression, she was probably interested in Zhou Han. I don't think that's a good idea. Han Xiaoning said coyly, her face turning even redder. Go quickly. You are acquaintances. We can have someone to take care of us in the other world. Han Qinxue continued. Zhou Han was quite strong. If he could bring them along, they would definitely be able to develop quickly in the early stages. After the battle ended, Zhou Han picked up all the copper coins that had dropped. Now that I have 11 enhancement points, I can undergo a second enhancement. Zhou Han said to himself happily. Howl! Howl! He was about to enhance it when he heard the rising and falling howls of wolves. Then the ground shook violently. Is this a pack? Zhou Han's expression also changed. It was not a problem to deal with 2 or 3 level 1 dire beasts. However, if he was dealing with a group, it was hard to say. Directly ahead, fiery red wolves the size of water buffaloes suddenly appeared. Their fierce eyes stared at the 4 people in front of them with bloodlust. My God, it's a pack of fire wolves that are big as buffaloes. They can spit fire. So many players died at their hands. They must have found out about the battle. Oh my God, there are more than a dozen of them. We're going to die. There's a steep ledge up ahead. We'll climb it, where we can hide from the wolves. As the howling continued behind them, Han Qinxue and the others quickly reached an agreement and ran towards the mountain rocks. The rock wall was more than 10 meters high, just enough to avoid the wolf pack. Zhou Han's target was also there without hesitation. With his current strength, he was still unable to fight against more than 10 fire wolves. Did he come over too? Good chance. Kai Lang saw Zhou Han. who was climbing the mountain rock diagonally below him, and a trace of viciousness appeared in his eyes. He had been coveting Zhou Han's equipment just now. Now that an opportunity had presented itself, how could he let it go? Zhou Han was a little further away than them, so he fell behind. Suddenly, he felt a huge force on his hand. The pain made Zhou Han subconsciously let go and fall. Seeing that the fire wolves were already approaching, Kai Lang smiled wryly. This fellow was definitely dead. What happened? Something went down. Han Qinxue asked hurriedly when she heard the bang. I think I saw the man behind slip and fall. Sigh? I wanted to help him, but it was too late. Kai Lang pretended to be sincere. What? You said Zhou Han fell down. Han Xiangning, who had just climbed to the top, hurriedly looked down. Sure enough, Zhou Han was not on the rock wall. Through the dense leaves, she could vaguely see that Zhou Han seemed to be lying on the ground. She wondered what the exact situation was. Zhou Han, come up quickly. Han Xiangning shouted loudly, but Zhou Han did not seem to have any reaction. No, I have to go down and save him. You're crazy. The fire wolves are already coming. Aren't you courting death if you continue like this? Han Qinxue hurriedly stopped her and said loudly, Zhou Han. Han Xiangning closed her eyes in despair. She hated herself for being shy just now and not greeting Zhou Han. They were already far apart. It's not impossible. With the strength he displayed just now, there might be a chance of survival. Han Qinxue didn't even believe herself when she said that. She was just comforting her sister. Is that true? Han Xiangning stared into Han Qinxue's eyes, wanting to confirm this possibility. Yes. Seeing her sister's hopeful eyes, Han Qinxue turned her head away, unwilling to tell the truth. She nodded gently. Kai Lang sneered inwardly. Create a miracle? In a few minutes, Zhou Han would die without a corpse. At that time, that defensive equipment would be his. He would truly be powerful. As for these two sisters, Kai Lang's mind was filled with lust. Ouch, that hurts. After all, Zhou Han was still at level 1, and his body was only that of an ordinary person. The fall from 5 or 6 meters still hurt. The moment he fell, he lost 80 HP. It was almost fatal. System prompt. Your HP has been detected to be below 100%. The beginner HP recovery effect has been automatically triggered. The healing effect was activated, and his HP was full in a few seconds. This was not the time to worry about pain. Zhou Han took a closer look. A dozen fire wolves had gathered around. If he didn't think of something soon, he would really be finished. Firewolf. Grade, Ordinary. Level 1. Health, 330. Attack, 45. Defense, 20. Skill, Fire Spray. A fireball that deals 60 damage to all enemy units within a meter. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Description, a pack of dire beasts. Be careful of their attacks. If more than a dozen fire wolves attacked at the same time, their attack power would be more than 500. Even though Zhou Han had 26 points of defense, he was still instantly killed. Right? Second enhancement. Zhou Han was also a little nervous. This was his last hope. He hoped that his SSS rank talent would not disappoint. Enhance the cotton robe. System prompt. You have activated the talent, Infinite Enhancement. It has consumed 10 enhancement points. The ordinary equipment, Cotton Robe +1, has been successfully enhanced. The new attributes have been automatically updated on the interface. Please check. Even if Zhou Han wanted to check now, it was already too late. A fire wolf was already on his arm. -0. -0. -0. Wait, I'm actually not losing HP. Zhou Han was delighted. In that case, his enhanced defense had become too high. He had been worried, but now he breathed a sigh of relief. Seizing this opportunity, Zhou Han quickly scanned the new attribute effects. Cotton Robe +2. M Grade, Ordinary. Type, Armor Equipment. Attributes, Defense +50, HP +200. Special Effect 1, Intermediate HP Recovery Effect. After wearing this equipment, you will recover 200 HP per second. HP limit cannot be exceeded. Special Effect 2, Beginner Evasion Effect. After wearing this equipment, you have a 10% chance of dodging ordinary attacks. Description: the ordinary equipment is now a powerful layer of protection. Damn, this is amazing. 50 points of defense and 200 HP. What a strong defense. Zhou Han was very surprised as soon as he saw the attributes. This intensity had completely exceeded the scope of ordinary quality. There were more surprises to come as Zhou Han read on. He realized that two special effects had appeared. It was simply too exaggerated. The intermediate HP recovery that recovered 200 HP per second and the beginner evasion that has a chance to dodge ordinary attacks meant that the defensive effect had gotten stronger. The Firewolf with 45 attack could not break through his defense at all. Therefore, Zhou Han was intact and did not feel any pressure. Wow! Awesome! Zhou Han roared, feeling very happy. The effect of enhancing twice was too damn awesome. It was simply too awesome. The Firewolf still refused to give up and continued to bite, but it was still useless. Doubt flashed in the eyes of the other Firewolves. If they could speak, they would surely say, "Is this really a newbie? What a freak." As if unwilling to give up, the Firewolves directly used the skill, Fire Spray. Then several hot flames attacked. -10. -10. They only caused minor damage. Other than some thick smoke, it had no effect. The wolves were as stunned as huskies. That doesn't make any sense. Bunch of animals. I'm going to skin you alive today. At first, Zhou Han was a little afraid, but after the second enhancement, his attributes were much stronger. He was not afraid of these firewolves at all. Even if another 100 of them came, they would not be able to hurt Zhou Han at all. Even if these firewolves used their skills, they could only deal 10 damage. With the effect of recovering 200 HP per second, this was nothing. Zhou Han raised his iron sword and slashed wildly without any pattern. In any case, the more he watched, the higher the probability of triggering the special effects. You triggered the tetanus effect. You triggered the tetanus effect. You triggered the beginner evasion effect. Soon, under Zhou Han's fierce attacks, more and more firewolves fell into a state of tetanus. Every few seconds, one of them would fall. The rest were terrified by the slaughter. Zhou Han was like a berserker, invincible and fearless. Although these firewolves were not smart, they were not stupid. Knowing that Zhou Han was not easy to deal with and that the others had all fallen, it was useless to continue wasting time. The wolves did not hesitate to run with their tails between their legs. Damn, still trying to run. You're all enhancement points. The situation suddenly reversed as Zhou Han chased after them with his sword while the fire wolves fled in front. A group of players was farming monsters nearby and happened to see this scene. They were all dumbfounded. What the hell was going on? They rubbed their eyes and realized it wasn't an illusion. I can't believe there's such a monster in our area. Hunting down fire wolves. This person was even fiercer than the dire beasts. One of the team members opened the chat area and sent a message. Brothers, I just saw a man with an iron sword chasing a pack of fire wolves. Brother, don't spew nonsense. You're bragging too much. What are you talking about? If the four of us can't handle a fire wolf, who can be that awesome? I really did see it. My teammates can testify. Let me tell you, I am Chun Beixian, the one with a B-rank talent. Even I don't dare to fight the fire wolf alone, let alone the others. Everyone disperse. Don't listen to this kid's bragging. No one in the chat area believed this person. They thought he was just trying to attract attention. At this moment, this person was a little stunned. He looked around and saw that Zhou Han had already disappeared. Could it really be an illusion? After chasing for an unknown period of time, Zhou Han could not take it anymore. He panted heavily and could only stop to rest. These huskies sure run fast. A total of 15 firewolves were killed. The remaining 4 could not be caught and escaped. Zhou Han rested for a while and began to count his gains. In the end, he was disappointed to find that the equipment drop rate was too low. If the drop rate of ordinary equipment was so low, wouldn't the drop rate of bronze equipment be even lower? On the other hand, the copper coins had increased quite a bit. If he really couldn't get any equipment, he could buy them from the blacksmith in the city, but they weren't cheap. It seemed that he still had to earn gold coins. He was too poor now. Moreover, it would take a lot of time to run back and forth. Zhou Han decided to farm for them himself first. When it was dark and there was still no drop, he would try to buy equipment. However, before killing monsters, Zhou Han had something to deal with. How dare you plot against me? I'll tear you to pieces today. There was no reason to wait. Zhou Han's eyes were filled with killing intent after being plotted against like this. He also learned that this was truly a different world. There were no longer rules or laws to obey. Compared to the wild monsters, these players were the biggest threat. Other than the safe zone that prevented fighting, in the battle zone outside the city, any danger could happen. If he was merciful now, he might be targeted again. Having thought this through, Zhou Han walked in the same direction with a murderous aura. Along the way, he also encountered many wild monsters. However, Zhou Han had a powerful defense, so he did not have to be as cautious as before. When encountering a pack of wild monsters, there was no need to avoid them. He charged forward and attacked. System prompt: your enhancement points are enough. Do you want to enhance the rusted iron sword a second time? Enhance. Zhou Han nodded. System prompt: you have activated the talent, Infinite Enhancement. It has consumed 10 enhancement points. The ordinary weapon Rusted Iron Sword +1 has been successfully enhanced. The new attributes have been updated on the interface. Please check. Very good. It seems that the enhancement rate is 100%. Zhou Han felt that it was a hidden effect. Anyway, he had enhanced it 4 times and had succeeded all the time. A white light floated across the iron sword, and attribute data slowly appeared on the virtual interface. Zhou Han looked over. Iron Sword +2. Grade, Ordinary. Type, Longsword type weapon. Attributes, Attack +90. Special Effect 1, Severe Tetanus. The target will definitely be infected by your ordinary attack. In the state of severe tetanus, the target will lose 120 HP every second for 10 seconds. Special Effect 2, Sword Aura. After every 3 ordinary attacks, the next ordinary attack will definitely trigger a sword aura that will cause 3x attack damage to all enemy units within a 3-meter radius. Description: the rusty iron sword has become sharper and contains mysteries now. It doesn't look simple. Strong, too strong. Zhou Han laughed heartily. After 2 enhancements, the effect was even better. Coupled with his basic attack power, Zhou Han's total attack power had already reached 100 points. The special effects also became more powerful. Special Effect 1's tetanus effect changed from a 50% probability to a 100% trigger rate. This also meant that Zhou Han's ordinary attack could deal 100 points of damage, and the other party would lose 120 HP each second. The damage was way higher now. Special Effect 2, Sword Aura, was also very good. It could cause area damage, make it easier to kill monsters, and increase the efficiency of farming. With Zhou Han's current attack power, it could cause 300 points of range damage. If he encountered such a situation in the future, it would be even easier to resolve it. Buzz, 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 buzz. More than 10 large needle bees darted out from a bush and attacked Zhou Han. Thank you for the delivery. Zhou Han smiled. He raised his sword and rushed over fearlessly. He had always taken a detour on this route previously. But now, these needle bees put no pressure on Zhou Han at all. You have successfully triggered the sword aura special effect. It will cause area damage. With the system notification, sword energy spewed out. Although these needle bees were flying in the sky, most of them were still affected and were instantly killed. When the rest saw this, they ran away in fear. As he was chasing after the fire wolves earlier, Zhou Han ran a little far. After he washed the wild monsters along the way with blood, he finally arrived at the spot where the rock wall had been. Zhou Han. Where's Zhou Han? Han Xiangning shouted anxiously. Don't worry. There are many corpses of fire wolves on the ground. What happened? Han Qinxue quickly reminded him. Could it be that he really defeated the fire wolf pack? A trace of hope appeared in Han Xiangning's eyes. Although she knew that this was very difficult, she hoped that Zhou Han could survive. Huh? Defeat the fire wolves? He's probably dead already. Kai Lang sneered in his mind. He came down from the rock wall and prepared to pick up Zhou Han's equipment. But as he was about to search, out of the corner of his eye, he saw a figure. Aren't you dead? Kai Lang was so frightened that he fell to the ground, panic filling his heart. I've finally found you. Zhou Han smiled coldly. Let me explain. I accidentally stepped on you. I apologize. I really didn't mean to. Kai Lang pleaded, his mouth trembling. Huh? Apologize? How childish of you. Do you think this is a game? Today is the day you die. Zhou Han held his iron sword and slowly approached Kai Lang, his eyes filled with endless killing intent. Don't come over here. I was wrong. Spare me this once. Zhou Han did not speak and walked closer. The cold gaze made Kai Lang shiver. You actually want to kill me just for that? I'll end your life now. Kai Lang revealed a ferocious expression and raised his iron saber to slash at Zhou Han. -0. -0. What? I can't break his defense. Zhou Han was like a mountain in front of him, unmoving. Kai Lang's face was immediately filled with despair and regret. If he had known earlier, why would he have provoked Zhou Han? Have you had enough? If so, you can go to hell. Zhou Han's cold voice sounded without a trace of emotion. With that, he slashed with his iron sword. Before Kai Lang could say anything, he fell to the ground. He twitched on the ground a few times and died. Killing people was different from killing dire beasts. Although Zhou Han was killing monsters casually, he was actually quite nervous. After all, he was only an 18-year-old boy. He had to slowly adapt to this. The strong were respected in the God-Fiend continent, and the weak were eliminated. To become strong, one had to have a strong heart. What? The sisters screamed and huddled together, a little panicked, clearly frightened by the scene. At the same time, they were also shocked by Zhou Han's strength. If he killed Kai Lang with a single strike, wouldn't his attack power exceed 100? What a terrible thing this was. Zhou Han, what a coincidence. I actually met you on the God-Fiend continent. Han Xiangning asked. Seeing that Zhou Han was still alive, she was undoubtedly the happiest. She was prepared to greet him previously, but there were firewolves attacking, so she didn't have the chance. It's indeed quite a coincidence, Zhou Han said with a smile. After all, not everyone had entered the God-Fiend continent. Han Xiangning was their school belle. Her family background was very powerful. She was fair, rich, beautiful, and had long legs. The two of them had crossed paths at school before, so their relationship was all right. They were considered acquaintances. Is there anything else? If not, I have to hurry up and farm monsters. Zhou Han had no intention of catching up. It was better to obtain enhancement points. After all, the SSS rank talent, infinite enhancement, was the foundation of his strength. You're leaving so soon? Han Xiangning was already prepared to chat. Zhou Han, I'm Xiangning's sister. My name is Han Qinxue. Well, we were hoping to form a team with you. Can you consider it? Han Qinxue hurriedly said when she saw that Zhou Han was about to leave. After all, the strength that Zhou Han displayed was so powerful. With his protection, the two sisters would be much safer. In this world, not only were there wild monsters attacking, but many male players coveted them very much. After all, they were all top-notch beauties. Not many men could resist them. I'm used to farming alone. I'm more at ease. Zhou Han smiled and directly rejected. After all, although the two beauties were pleasing to the eye, they did not seem to be of much use. They were no different from being a burden. It would affect his farming speed. Zhou Han, please, bring us along. Han Xiangning pleaded pitifully with an expectant gaze. That's right. One of our talents is hearing enhancement, and the other is vision enhancement. We can definitely be useful to you. After all, your energy is limited. We can help you analyze where the wild monsters are and where the danger is. There are also some rare natural treasures that are difficult to find. We can help you find them. Han Qinxue listed many benefits at once. Indeed, their talent was relatively weak in combat, but they could play a supporting role. Zhou Han was not charmed by their beauty, but he felt that what they said made sense. System, if I form a team, how will the experience points be distributed? Hence, he asked in his heart. In a team situation, experience points are distributed according to contribution. If a teammate's contribution is 0, they can still be allocated 1% of the team's experience. Hearing this, Zhou Han was relieved. In that case, the loss of experience points would not be too serious. Now, with the help of two beautiful women, it was also very good. Zhou Han, it's too dangerous here. We trust you, but we don't trust anyone else. Han Xiangning continued. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and find the monsters. Zhou Han ordered. Zhou Han, you agreed to lead us? That's great. The sisters immediately cheered and were extremely happy. With such a powerful backer, they immediately felt much safer. As for the other teammates, they withdrew tactfully and automatically. Zhou Han was not familiar with him, so he would definitely not bring him along. After forming the team, Zhou Han brought the sisters and started farming. Zhou Han, I heard dogs barking. There are a lot of wild monsters over there. Soon, the sisters were proven useful. Han Xiangning used her talent and provided an accurate assessment. Excellent. After arriving at the location, Zhou Han saw a group of ground scales dogs. Without hesitation, he rushed over and quickly cleaned up. Zhou Han was very satisfied with this outcome. The sisters were still useful. With their cooperation, the few of them gradually had a tacit understanding. Zhou Han was also very happy. These level 1 dire beasts were no match for him at all. Even if they encountered a group of dire beasts, they could not stop Zhou Han. Zhou Han, you're too fierce. These dire beasts can't fight back at all. Now, the two sisters finally saw Zhou Han's strength. He was completely like a bulldozer, pushing all the way. Han Xiangning's eyes were filled with admiration. How is it? Have you fallen in love with me? Zhou Han teased. Aye. Han Xiangning immediately blushed and stammered shyly. In her impression, Zhou Han was very cold. She didn't expect such words from him. However, Han Xiangning did not seem to dislike this feeling. Ahem. Han Qinxue coughed at the right time. He actually teased her sister in front of her. Sure enough, good-looking boys were all bad boys. Zhou Han also realized that he had gone overboard and was warned by her sister. He had been very serious before, mainly because Han Xiangning was too beautiful and he couldn't help but want to tease her. Putting away his thoughts, Zhou Han looked at his experience bar. His current progress was at level 1, 91%. He would be leveling up soon. Looks like I have to find some higher level dire beasts. Level 1 dire beasts had too little experience and could not drop anything good. Moreover, it was not challenging for Zhou Han at all. His current strength completely allowed him to challenge more powerful wild monsters. Zhou Han. According to the system prompt, the deeper into the fog forest, the stronger the monsters are. Well, let's go deeper. Soon, as the three of them went deeper, the wild monsters in the fog forest became much stronger. Zhou Han, there's a cave ahead. We've discovered the whereabouts of a level 2 dire beast. Han Qinxue stood at a high point and activated her vision enhancement talent. After searching, she hurriedly reported. After hearing Han Qinxue's words, they immediately perked up. Heading directly in the indicated direction, they finally found a dark cavern ahead. There were a few small snakes at the entrance, lazily basking in the sun. It was obvious that they were not to be trifled with. Through appraisal, Zhou Han quickly saw their attributes. Green-scaled snake. Grade, ordinary. Level 2. Health, 310. Attack, 43. Defense, 29. Skill, snake venom. Spray venom and hit a single target. For 5 seconds, lose 30 HP per second. Cooldown, 40 seconds. Description, very toxic. Recommended to prepare HP potions. As expected, level 2 wild monsters were much stronger than level 1. However, Zhou Han, who had the healing effect, did not take this poison seriously. Stand back. This poison is not something you can deal with. Zhou Han immediately warned them to stay away from this place. After all, their HP was still 100. Once they were poisoned, they would die. Of course, the sisters knew how powerful he was. Even without Zhou Han's reminder, they stayed far away from him. They just had to leave the damage dealing to him and assist from the back. Level 1 dire beasts were already very difficult to deal with, let alone level 2 dire beasts. After seeing them leave, Zhou Han quietly sneaked over. He slashed at one of the green-scaled snakes. The 5 green-scaled snakes in front of him instantly reacted and immediately released their venom at Zhou Han. Minus 150. He lost 150 HP in an instant, but Zhou Han did not panic. After a second, his HP automatically recovered. After the 4th basic attack, a sword aura instantly flew out and exploded in the surroundings. Minus 300. Minus 300. The green-scaled snakes were in pieces, and there were 2 left with very little blood. Zhou Han seized the opportunity and directly harvested them all. System notification. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the green-scaled snake. You have received 2 enhancement points, 5 experience points, and 20 copper coins. The system prompts came in rapid succession. Congratulations, you have successfully advanced to level 2 and obtained 20 enhancement points. New personal attributes have been updated. Please check. Phew, I've finally leveled up. Zhou Han was very happy. Just as he was about to check his upgraded attributes, his eyes lit up. He was in luck this time. Finally, a piece of equipment dropped. Zhou Han flipped over the green-scaled snake's corpse with his iron sword. The equipment underneath was revealed. It was a pair of shoes. After picking it up, the attribute data also appeared on the virtual interface. Snake skin war boots. Grade, ordinary. Attributes, movement speed +1. Description, shoes made from snake skin. Nothing amazing. Enhanced twice, Zhou Han muttered to himself. He had some enhancement points on hand, which were still enough. You have activated the talent, Infinite Enhancement. You have successfully enhanced your snakeskin war boots twice. Please check the attributes. Snakeskin war boots +2. Grade, ordinary. Type, battle boots equipment. Attributes, movement speed +20, HP +100. Special effect 1. There is a 10% chance of being immune to a single speed reduction skill. After successfully being immune, the skill will enter cooldown for 1 hour. Special effect 2. In combat, movement speed increases by 50%. Description, ordinary shoes that reveal extraordinariness. Slithering movement can be achieved. Wow, it provided a lot of movement speed. Wouldn't he take off now? Zhou Han suppressed his excitement and continued reading. For special effect 1, he could be immune to speed reduction skills, but the probability was only 10%. It was probably never triggering. Special effect 2 was quite good. It increased movement speed in combat. This was good. Who wouldn't like to move fast in battle? He could use the advantage of speed to attack the enemy. Even if he couldn't win, he could still run away. It was really invincible. Zhou Han immediately took off his shoes and changed into the snakeskin war boots +2. He took 2 slow steps, but it felt like jogging at his usual pace. Then he ran a few steps and was shocked. I'm twice as fast as Bolt now. Zhou Han felt comfortable. This was what it felt like to fly. After packing everything, Zhou Han checked his attributes after leveling up. Player, Zhou Han. Level, 2, 0.1%. Class, none. Class change at level 10. Health, 150 + 300. Attack, 20 + 90. Defense, 3 + 50. Talent, Infinite Enhancement. Weapon, Iron Sword +2. Equipment, Cotton Robe +2, Snakeskin War Boots +2. After reaching level 2, because he had not changed his class, the attributes he gained were not much. His health limit had increased by 50 points compared to before. Including the equipment bonus, he had 450 HP. His basic attack power also increased by 10 points, reaching 110 points. Defense increased by 3 points, reaching 53 points. With such combat power at level 2, it was terrifying. There are many wild monsters in this cave. After checking his attributes, he was about to leave. Zhou Han realized that there were still shadows moving inside and realized that this was the nest of the green-scaled snakes. In addition to the 5 green-scaled snakes that had been killed in the cave, there was a large gathering in the cave. He was delighted. These were all enhancement points. Of course, he wouldn't just march straight in. Who knew how many monsters were in there? If there were a lot of them, he would not be able to withstand their concentrated firepower. As expected, there were more than 200 green-scaled snakes in the cave, making Zhou Han's scalp tingle. Fortunately, he did not act impulsively. Otherwise, he might really have been poisoned. In addition, there was a movement speed bonus in the combat state. With his rapidly shifting movement, he dealt damage consistently. This is the great advantage of speed. The green-scaled snakes could only stick out their tongues and grimace anxiously. They did not have the ability to slow down and could not restrict Zhou Han. There was nothing they could do when he was untouchable. As he listened to the system's continuous notifications and his enhancement points rising, Zhou Han was overjoyed. Phew! More than 200 green-scaled snakes were killed in a few minutes. It was very disappointing not to see a single piece of equipment. The drop rate was really low. Suddenly, a huge snake as thick as a bowl emerged from the darkness and whipped Zhou Han. A huge force came, and Zhou Han immediately felt a burning pain in his body. -142. -90. Damn, it's a sneak attack. How dishonorable. Moreover, the damage was so high that it was beyond Zhou Han's expectations. In an instant, he lost more than 200 HP. The monsters he had encountered previously did not have such damage output. Zhou Han immediately saw the wild monster in front of him clearly. It looked a little like the green-scaled snake, but its aura was even more ferocious. This fellow had been hiding in the shadows just now, so Zhou Han did not notice its existence at all. It was presumably waiting for him to lower his guard and launch its strongest attack. Golden-scaled snake. Grade, bronze. Level, 3. Health, 760. Attack, 200. Defense, 46. Skill, poison, spray poison and hit a single target. For 7 seconds, lose 90 HP per second. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Description, the leader of the green-scaled snakes. It's very poisonous. It's recommended that you prepare HP potions. Zhou Han took a look. Good lord, it was even bronze grade. Its various attributes were much stronger than the green-scaled snake. Its HP had reached 760, and its attack power was 200 points. If other players encountered it, they would only be insta-killed. However, it was still not enough to beat Zhou Han. At this moment, Zhou Han was poisoned. However, with the effect of recovering 200 HP every second, it was not a big problem. Mere beast, how dare you ambush me? Die. Zhou Han raised his iron sword and slashed wildly. He had no choice since he did not have any skills now. He could only rely on basic attacks. The golden-scaled snake was also very surprised. It did not expect the level 2 human in ordinary equipment would actually be fine after being hit by its skill. However, it no longer had a chance. Zhou Han triggered 2 sword aura slashes. The fierce attack penetrated its body. It fell to the ground and twitched for a few seconds, completely dead. Regional announcement. Player Zhou Han has successfully killed a bronze-grade monster and completed the first kill. Reward, 10 gold coins and 1 bronze treasure chest. Who is this Zhou Han? He can actually kill a bronze-grade monster. Oh my god, that's so cool. I want to cozy up to him. What kind of talent does Zhou Han have? We can't even defeat a level 1 ordinary monster. He's too exaggerated. Maybe he was lucky and encountered a bronze-grade monster with low health. I agree. It must have been a lucky break. Such blind luck. You must be jealous. Why didn't you have the luck to find one? As soon as the regional announcement was made, the chat area instantly exploded. Everyone was discussing who Zhou Han was and what talent he had. Some admired his strength, while others thought that he was lucky. However, Zhou Han did not know this. Even if he did not care. Strength was the law on the God-Fiend continent. As long as one was strong enough, one's words were the truth. Yangmi requested to add you as a friend. Dai Mei requested to add you as a friend. Chen Beixian requested to add you as a friend. He kept hearing the system beep in his ear. Zhou Han was so annoyed that he quickly turned off the notification. It was too noisy. Damn, so many people are applying to add me as a friend. It seemed that triggering the regional announcement had a lot of influence. After all, Zhou Han was the first person to trigger the announcement. Many people had different motives and wanted to add him as a friend. Zhou Han casually opened a few applications. Zhou Han, you're not bad. You're qualified to be my good friend. Zhou Han was speechless. This guy was too childish. He directly rejected him. Big brother, carry me. I'm very flexible as I specialize in yoga. This is a photo of me in my private room. Zhou Han opened the pictures and took a look. They were all unclothed and indecent pictures. Well, she's in good shape, but that's all. Zhou Han had 2 beauties by his side. How could these ordinary women enter his eyes? He immediately rejected it and clicked on the report button. He wondered if it would be useful. After reading a few more applications, Zhou Han immediately lost interest. They were all people who wanted to cozy up to him and invite him to join their teams. Zhou Han made the system automatically reject all of them. Of course, there were some sarcastic ones who were directly blocked. After everything was settled, Zhou Han began to check the rewards. 10 gold coins and a bronze treasure chest had already appeared in the system package. Through the auxiliary system, he learned there were all kinds of treasure chests in the God-Fiend continent that could be opened. These treasure chests were also divided into grades, similar to the grades of wild monsters. Bronze, silver, etc. Anything could be opened from a treasure chest. The higher the quality of the treasure chest, the higher the probability of obtaining something good. Zhou Han immediately looked forward to it. He wondered if he would be lucky enough to get a high-quality item. Can the bronze treasure chest be enhanced? Zhou Han suddenly asked. Of course, it can be enhanced, but the effect won't change much. I suggest that you don't waste your enhancement points. Enhance the item you get instead. Zhou Han nodded. Open the bronze treasure chest. System prompt. You have opened the bronze treasure chest. Congratulations. You have obtained an accessory, 3-leaf necklace. I got an accessory. I'm lucky, but I don't know what quality it is. If the drop rate of equipment was low, the drop rate of accessories was 1% of the equipment. It was even lower. Zhou Han could not wait to check the attributes. 3-leaf necklace. Grade, silver. Attributes, attack, plus 20. Special effect, absorbs 300 points of damage. Description, made of 3-leaf clover and has good protective abilities. The bronze treasure chest had silver-grade equipment. It could be said to be very awesome. Moreover, silver-grade accessories had their own special effects without enhancement. It was both offensive and defensive. It could be said to be a very comprehensive buff. Enhanced twice. You have activated talent, infinite enhancement, and successfully enhanced it twice. Please check the attributes. The enhancement points required for high-grade equipment also increased correspondingly. 3-leaf necklace plus 2. Grade, silver. Attributes, attack, plus 100. Special effect 1, absorbs 2,000 points of damage. Special effect 2, increases poison resistance by 50%. Description, both offensive and defensive. An excellent accessory. After reading the description, Zhou Han smiled. Its attack power directly reached 100 points, and it could also absorb 2,000 damage. The new special effect was poison resistance. In the future, he would be able to deal with poison-type monsters with ease. Zhou Han, aren't you too handsome? You killed a bronze-grade monster. Han Xiangning hurried over with a look of joy. She had obviously heard the notification. I've always been handsome. Did you just find out today? I'm so happy. My sister and I both advanced to level 2. This is all thanks to Zhou Han. Otherwise, how could we have leveled up so easily? Han Qinxue looked at Zhou Han with gratitude. She sighed in her heart that she was lucky to have encountered such a powerful character like Zhou Han. Zhou Han's current experience had also reached 89% of level 2. I'm so happy. It's good to be with Zhou Han. Han Xiangning's smiling eyes were like crescent moons. The feeling of lying down and leveling up was too comfortable. Let's go and continue looking for wild monsters. Let's try to reach level 10 as soon as possible. The two women nodded and hurriedly followed Zhou Han into the depths of the forest. After killing many wild monsters, Zhou Han's level also reached level 3. He discovered that the greater the level difference of the monster, the more experience he would obtain. Zhou Han, there's something good. I found a natural treasure, Han Qinxue said excitedly. Her expression was very excited, as could be seen from her majestic and undulating mountains. What? We actually found a natural treasure. Qinxue, you're really awesome. Zhou Han was also very happy. One had to know that the effects of natural treasures were all natural and had powerful attributes. If he could consume it, his attributes would definitely increase greatly. If he wanted to encounter it, he would need luck. That was why Zhou Han was so happy. Soon the three of them stopped near a pool. According to Han Qinxue's hint, they really found spiritual fruits in the pool. When Zhou Han approached, he indeed smelled a natural fragrance that made him feel relaxed. There was something like a lily pad growing in it. If not for Han Qinxue's good eyesight, they would not have discovered it. This place was too hidden. Therefore, it was quite good to have them as support. Zhou Han activated appraisal and quickly saw the relevant introduction. Heart Protecting Lotus. Grade, bronze. Type, spiritual fruit item. Effect, after consumption, HP plus 100. Description, everyone can only take it once. The effects cannot be stacked. It was indeed a good thing. It could actually increase HP by 100. In this dangerous world, the higher his life value, the more at ease he felt. Zhou Han was about to pluck the heart-protecting lotus when someone suddenly shouted, "What are you doing? Don't move. We found this out first." Soon, people came from the side and looked greedily at the heart-protecting lotus in the pool. In their team, there was someone with a talent related to smell. He happened to be passing by and smelled the strange fragrance. Then, curious, he walked over and saw the heart-protecting lotus in the pool. He instantly realized that this was a natural treasure, and his heart was filled with excitement. Coincidentally, Zhou Han was also preparing to pluck it, which was why this happened. You noticed it first? I didn't see you around before I got here. Zhou Han frowned and said patiently. He had to find out what had happened first. He wasn't unreasonable. Are you questioning us, boy? The leader's voice was cold. Seeing that Zhou Han was alone, he was delighted. There were 4 people on his side, so he could easily handle this guy. Be sensible and hand over the spiritual fruit. Our patience is limited. Don't be bloody ungrateful. This is an Earth. Get out of here if you don't want to die. The few team members beside him were already tempted. They looked at Zhou Han with obvious ill intentions. Are you threatening me? I'll give you one last chance. Get out of my sight in 10 seconds before I change my mind. Zhou Han wanted to laugh and said lightly, Boy, you talk big. The leader's pupils constricted when he saw how calm Zhou Han was. The other party looked fearless, so it made him start to wonder. Was he really someone powerful? Just as the leader was hesitating, the remaining 3 teammates began to egg him on. Boss, just snatch them. Why waste your breath on him? He's only one man. No matter how strong he is, can he beat the 4 of us? Those are spiritual fruits. After consuming one, we'll directly take off and dominate the entire region. It was exciting to think of dominating the entire region. When the time came, wealth and beauties would all be his. When the leader heard this, he became overwhelmed with greed and couldn't care less anymore. You two go at him together, one on the left and one on the right. Just kill him, he ordered directly, drawing his long blade. The 2 team members hurriedly held their weapons and looked at Zhou Han cruelly. Zhou Han only shook his head. As expected, the other party still chose to die. Die, boy. You can only blame yourself for being so tactless. The spiritual fruits are not something you can have. 2 iron sabers slashed at Zhou Han. Clang. 2 metallic clangs sounded. Zhou Han used his iron sword to slash at the iron sabers on both sides. Immediately, the 2 iron sabers broke like rotten wood. Die. Fear appeared on their faces as Zhou Han's iron sword slashed over again. He killed one of them instantly. One of the remaining men was about to say something, but Zhou Han had already raised his sword and slashed at him. He died without a chance to speak. What? What the hell is going on? The leader saw this and peed his pants. Insta-kill? How did it happen? Could it be that the other party's attack power had already exceeded 100? What kind of freak was this? He was too unlucky to have provoked such a jinx. Right, escape. He reacted instantly from the shock. If he didn't run, he would be killed instantly. He scrambled away into the distance. The other team member, on the other hand, was either too scared to move or too slow to react. He stood there trembling, not daring to move. He was also insta-killed by Zhou Han. Humph. Can you escape? Against Zhou Han's movement speed, this person was completely in slow motion. Zhou Han jogged a few steps easily and instantly arrived in front of him. How can you be so fast? The leader looked up and saw Zhou Han in front of him with a cold smile. He trembled in fear and fell to the ground. I was blind. I was wrong. Let me go? Please. This person was also decisive. He lay on the ground and kowtowed desperately. You talk too much. Die. There was no pity in Zhou Han's eyes as he ended his life with a single strike. Since the other party wanted to kill him, he would not be merciful. Such a person deserved to die. He probably wasn't a good person on Earth. What a bunch of paupers. All he has is a wrist guard. Zhou Han searched around. He originally wanted to get a few pieces of equipment. In the end, only the leader was wearing a wrist guard. The others had nothing. After pulling it off forcefully, he checked its attributes. A piece of ordinary equipment that only added 2 defense points. There was nothing special about it. 3 enhancements. Zhou Han had hundreds of enhancement points on him now. He wanted to see the effect of the enhancement after 3 times. The material of ordinary equipment is too poor. The enhancement limit is 2 times. Please choose equipment with a quality above bronze. Could it only be enhanced twice? Zhou Han did not expect such restrictions. It seemed like ordinary equipment was not good enough to obtain higher quality equipment. He chose again. You have activated talent. Infinite enhancement. Enhancement successful. Please check the attributes. Thick iron wrist guard +2. Grade, ordinary. Type, bracer armor. Attributes, defense +30, HP +100. Special effect 1. When your health is below 100%, you will recover 200 HP per second. Special effect 2. Damage taken is reduced by 10%. Description, forged from crude iron. Rough workmanship. Average defense. Zhou Han took a look. There were 2 special effects. One recovered HP and the other reduced damage. They were both okay. He immediately put it on to increase his defense and health. It made Zhou Han feel that his body was much stronger again, a feeling of abundant strength. After dealing with it, Zhou Han walked to the pool. He plucked the heart-protecting lotuses. There were a total of 7 lotuses. Zhou Han put the remaining 6 into his spatial bag. Just as he was about to consume it, he suddenly remembered that he did not know if spiritual fruits could be enhanced. Infinite enhancement was said to be able to enhance everything. Enhance the heart-protecting lotus. Zhou Han decided to give it a try. Sure enough, the powerful SSS talent did not disappoint him. Zhou Han continued to enhance it twice, and then its attributes appeared on the interface. Heart-protecting lotus +3. Grade, bronze. Type, spiritual fruit item. Effect, after consumption, HP +1, 500. Description, everyone can only take it once. The effects cannot be stacked. Damn, that was impressive. The increase in HP went from 100 to 1,500. This was a 15-fold increase. Smelling the alluring fragrance, Zhou Han almost drooled and swallowed it. You used the heart-protecting lotus. You gained 1,500 HP. A surge of energy flowed through Zhou Han's body. It made Zhou Han feel comfortable. Now, Zhou Han felt that he could fight a level 10 wild monster alone. After slowly adapting to this power, Zhou Han enhanced 2 of the heart-protecting lotuses twice. This was for the sisters. After all, it was all thanks to Han Qinxue that they discovered it. Otherwise, Zhou Han would not have missed such a good thing. Therefore, it was reasonable for them to take it. Besides, if their strength increased, it would be easier for him. Now that Zhou Han had barely any enhancement points left, he could only enhance them twice. Although +2 was not as exaggerated as the +3 enhancement that gave 1,500 HP, it could still raise 800 HP. This was also a very terrifying improvement. After dealing with it, Zhou Han came to their hidden location. It couldn't be helped. They were too weak now. If they encountered wild monsters, it would be very dangerous. Hey, you two, come out. It's time to work. Zhou Han came to where the sisters were hiding and shouted. At the sound of voices, the sisters emerged, rolling their eyes. Zhou Han, how was it? Did you gain anything? Han Qinxue was the first to ask. It's indeed spiritual fruits, and the improvement after consuming it is very obvious. What is it? Tell me now. You want to know, don't you? Come and open your mouth. Zhou Han said to Han Xiangning. After all, it was all thanks to them that they found the heart-protecting lotuses. It was only right for Zhou Han to reward them. Moreover, everyone could only use one each. Zhou Han could not eat the rest. What? You're being mysterious. Are you teasing us? Although Han Xiangning was complaining, she still obediently opened her small mouth. She blushed slightly. Is he going to feed me? Looking at her now, it was very tempting to think of something bad. Zhou Han shook his head, shaking off the thoughts in his mind. He placed a heart-protecting lotus +2 into Han Xiangning's mouth. It melted in her mouth, soft and sweet. Soon, Han Xiangning's expression changed from confusion to surprise and finally to joy. It actually increased my HP total by 800. Han Xiangning's eyes flickered with joy and excitement. Thank you, Zhou Han Whack. Zhou Han immediately felt a soft kiss on his cheek. It was very fast. Before Zhou Han could react, they separated. Zhou Han subconsciously touched it and instantly understood. This was Bel Han taking the initiative to kiss him. Not bad, not bad. You've improved. I'll continue to tease you in the future. He had to get her to throw herself at him. Zhou Han immediately felt happy. After the kiss, Han Xiaoning reacted. Her face was so red that it was about to explode. She was too happy just now and kissed Zhou Han without thinking too much. In retrospect, her heart pounded like a deer. Goodness, I can't believe I did that. Her sister was beside her the entire time. It was so embarrassing. It was completely unlike her usual ladylike behavior. Zhou Han was about to tease her, but seeing her now, he gave up. Then, he gave the other, heart-protecting lotus +2, to Han Qinxue. Although the other party was now dressed in a female suit and black stockings, the mature sexiness she exuded was extremely attractive. However, Zhou Han did not tease her. After all, he was not very familiar with her. He could joke with Han Xiangning, but not with her. It was very rude to act frivolously. Han Qinxue took it with a smile. After nodding politely at Zhou Han, she swallowed it. Seconds later, the effect was apparent. Although she was not as shocked as Han Xiangning, she did not say much. But through her proud, heaving chest, one could understand how unsettled she felt. Han Qinxue looked at Zhou Han with gratitude. She knew that even if she was the one who provided the information about this spiritual fruit, if Zhou Han did not share it with them, they had no way to force him. Moreover, This spiritual fruit could give 800 HP. If he shouted in the chat area, there were definitely countless women who would pay any price to obtain it. However, Zhou Han did not do so. Instead, he gave it to them for free. Although he liked to tease them, he was indeed a good man to be entrusted with. If he really was with his sister, it was indeed the perfect outcome. She immediately envied her sister. Looking at the two beautiful who had grateful expressions, Zhou Han did not say anything and only smiled calmly. He opened his attributes and looked at them. Player, Zhou Han. Level, 3. Level, 79%. Class, none. Class change at level 10. Health, 1, 700 plus 400. Attack, 30 plus 190. Defense, 5 plus 80. Talent, infinite enhancement. Weapon, iron sword plus 2. Accessory, 3-leaf necklace plus 2. Equipment, cotton robe plus 2, snakeskin war boots plus 2, thick iron wrist guard plus 2. His total health was now 2,100 points, and his attack power was 220 points. He could challenge higher-level monsters now. After tidying up, the group continued to farm monsters. There's someone standing in the dense forest ahead. It's so strange that he's not moving. Han Qinshue's eyesight noticed something unusual and reported it to Zhou Han. Be careful. The guy could be a pro. After all, those who dared to act alone in the fog forest were either fools or masters. Young hero, I see that you have extraordinary roots and talent. There is something here that I ask of you. When Zhou Han approached, he saw that the other party was a middle-aged man with a weathered face. Before the trio could speak, he praised Zhou Han. Could it be an NPC in the wild? Above the middle-aged uncle's head was displayed Swordsman Lin. Not knowing what would trigger it, Zhou Han tried to make contact. Uncle, please speak your mind. He began to talk. My Lin family sword technique is superb and unparalleled. Ever since the ancestral sword was lost, it has already declined and is no longer as glorious as before. So, do you want me to help you recover the sword? Zhou Han guessed. It's not that easy to find. I'm just short of some materials and need you to help me gather them. Don't worry, I won't let you work for nothing. After hearing Lin's words, Zhou Han was speechless. This NPC was not playing by the rules. Since he wasn't looking for a sword, why was he talking so much? But as Lin finished speaking, the system spoke. Mission detected, Material Collection 1. Do you accept? Not bad. He'd actually triggered a mission. It was a pleasant surprise. Zhou Han immediately chose to accept it. Soon, a mission system appeared on the interface. Zhou Han directly opened it. Material Collection 1. Description: kill the steel-armored pigs and collect 100 steel armors. Hand it to Lin. Progress: 0/100. Location: Fog Forest. Coordinates. It briefly recorded information about the mission. Most importantly, there were location coordinates. Very convenient. Otherwise, Zhou Han would be like a headless fly. Uncle, don't worry. I'll collect them all soon. Wait for me here. You have to be careful, young hero. The steel-armored pig is not easy to deal with. Lin spoke earnestly. Zhou Han had just taken 2 steps when he turned around to talk to Lin. He wanted to try and see if he could accept other missions. Don't bite off more than you can chew. We'll talk about the rest after we've done this. As a result, Lin snapped at him. It seemed that no other scenario would be triggered until this mission was completed. Zhou Han shook his head and led the 2 women towards the steel-armored pigs. They were only about a kilometer from their destination. After clearing some wild monsters along the way, they quickly arrived. A herd of steel-armored pigs was chasing and fighting in their territory. Their bodies were covered in thick steel armor. When they collided, there were many sparks. Steel-armored pig. Grade: ordinary. Level: 8. Health: 560. Attack: 160. Defense: 80. Skill: brutal charge. The steel-armored pig charges and deals 2x attack damage to a single target. Cooldown: 40 seconds. Description: high defense, great strength, not to be provoked. This steel-armored pig's defense is really high. It's also reached level 8. It doesn't seem easy to kill. I wonder if its meat tastes good. I haven't eaten anything yet. You little foodie. All you do is eat. Zhou Han scratched Han Xiangning's nose and said with a smile. You're making fun of me again. What greeted Zhou Han was a weak fist. With that said, he also felt a little hungry. After all, this was the real world. His current level was too low, and he had not reached the realm of not needing food. Sure, after we finish our mission, we'll make a barbecue and let you eat your fill. After saying that, Zhou Han began to implement the battle plan. There were more than 100 steel-armored pigs here. If the other party rushed up together, even Zhou Han would not be able to withstand it. Therefore, it was definitely irrational to fight head-on. To complete the mission, he would have to separate them and break them into groups. This was the same as luring mobs in online games. As long as he pulled a portion of the wild monsters every time, Zhou Han could easily deal with them. Xiangning, I have a difficult task for you now. Han Xiangning pointed at herself in confusion and asked uncertainly, Ah, me? What mission? Seeing Zhou Han nod, Han Xiangning was both happy and afraid. She was happy that she was no longer useless and could do something for the team now. What she was afraid of was that the steel-armored pigs were very strong, and there were many of them. It was obvious that they were not to be trifled with. If she made a mistake, the consequences would be unimaginable. Don't worry, I'm here. I won't let anything happen to you. As if seeing the concern in Han Xiangning's heart, Zhou Han stroked her soft hair, giving her courage. Now that the two sisters had nearly 1,000 HP, their survivability was greatly enhanced. Even if there was danger, in the end, Zhou Han would protect them. Of course, Zhou Han could pull the monsters himself, but he had his own considerations. First, he wanted to cultivate the combat awareness of the two sisters. At least, they had to have some courage. Only through experience could one adapt to the environment of this dangerous world and grow. Second, as the team's main output, he had to conserve his energy to avoid any unknown accidents. Zhou Han hid behind a big tree and nodded at Han Xiangning, indicating that he was ready. At this moment, Han Xiangning picked up 2 stones from the ground and called out to the steel-armored pigs. Although their defenses were strong, they did not feel pain. However, the person who provoked them was actually a low-level human. They immediately responded. The 5 steel-armored pigs closest to them charged forward. Ah! Zhou Han hit them. Seeing this, Han Xiangning screamed in fear and quickly fled. Fortunately, she was a little faster than the steel-armored pigs, so she couldn't be caught. Don't be nervous. I'm attacking. Zhou Han comforted her. Appearing from behind the tree, he attacked the steel-armored pigs. Clang! After the sword aura was triggered, the steel-armored pigs fell to the ground. Zhou Han clapped his hands. He easily settled the battle. The next few times, Han Xiangning became more and more proficient. She pulled more and more steel-armored pigs. Indeed, as long as she was given a chance to practice, she would grow up instantly. Soon, more than half of the 100 steel-armored pigs were cleared. Zhou Han was very satisfied when he saw this. In the future, he could call Han Xiangning a little expert at pulling monsters. This way, the two sisters could be of use, and the efficiency of killing monsters would greatly increase. Something's wrong. Xiangning, come back quickly. Han Qinxue immediately reminded her after using her vision enhancement. At this moment, Han Xiangning was so excited that she did not notice the approaching danger. Beside the bushes, a larger boar, glowing silver, charged out. It was similar to the steel-armored pig, but much stronger. It attacked Han Xiangning, 1 step ahead of her. When Zhou Han saw the attributes of the wild monsters, he quickly ran over. Silver-armored pig. Grade, bronze. Level, 10. Life, 700. Attack, 200. Defense, 100. Skill, Berserk Attack, causes 2.2 times the attack damage. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Description, leader of the steel-armored pigs, relatively strong. It was a bronze-grade wild monster. Its attributes were not something ordinary wild monsters could compare to. Its skill, Berserk Attack, could instantly deal 440 damage. Even if Han Xiangning had close to 1,000 HP, she couldn't take more than a few hits. It was very dangerous. At this moment, Han Xiangning was sent flying 3 meters away by the silver-armored pig. Minus 440. Ouch, it hurts. It's coming at us again. Seeing that the silver-armored pig had attacked again, Han Xiangning hurriedly shouted, Zhou Han, save me. Don't panic. Hide behind me. At this critical moment, Zhou Han stepped forward and stood in front of her. The silver-armored pig's eyes were filled with anger. It had just gone out for a while. It did not expect its underlings to almost be wiped out. Snort, snort. The silver-armored pig snorted angrily. It wanted to tear apart the human in front of it. Miss. Miss. The silver-armored pig's 2 consecutive attacks were dodged. Even Zhou Han sighed in his heart. This 20% chance of dodging had actually been triggered twice in a row. Die, you beast. Zhou Han was not afraid of the silver-armored pig's charge. He raised his iron sword and slashed down. 1 slash, 2. He quickly triggered the poison effect. After counting in his mind for a few seconds, the silver-armored pig fell to the ground. You have successfully reached level 4 and obtained 40 enhancement points. As expected, killing monsters above his level gave him more experience. Zhou Han looked at his enhancement points. Now that he had more than 500 points, he was immediately delighted. Equipment dropped? Not bad. Mystic Light Robe. Grade, Bronze. Attributes, Defense +3, Health +10. Description, purely handmade. Average defense. Good lord. There was also a sword. This time, it was too awesome. 2 pieces of equipment dropped in a row. Luck was indeed building up. Previously, he had swept through hundreds of wild monsters and found nothing. He wondered what quality the sword was. Feeling hurried to pick it up to check. Fine Iron Sword. Grade, Bronze. Attributes, Attack +3, Critical Hit Rate +1%. Description, Refined Iron Forging, Ordinary. Both were bronze grade, but the attributes were very ordinary. However, it didn't matter as Zhou Han had the infinite enhancement talent. The upper limit of the bronze grade enhancement was 3 times. After enhancing it 3 times, its attributes would definitely be very terrifying. Zhou Han was looking forward to it. Enhance the Mystic Light Robe 3 times. You have activated talent, Infinite Enhancement. Enhancement successful. Please check the attributes. Mystic Light Robe +3. Grade, Bronze. Attributes, Defense +80, Health +500. Special Effect 1. When your health is below 100%, you will recover 500 HP per second. Special Effect 2. There is a 40% chance to dodge ordinary attacks. Description, the bronze equipment is now a powerful layer of protection. After Zhou Han saw it, he was very happy. His defense and HP had greatly increased. The HP recovery had also increased, and his chances of dodging had increased by 40%. Then, Zhou Han used 222 points to enhance the Iron Sword 3 times. Fine Iron Sword +3. Grade, Bronze. Attributes, Attack +200, Critical Rate +6%. Special Effect 1. Every ordinary attack will deal 200 fire damage, and the target will inevitably enter a burning state. Under the burning state, the target will lose 2x target's defense, HP per second for 10 seconds. Special Effect 2. When the target's health is lower than 20%, there is a 10% chance of being directly killed. Description, this sword has an absolute restraining effect on targets with high defense. After reading it, Zhou Han exclaimed, as long as a critical hit was triggered, the damage would be tripled. Whether it was a basic attack or a skill, as long as it triggered a critical hit, it could stack critical damage. Special Effect 1 burned through armor, while Special Effect 2 had a direct killing chance. They were all very powerful attributes. After tidying up, Han Xiaoning's voice came from behind. Zhou Han, thank you for saving me. It was so dangerous just now. Zhou Han turned to look at Han Xiaoning. He was immediately dumbfounded because her clothes were in tatters after being attacked by the silver-armored pig. There was a lot to see from the hole, and he could also vaguely observe the lace-edged bra. It gave a different feeling. Unexpectedly, Han Xiaoning was so well-developed. Previously, she had been wearing a loose-fitting school uniform, so he could not tell the exact situation. And it seemed to be quite big now, comparable to her sister, Han Xinxua. What are you looking at? Seeing that Zhou Han was staring at her, she immediately said shyly. Zhou Han hurriedly retracted his gaze and casually said, I was thinking that Belle Han was actually sent flying by a pig. Ha ha. However, when he thought of Han Xiaoning being sent flying by the silver-armored pig, it was indeed quite funny. Under normal circumstances, Zhou Han would not laugh unless he really could not help it. Do you want to die? How annoying. It hurts so much, but you still laugh at me. Han Xiaoning rubbed her sore shoulder with an aggrieved expression, her eyes filled with resentment. Really, he didn't know how to comfort a girl at all. Facing Han Xiaoning's punches, Zhou Han pointed at his chest and said, Stop it. I think you should change your clothes first. At this moment, due to Han Xiangning's actions, her clothes, which were already torn, could not bear the burden. The two little lumps were about to fall out. Zhou Han's eyes widened in anticipation. Such spring colors were indeed beautiful, but only for himself. He did not want other men to see Han Xiangning like this. After all, there were so many players in the fog forest. Han Xiangning followed Zhou Han's gaze and saw her chest. Her expression changed instantly. "Ah, you turn around. Don't peek." Han Xiangning screamed and instantly realized that something was wrong. She immediately reacted. She hastily covered it with her hand and spoke shyly. Okay. Here, put this shirt on." Zhou Han took off his cotton robe and handed it to her. Then he turned very obligingly and stopped peeking. These attributes? They're so strong. After Han Xiangning put on her clothes, she discovered something special. Her health and defense had greatly increased. She did not expect this dark and inconspicuous robe to be so powerful. Han Xiangning was touched that such a good thing was given to her. When she thought about how Zhou Han had worn it before and how she was wearing it now, was this considered physical intimacy? Especially since Zhou Han's smell was still lingering on it, making her heart pound like a deer. Zhou Han still had his back facing her. Seeing that Han Xiangning did not speak, he asked, "Are you done?" How could he know that Han Xiangning was in a daze? Her mind was filled with random thoughts. Han Xiangning was instantly woken up and said hurriedly, Oh, I'm done. Just turn around. Even when you change your clothes, you can be so slow." Zhou Han complained speechlessly. He then handed the Iron Sword +2 to Han Qinxue. Of course, Zhou Han had to be impartial. "You'll give me such a powerful weapon? Then what will you use?" Han Qinxue took the Iron Sword +2 hesitantly. After seeing the shocking attribute enhancement, she asked in a daze, "Don't worry, I have a stronger weapon." "Something stronger?" Even this iron sword could increase attack power by 90 points. How much stronger was his sword? She couldn't imagine. Zhou Han's current strength was too terrifying. It was simply unfathomable. Zhou Han did not explain much. After changing his new equipment, he began to count the battlefield. The two women were responsible for collecting mission-related materials. Zhou Han cut the silver-armored pig into pieces and started roasting it. It just so happened that the fine iron sword had fire attribute damage. Zhou Han slashed at the wood twice and quickly lit it up, saving him the trouble of buying flint in the shop. "Wow, it smells so good. I didn't expect you to be so good at cooking, Zhou Han." The two women had just finished packing up the materials. As they approached, they smelled barbecue. "Of course, I'm the child of a poor family. I had to cook, unlike you carefree rich ladies." Since junior high, Zhou Han had been cooking for himself. His skills were passable. "Here, let me taste it. Ouch, it's hot." Soon, the three of them enjoyed their first meal on the God-Fiend continent. They ate, drank, and rested for a while. Then, they began to return to Lin and submit the mission. "Here are the materials you asked for, Uncle. I've collected them all for you. Take a look." Zhou Han came over to Lin and placed a pile of materials in front of him. "Young hero, you are indeed capable. You actually completed it so quickly." Lin examined it, admiration in his eyes. "Here, this is your payment. Please accept it." Lin pulled out a book with the words Lin Family Sword Technique on it. Why did it sound like a martial arts secret manual? Zhou Han hurriedly took it with both hands. "Sword skill detected. You have obtained the Lin Family Sword Technique. Do you want to learn it?" The system prompt sounded. It was indeed a secret manual. Lin Family Sword Technique. Why was the name a little strange? It's not something strange, is it? "Learn," Zhou Han said carefully, feeling a little flustered. "Learn successfully. Skill panel activated. Please check." He was relieved that no weird result had occurred. As expected, a skill option appeared on the virtual interface. Zhou Han opened it. Lin Family Sword Technique. Grade, Silver. Skill 1, Sky-Splitting Slash. Unleash a violent sword aura that deals 1.3 times the attack damage to all enemy units within a 5-meter radius. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Skill 2, 8 Directional Heaven Splitter, locked. Will only be unlocked after reaching a certain level of proficiency in Skill 1. Skill 3, locked. Description: the Lin family's ancestral sword technique. When cultivated to the extreme, it will have immense power. After reading it, Zhou Han was excited. This was a silver-grade sword technique set with many accompanying moves. Every move was a skill. The skills after that were all in a locked state. It seemed that he had to constantly increase his proficiency and try to unlock them as soon as possible. What Zhou Han was a little dissatisfied with was that the damage of the sky-splitting slash was not high. It was only 1.3 times the attack power. It could be said to be very useless. Logically speaking, skills could also be enhanced. Enhance the sky-splitting slash twice. You have activated talent, infinite enhancement. Enhancement successful. Please check the attributes. Sure enough, it could be enhanced. However, he had less than 300 enhancement points left and could not use the third enhancement. Zhou Han immediately opened the skill panel and checked. Sky-splitting slash +2. Unleash 3 violent waves of sword aura and cause 5 times the attack damage to all enemy units within a 10-meter radius. Cooldown, 18 seconds. After enhancing, it first became 3 waves of sword aura. The coverage of the skill was higher than just 1 sword aura. The advantage of this was that it was even more difficult for the target to dodge. The damage range also increased, from 5 meters to 10. The damage bonus became 5 times, and the cooldown was reduced by 12 seconds. It could be said to have improved in all aspects. It was originally only a silver grade skill. Now, its strength was comparable to the platinum grade, which was 2 grades higher. You have completed the mission, Material Collection 1, and obtained a large number of experience points. You've successfully risen to level 5. Server announcement. Player Zhou Han has successfully reached level 5. As the first player to reach level 5, he will be rewarded with 20 gold coins and 1 silver treasure chest. After this system announcement was made, everyone in the chat area started complaining again. This Zhou Han is too fierce. I remember that he even killed a bronze grade monster before. Who can add Zhou Han as a friend? I have a C-rank talent. I really want to cozy up to him. The difference is too great. I'm still at level 1, and I'm still far from reaching level 2. How abnormal. Did he reach level 5 so quickly? How did Zhou Han do it? You don't know? I triggered a hidden mission previously. I reckon Zhou Han also had some opportunities. Damn, the big shot. Bei Xian has appeared. Big shot, please guide me. Zhou Han is nothing. Big boss Bei Xian is mighty. That's right. Zhou Han just got lucky. Only big boss Bei Xian depends on his strength. Bei Xian was very unhappy with Zhou Han, who had triggered 2 system announcements. He was clearly the chosen one who had awakened a B-rank talent and was taking the lead in this area. However, Zhou Han always got first place while he did not get anything. He wasn't convinced, so he got some people to change the topic in the chat area. These people were also his teammates. This was to belittle Zhou Han and praise Bei Xian. Zhou Han, don't let me meet you, or I'll definitely teach you a lesson. Bei Xian was filled with anger. He thought that Zhou Han was just relying on luck. In terms of real strength, this guy would definitely not be able to defeat him. Uncle, is there anything else you want to tell me? You don't have to be polite. Just leave everything to me. After completing the mission and obtaining a large number of experience points, Zhou Han tasted the sweetness. Let's keep talking to Lin. See if I can get some more missions. Yes, you're indeed very good. However, the subsequent missions are too difficult. Your strength is still not enough. However, it was obvious that Lin had expressed his refusal, which disappointed Zhou Han. What do you mean? Am I not strong enough? How powerful must I be? Or rather, Lin decided this based on his level. Therefore, he felt that Zhou Han's strength was very ordinary. Should I show it then? Thinking of this, Zhou Han immediately made a decision. Uncle, don't be in a hurry to refuse. Take a look at my strength. Zhou Han raised his iron sword and slashed at a big tree in front of him. He directly activated the skill, Sky-Splitting Slash. Boom! 3 violent sword auras waves spewed out. The tree exploded, leaves flying in the air. The attack of the sword energy did not decrease. It streaked across the ground. It extended 10 meters away and smashed open a gully more than a meter deep. 3 waves of sword aura? Good fellow. This power is not simple. Seeing the scene in front of him, Lin frowned and looked at Zhou Han thoughtfully. In a moment, the power of the sword aura dissipated. Zhou Han sheathed his sword and looked at Lin tentatively. Well, can I complete the mission? Good lad. You really are a genius. I almost misjudged you. What about the mission then? Zhou Han ignored the other party's praise. He only cared if he could receive the mission. Of course, I have a mission for you. With your strength, even in Blue Thunder City, You're one of the best among the younger generation. Lin stroked his beard and looked at Zhou Han with fiery eyes. There was a different kind of feeling. Zhou Han immediately looked wary. I'm a man with a normal sexual orientation. Fortunately, the system notification came in time, making Zhou Han heave a sigh of relief. New mission detected, material collection 2. Do you accept? After Zhou Han chose to accept it, detailed information was displayed. Material collection 2. Description: collect 100 ice wolf pelts, 50 tiger teeth, and 10 fire crystals, and give them to Lin. Progress: ice wolf pelt 0 out of 100, tiger teeth 0 out of 50, fire crystal 0 out of 10. Location: fog forest, ice field cave. Coordinates: ice wolf pelt. There is a high chance of dropping it after killing an ice field wolf. Tiger teeth. There is a higher chance of dropping them after killing a saber-toothed tiger. Fire crystal stone. A crystal containing fire elements that can be collected in the wild. It can also be dropped by killing fire lizards. After reading it, Zhou Han checked the map and compared the locations of the 3 types of wild monsters. Realizing that the ice field wolf was the closest, he decided to start with them. On the way, Zhou Han suddenly remembered that he still had a silver treasure chest that he had not opened. Open the silver treasure chest. Zhou Han wondered if he could get another wave of gold equipment. He was looking forward to it. You open the silver treasure chest. You have received a beginner experience card. An experience card? Seems like a good thing. Zhou Han hurriedly checked. Beginner experience card. Grade: bronze. Effect: after using it, you can obtain 1.2 times the EXP for 2 hours, including killing monsters, completing missions, and other EXP. Description: a one-time consumable that will disappear automatically after use. Limited to 1 person. Zhou Han was a little disappointed when he saw that it was bronze grade. But after seeing the effect, it still felt good. Bronze grade could be enhanced 3 times, but Zhou Han only had more than 100 enhancement points now. It was not enough. After putting the card into the package, the group quickly arrived at the ice field cave. The climate here was a little cold, and a large number of ice field wolves had gathered here. Before taking action, Zhou Han habitually appraised his attributes. Ice field wolf. Grade: bronze. Level 9. Life: 660. Attack: 210. Defense: 76. Skill: Ice Spike. Condenses the ice element into an ice spike, causing 2.1 times the attack damage to a single target. There is a 5% chance of freezing the target. When frozen, the target will lose the ability to move for 3 seconds. Cooldown: 35 seconds. Description: a pack of dire beasts that are good at using ice elements to attack. Zhou Han did not expect the other party to be a group of bronze-grade dire beasts. No wonder before accepting the mission, Lin felt that Zhou Han was not strong enough. An ordinary level 5 player couldn't even defeat an ice field wolf. Moreover, there were more than 200 of them. The mission was indeed very difficult. Of course, this was only for other players. It was nothing to Zhou Han. The only thing to worry about was the freezing effect. Zhou Han took out his iron sword and directly slashed with the sky-splitting slash. Minus 2,710. Minus 2,699. Minus 2,674. A sharp sword aura quickly flew out. Within 10 meters ahead, there were 20 to 30 ice field wolves. They had no time to react before they were instantly killed. Good lord, was that a critical hit? Although Zhou Han knew that the damage of the enhanced sky-splitting slash was also high, it was impossible to steadily hit more than 2,600 damage. The only explanation was that a 6% critical chance had been triggered. After killing them, the enhancement points were enough. Enhance the beginner experience card 3 times. You have activated talent, infinite enhancement. Enhancement successful. Please check the attributes. Beginner experience card +3. Grade: bronze. Effect: after using it, you can obtain 4 times the express for 4 hours, including killing monsters, completing missions, and other EXP. Description: a one-time consumable that will disappear automatically after use. When in a team, the team members will share the experience buff. After enhancing, the effect was extremely shocking. First, the duration of the buff's effect increased to 4 hours, and the multiplier increased to 4 times. More importantly, the teammates in the team could share the experience buff. This time, the sisters were happy. They could just lie flat and earn experience points. A woo. When the Icefield Wolves saw that their territory had uninvited guests who even killed so many of their brothers, they bared their teeth and pounced at Zhou Han. Zhou Han did not retreat at all. He charged forward with a murderous aura. Moo. A lot of icicles condensed in the air. They came at him with a cold wind. Clearly, the Icefield Wolves had released their Ice Spike skill. Zhou Han was delighted when he saw this. He had long been prepared. Using the advantage of speed, he gently dodged. He was very satisfied and successfully tricked a wave of skills. Although it was only a 5% chance of freezing, there was still a lot of Icefield Wolves. There would always be a few who would successfully trigger it, so Zhou Han was still very afraid. Therefore, he formulated a strategy. He would first waste their skills and wait for their skills to enter cooldown before taking action to harvest their lives. Use the beginner experience card. Used successfully. Current EXP buff effective time: 3 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. A description of an experience buff appeared on the virtual panel along with a timer. After the sky splitting slash cooled down, 3 more sword auras flew out. Dozens of Icefield Wolves were instantly killed. After a few waves, the Icefield Wolves here were also wiped out. Zhou Han successfully advanced to level 6, and his progress bar reached 76%. He was not far from level 7. For times the experience was indeed exaggerated. Leveling up was really fast. Coupled with the experience gained from killing monsters above his level, the benefits were terrifying. What? I've reached level 5. Me too. What's the situation? The sisters stared at each other, their eyes filled with joy and surprise. They were professionals when it came to lying flat and leveling up. If their contribution to the team battle was low, they wouldn't gain much experience. They had experienced it before, but this time, it was different. They gained a lot of experience out of nowhere. You two beauties, don't be in a daze. Come and collect the wolf pelt. Zhou Han did not want to waste the buff's duration and hurriedly urged. Hearing this, the sisters hurriedly began to move. Server announcement. Player Han Xiangming has successfully reached level 5 and become the second in the entire server. Reward: 8 gold coins and 1 bronze treasure chest. Server announcement. Player Han Xinxue has successfully reached level 5 and become the third in the entire server. Reward: 5 gold coins and 1 bronze treasure chest. After hearing the system announcement, Zhou Han finally knew why they were in a daze. After all, they had just obtained 2 bronze treasure chests from lying flat. How wonderful! 2 people who had broken through to level 5 appeared at once. The chat area started to get lively. Damn, what's with these two? They're so fierce. They reached level 5 almost at the same time. Those 2 names sound like girls. I'm only at level 2. Oh my god. I'm worse than a girl. Are all the boys dead? It's embarrassing to have 2 girls in the top 3. Have you forgotten Zhou Han, who's ranked first? That's right. We men can only rely on Zhou Han to maintain our dignity. Boss Zhou Han, you must hold on. You must not be overtaken by these 2 women. However, Zhou Han did not look at the situation in the chat area. He was taking the time to pack up the wolf pelts. Otherwise, he would have been amused to see this. Server announcement. 3 players in this region have reached level 5. The level ranking will now be opened. The players in the top 100 will receive generous rewards. The ranking will be calculated once a week. Note: the first player to reach level 10 will obtain a hidden class template. As soon as this news came out, the chat area instantly exploded. Damn, a hidden class. That's 10 times stronger than an ordinary class. Work hard to level up. I want this hidden class. I can't ask for a hidden class. I just hope to get into the top 100. Looks like these rewards have no affinity with our low-ranked talents. We can only watch. You can't say that. There are many opportunities in this world. You might encounter them one day. Yes, now that you mention it, I'm instantly filled with confidence. I have a cliff here. I'll jump down and see what I can find. I hope you can survive. I need a powerful B-rank teammate to level up with. My current teammate is too lousy. Finding a strong teammate. My B-rank talent is Flame Enhancement. B-rank talents, form a team. Let's get into the top 10. Soon, the chat area was flooded with recruitment messages. Everyone wanted to find a strong team to quickly level up. As a result, the strong began to group together and become stronger. If the weak could not keep up with development, they would only become weaker. The gap would widen. The hidden class is mine. Even if I'm in 4th place, I'm only temporarily behind. Zhou Han, just you wait. Chen Beixian clenched his fists and sneered. He was determined to get 1st place. Such was the confidence that the strong possessed. Then, he opened the rankings and looked. Level ranking. 1. Zhou Han, level 6, 76%. 2. Han Xiangning, level 5, 10%. 3. Han Qinxue, level 5, 3.5%. 4. Miao Xue, level 3, 38%. 5. Chen Beixian, level 3, 0.9%. What? I'm actually in 5th place. Chen Beixuan's expression turned ugly. He had thought he was in 4th place, but now this was happening. It was hard for him to accept that his arrogance was so ridiculous. The faces kept changing. After a few minutes of silence, he seemed to make up his mind and spoke to the team. Come on, let's head for that cave. You know the dangers there, don't you? Do you really want to take such a risk? One of the team members was anxious and hurriedly dissuaded him. Danger and opportunity coexist. Say no more. My mind is made up. Chen Beixian led the way out. The man and women worked together tirelessly. Soon, the number of wolf pelts reached 100, and the mission here was completed. Without stopping, the 3 of them set off for their next destination, the habitat of the saber-toothed tiger. Don't the 2 of you have a treasure chest each? Open it and take a look. Perhaps a divine artifact will drop. On the way, Zhou Han said with a smile. That's right. I wonder what good stuff can be opened. Sister, open it first. Han Qinxue nodded and opened the case in 2 seconds. There was a flash of light, and a piece of equipment appeared in his hand. How is it? What quality is it? Zhou Han hurriedly asked, looking forward to it. He wondered what luck the beauty would have. It's a bronze-grade wrist guard. After hearing this, Zhou Han was a little disappointed. It was considered average. At least, none of them were ordinary grade. Han Qinxue was quite happy. Obtaining the bronze treasure chest was already a pleasant surprise. Being able to obtain bronze-grade equipment was equivalent to getting a free item. Sister, your luck isn't that good. Watch me. Han Xiangning smiled. A treasure chest hiding a mysterious power. Show me your true strength. Gold equipment, heed my call. Come out. Han Xiangning crossed her arms like a magical girl. She looked extremely cute and made one want to kiss her. There was a flash of light, and then Han Xiangning fell silent. They were unsure why she was in such a daze. Could it be that a top-grade equipment dropped? Zhou Han looked at Han Xiangning for a long time without saying anything. Was she shocked? A bold guess formed in his mind. Sob, it's an ordinary equipment. Han Xiangning's expression changed, and she looked pitiful. Ha ha. Zhou Han and Han Qinxue laughed at the same time. She got this thing after such an elaborate ritual. Logically speaking, Han Xiangning had such a fair appearance. She definitely wouldn't have bad luck. It seemed that luck had nothing to do with one's looks. All right. Zhou Han, this wrist guard is for you. After the 3 of them finished laughing, Han Qinxue handed the equipment to Zhou Han. Here, take a look and see if it's of any use to you. The sisters naturally knew that Zhou Han was the strongest one. As the team's output core, good equipment had to be worn first. Zhou Han did not stand on ceremony. Since they were all acquaintances, he directly took it. After checking, he realized that it was a belt. Although it was an ordinary level, he happened to lack equipment for this part. Equipment parts were divided into helmet, clothing, wrist guard, belt, leg guard, and boots. A total of 6 parts. As for accessories, there were necklace, ring, bracelet, magic stone, badge, medal, and so on. There was also some special equipment. Are you going to tie me up by giving me a belt? Zhou Han said with a smirk. After all, a girl giving a boy a belt had a special meaning. Ah, you're so annoying. Change into your equipment first. Han Xiangning blushed and hurriedly changed the topic. Zhou Han only smiled calmly before checking the attributes of the equipment. Zhou Han did not take a closer look. In any case, the attributes were definitely not good. He directly activated enhancement. Bronze grade could be enhanced thrice, and ordinary grade could only be enhanced twice. Cloth belt plus 2. Grade, ordinary. Attributes, HP plus 300. Special effect 1. After entering combat state, maximum HP will increase by 30%. Immediately disappears after leaving combat state for 5 seconds. Special effect 2. After being attacked, your attack power will increase by 10%. It cannot be stacked. If you do not receive any subsequent attacks within 10 seconds, the buff will disappear. Description: a very ordinary equipment, but it can still play a small role in battle. After looking at it, Zhou Han also felt that this equipment was a little interesting. Both special effects were related to combat. It was quite possible for equipment that had been enhanced twice to have such an effect. Zhou Han immediately buckled his belt. The enhanced wrist guard flickered with a pale green halo. The attributes also appeared. Green steel bracer +3. Grade: bronze. Attributes: defense +50, health +400. Special effect 1. When your health is below 100%, you will recover 400 HP per second. Special effect 2. Damage taken is reduced by 20%. Description: forged from tough green steel. Good defense. This time, Zhou Han was very satisfied. The increased health and defense were great. The special effects were still healing and damage reduction. There were no changes, but the effects had increased. After putting it on, Zhou Han opened the attribute panel and looked at his overall attributes. Zhou Han. Level: 6, 76%. Class: none. Class change at level 10. Health: 1, 850 + 1, 300. Attack: 60 + 300. Defense: 12 + 130. Talent: infinite enhancement. Weapon: refined iron sword +3. Burn kill. Accessory: 3-leaf necklace +2. Absorbs 2000 damage. 50% poison resistance. Helmet: none. Clothing: mystic light robe +3. 500 HP per second. 40% evasion. Wrist guard: green steel bracer +3. 400 HP per second. 20% damage reduction. Belt: rough belt +2. Combat state: +30% maximum HP. +10% attack. Leg guard: none. Boots: snakeskin war boots +2. 10% immune to slow. Combat state: +50% movement speed. Now his total HP had exceeded 3,000, and he could still absorb 2,000 points of damage. Coupled with the 30% health bonus in combat, his health could be said to be close to 6,000. The HP recovery effect could be stacked, recovering 900 HP per second. There were also various special effects, damage reduction, and evasion. Zhou Han instantly felt that he was about to take off. Take this wrist guard first. Zhou Han handed the thick iron wrist guard he had changed out of to Han Qinxue. When she put it on and saw the attributes, there was also a gasp. She hadn't expected an ordinary piece of equipment to have such heaven-defying special effects. She guessed that it should be related to Zhou Han's awakened talent. Zhou Han's talent was probably not just B rank. It might be A rank or even higher. She was smart enough not to ask. Anyway, with such a powerful teammate in the team, she only needed to cozy up to him. Why would she need to ask for his secrets? Roar. Hearing the loud roar, the three of them had reached the area where the saber-toothed tiger was active. The saber-toothed tiger was 3 times the size of an ordinary tiger. Its terrifying long fangs were exposed outside its mouth. They gleamed like sharp swords, imposing and majestic. Its eyes glittered fiercely as it watched the 3 approaching humans. Saber-toothed tiger. Grade: bronze. Level: 10. Life: 760. Attack: 250. Defense: 86. Skill: Tiger Pounce. Relying on a strong body, pounce on the target and cause 2.5 times the attack damage. Cooldown: 28 seconds. Description: it does not like to live in groups. It is powerful and has great frontal strength. As Zhou Han had expected, this saber-toothed tiger was also bronze grade. Its attributes were even stronger than the ice-field wolf, and it had reached level 10. After seeing the description, Zhou Han frowned. You don't like crowds? Sure enough, he realized that the saber-toothed tigers were scattered. This was not good for him. If he fought them one by one, it would be a waste of time. The EXP buff time could not be wasted like this. He had no choice but to pull the monsters in. After more than half an hour, Zhou Han provoked nearly 100 saber-toothed tigers. After pulling the aggro, they surrounded Zhou Han in the center. All of them let out fierce roars, wanting to tear Zhou Han into pieces. Zhou Han did not panic at all. He used sky-splitting slash and insta-killed everyone. The system notification also reminded him that he had leveled up to level 7 and was one step closer to level 10. Hee, I was lucky. I dropped a piece of equipment. Picking up a piece of equipment from the ground, Zhou Han checked and found that it was a bronze-grade leg guard equipment. He directly enhanced it 3 times. After wearing it, he checked its attributes. Tiger skin leg guard +3. Grade, bronze. Attributes, movement speed +35, defense +20. Special effect 1. Speed will not decrease because of the terrain. If the terrain is favorable to speed, speed will increase. Special effect 2. When you are attacked, the target's attack speed will decrease by 10%. Description: sewn from tiger skin, it has exquisite workmanship. Average defense. After Zhou Han saw it, his eyes lit up. It had actually increased his movement speed by 35 points. This was awesome. He was really going to take off. Moreover, Special Effect 1 was also very powerful. It completely ignored the influence of the terrain. For example, if he took a mountain road or a place like a swamp, his speed would definitely be limited. However, with this special effect, these places were completely unable to affect him. If the wind was strong, the speed could be increased with the wind. This special effect was really awesome. Special Effect 2 was targeted at the enemy. It reduced the opponent's attack speed and could restrict the enemy very well. Zhou Han, we've collected all 50 tiger teeth. Han Qinxue packed a bunch of long canine teeth and handed them over. Zhou Han nodded and put it into his spatial bag. Let's go. We have to hurry. There are 10 fire crystals left. As pulling the monsters took a lot of time, Zhou Han and the others directly headed to the next target. He opened the map and followed the route to a volcano. In front of him was a group of fire lizards with attributes similar to that of the saber-toothed tiger. They were all bronze-grade wild monsters. However, they were all gathered together, and it was very easy to clean them up. Zhou Han used his skill 3 times before wrapping up. So, have you counted them? How many fire crystals? Zhou Han asked when he saw the 2 sisters. Only 8. Not enough to complete the mission. Han Qinshua's expression darkened. Have you confirmed everything? Have you missed anything? Zhou Han asked again. More than 60 fire lizards only dropped 8 fire crystals. Although he knew that the drop rate of fire crystals was extremely low, he did not expect it to be so low. We've checked it 3 times. It's really all we've got, Han Xiangning said gloomily. In the fog forest, there were also fire lizards in other areas, but they were far away. Even if they rushed over now, there was no time. Fire crystals could also be collected from caves, but it required luck. Collecting fire crystals now was like looking for a needle in a haystack. With this delay, the EXP buff time would have long passed. Even if he handed in the mission, he would not be able to enjoy 4 times the experience. By the way, isn't there a trading area? Post a request for purchase. Maybe someone happens to have a fire crystal. Han Qinshuo suddenly reminded him. Well, I'll try. Zhou Han nodded and felt that it was feasible. He clicked on the trading area and posted a post asking to buy fire crystals. He waited, but nothing happened. Zhou Han opened the chat area again. He typed a sentence and clicked send. Those with fire crystals can talk to me privately. The price is negotiable. After sending it out, Zhou Han regretted it immediately. He was still too anxious. If he put it that way, wouldn't he get ripped off? However, on second thought, it was worth it to pay more resources for a mission with 4 times the experience. Seeing Zhou Han's message, the chat area instantly became lively. Wow, Big Boss Zhou Han, I want to have children with you. Get lost. Zhou Han is mine. You're all daydreaming. What are fire crystals? I've never heard of any of them. The big shot is playing a different game. This thing is obviously not simple. What a pity. I don't have any fire crystals and missed the opportunity to interact with the big shot. Yes, I'm going to look for it now. I don't know if I'll make it in time. Zhou Han looked at it for a while and was a little disappointed. It was all nonsense. No one had ever seen anything like it. Yes, there's a private message. Just as Zhou Han was about to give up and leave the interface to think of another way, a private message appeared on the panel. Zhou Han took a closer look. The other party's name was Mei Aoshua. She should be a woman. It's not harassment, right? After all, many women had harassed Zhou Han before and were blocked by him. With a slight hesitation, he opened the dialog box. I have a fire crystal. Picture attached. After Zhou Han opened it, this sentence appeared in the dialog box. He clicked on the picture and the description was displayed. Fire crystal. Contains a rich amount of fire elements. It has a wide range of uses and can increase the proficiency of fire skills. After reading it, Zhou Han was delighted. It was indeed a fire crystal. He immediately replied, I need 2 fire crystals. I wonder if you have enough. In a cave, a beautiful figure killed all the red jade scorpions in front of her. She wore a long dress, and her long hair fell to her shoulders. She had the aura of beauty, as if she were in a painting, perfect and flawless. However, the only flaw was that her entire body emitted a cold aura. Her beautiful face was expressionless and arrogant. Mei Aoshue was like a plum blossom in the snow, blooming with his own brilliance. After receiving Zhou Han's message, she slowly opened the interface and began to talk. Yes, I do. 2 is no problem. With her current strength, she could not defeat the bronze-grade fire lizard at all. However, she was lucky and happened to collect a few fire crystals along the way. After seeing Zhou Han's request, she took the initiative to initiate a private chat. What conditions are required? That depends on what you're offering. Just so we're clear, I'm not short of gold. Still expressionless, Mei Aoshue continued typing. She had already guessed that Zhou Han must have something urgent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have shouted on the public chat after posting in the trading area. The other party was ranked first on the rankings. Now that he had something to ask of her, she would definitely extort him. Seeing Mei Aoshue's message, Zhou Han frowned. As expected, the other party was asking for more. Her attitude was clear. She did not want gold coins. Unless he gave something rare, she wouldn't trade with him. Although Zhou Han was unhappy, he endured it for the experience buff. What do you think of this? The heart-protecting lotus. Zhou Han only had equipment and spiritual fruits on him now. It was definitely impossible to trade his equipment. In any case, there were still 4 heart-protecting lotuses that were useless to him. Therefore, he directly sent the attributes of the heart-protecting lotus over. This won't do. It only adds 100 HP. It's too disadvantageous for me to exchange 2 fire crystals. Actually, Mei Aoshue was a little tempted, but she still had to test Zhou Han's bottom line. She believed that Zhou Han, who was ranked first, definitely had something better. This was the competition of their mental fortitude. Not to your liking. This was a greedy woman. She wanted to eat him alive. According to the normal price, a heart-protecting lotus could be exchanged for 5 fire crystals. Fire crystals had a low drop rate, but they could still be dropped by killing monsters. As for the heart-protecting lotus, it was considered a spiritual fruit that could only be chanced upon by luck. It was not something that one could obtain just because one wanted to. However, the other party did not like it now and wanted greater benefits. Zhou Han spent 2 enhancement points and sent the enhanced heart-protecting lotus over. It's the best thing I have. If you don't like it, forget it. What? Increase 800 HP? Mei Aoshue's beautiful eyes were filled with surprise. With the bonus of 800 HP, she would level up even faster. As expected of the first-ranked Zhou Han, he actually had such a powerful spiritual fruit. This was only 800. How would she feel if she knew that it could increase her HP by 1,500? Sure, let's trade now. A smile bloomed on Mei Aoshue's face as if the ice had melted and the sun was shining. It was a beautiful sight. She raised her eyebrows. So what if it's the number 1 on the list? She had him dancing in her palms. Soon, Zhou Han requested a deal and successfully completed it. After obtaining the heart-protecting lotus, Mei Aoshue was filled with excitement and sent a message. Zhou Han, happy cooperation. Let's work together again next time. Message failed. You have been blacklisted. What? Blacklisted me? Mei Aoshue was in disbelief. How many men could not wait to get closer to her? Zhou Han actually blacklisted her. He certainly never saw my face. Mei Aoshue knew her own charms. Few men could resist it. Good. We'll meet again one day. When the time comes, Mei Aoshue immediately looked forward to meeting Zhou Han. This guy, who had obtained the fire crystal stone, rushed towards Lin. There was still half an hour of buff time left. He had to race against time. As for why he had blacklisted Mei Aoshue, it was mainly because this woman was too cunning. She knew that he was in urgent need of fire crystals, so she extorted him like this. He was very unhappy that she had profited from the situation. Zhou Han, you're not bad. You completed the mission so quickly. As expected, heroes emerged from the young. Lin stroked his beard, showing relief in his eyes as he smiled happily. The materials are all here. Do a quick check. Zhou Han didn't have time to waste any more time. He hurriedly stuffed the materials into Lin's hand. Yes, the numbers tally. Here, this is the reward. Take it. Lin nodded and handed a black scroll that radiated mystery to Zhou Han. As soon as he got it, he heard the system prompt. You have obtained the Demon Summoning Scroll. Please check it. Zhou Han clicked on it. Demon Summoning Scroll. After using it, it will summon a world boss. Killing it will give a generous reward. Note, the summoned boss will be announced to the entire region. If you don't have powerful strength, don't summon it easily. Otherwise, it will benefit others. The world bosses of the God-Fiend continent were divided into two categories. The first was summoned through a scroll. The second was naturally spawned within the game. However, there would be a regional announcement for both. Every player had an equal chance. The higher the damage dealt to the boss, the more rewards one would receive. If a player dealt the final blow to the boss, they would also receive a special reward. To deal the final blow, one would have to rely on luck. After all, there were too many people attacking the boss. No one could guarantee that their attacks would kill the boss. You have completed the mission, Material Collection 2, and obtained a large number of experience points. You've successfully risen to level 9. With the 4 times experience bonus, Zhou Han's experience suddenly reached 46% of level 9. He was getting closer and closer to level 10. Zhou Han opened the rankings and glanced at them. Level ranking. 1. Zhou Han, level 9, 46%. 2. Han Xiangning, level 8, 20.3%. 3. Han Qinxue, level 8, 12.5%. 4. Miao Xue, level 4, 58%. 5. Chun Beixian, level 3, 77.9%. 6. Lin Fan, level 3, 33.3%. The 3 of them firmly occupied the top 3 of the rankings, leaving the others far behind. In that case, let's use the Demon Summoning Scroll. Zhou Han's current strength was completely unrivaled. He was still confident in taking down the boss. He could also take this opportunity to reach level 10 and obtain the hidden class reward. You used the Demon Summoning Scroll. Server announcement. Player Zhou Han has summoned the world boss, the bloodthirsty demon spider. It will appear in the fog forest in 5 minutes. Coordinates are. This announcement caused a stir among the players. Killing a world boss would drop a lot of rewards. If one was lucky, one might be able to take off directly and make up for the gap brought by talent. Damn, Boss Zhou Han is too fierce. He actually summoned a world boss. I wonder how strong the world boss is. I hope it's not too strong. That way, us rogues can still make some money. Let's go. We have to hurry or the boss will be snatched. I'm in the area right now. I've got some strong teammates coming. I have bad luck. I'm too far from the coordinates to make it in time. I'd better not go. My strength is too weak. If I have the time to join in the fun, I might as well level up. Damn, this was too much of a scam. Zhou Han was speechless when he saw the coordinates given by the system. The boss's spawn point was 30 kilometers away. Even if Zhou Han had 55 points of speed now, he needed to conserve some energy and would definitely not run at full speed. All things considered, it would take more than 20 minutes to get there. Although he was unhappy, he would not give up until the boss's kill notification appeared. After agreeing to meet up with the sisters, Zhou Han jumped out like the wind. Soon, 5 minutes passed, and the bloodthirsty demon spider appeared in a spacious clearing. The huge body lay there, unmoving, seemingly harmless. Many players who were closer arrived early and waited, ready to attack. Seeing the bloodthirsty demon spider appear, everyone was excited and their eyes were burning. This was a favorable position. The opportunity to turn the tables was right in front of them. No one wanted to miss it. Let's go, brothers. The boss belongs to our team. Come on, let's follow. We can't let them get ahead of us. The boss level is too high to check its specific attributes. Will it be dangerous to rush up like this? Dangerous? How dangerous? So many of us could drown it with a spit each. Yes, don't you understand the principle of ants biting an elephant to death? Don't be a coward. Attack together. As long as they killed the boss and dropped top-grade equipment, they would be able to make a comeback. Therefore, many players lost their minds and rushed forward like moths to a flame. Moreover, the bloodthirsty demon spider was lying there looking harmless, giving this group of people even more courage. If they didn't seize the opportunity and got robbed, they would regret it for life. Of course, there were also some schemers who were very calm and watched coldly from the side. They would not take risks easily. Ah, there was an uninterrupted scream, then it became very quiet. Sure enough, something had happened. Just as these players were about to approach, the bloodthirsty demon spider suddenly moved. It spat out a green mist that killed every player within 10 meters. There was no chance to defend themselves before dying. The scene was horrifying and strange. Seeing this, the people rushing from behind hurriedly stopped in their tracks, their legs weak with fear. This world boss was too ferocious and instantly became a killing machine. Damn, that's ridiculous. Instant kill. That green aura must be poisonous mist. Fortunately, I ran slowly and fell behind. Otherwise, I would probably be a corpse now. I'm still too impulsive. These people's backs turned cold, and they broke out in a cold sweat. Their heated minds calmed down instantly. A world boss was indeed not to be underestimated. After that wave of instant kills, these people were obviously terrified. They were too uncertain to step forward. This was not a game. They had only one life, and there was no chance of resurrection. Everyone tried to use long-range attacks, but it didn't work either. Their weapons were too weak to penetrate the defense. They could only wait where they were. They wanted to leave, but they could not bear to. However, they could not win. Let's go? We can't beat it. Let's slip away. Don't be anxious. Wasn't this boss summoned by Zhou Han? When he's fighting the boss, it's also possible for us to follow behind and deal some damage. Hey, this is not bad. But where is Zhou Han now? Who knows? We don't know what he looks like. He could be mixed up in the crowd right now. Don't count on Zhou Han. He probably can't deal with such a boss either. Otherwise, he would have attacked long ago. Everyone had their own thoughts and discussed fervently. More than half of the people had already left. A small number were still watching. Few finally caught up. Seeing the boss in the open space, Zhou Han, who had run over, heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was the boss. After resting for a minute, Zhou Han activated appraisal on the bloodthirsty demon spider. The level difference between you and the target is too great. Identification failed. I can't identify it. This was the first time Zhou Han had encountered such a situation. Although appraisal was an initial skill, it was very useful. After all, if they could obtain information about the target, they could make corresponding targeted combat plans. He wondered how effective it would be after enhancement. You have activated the talent, Infinite Enhancement. The skill, Appraisal, has been successfully enhanced twice. Please check. Appraisal +2 ignores the level difference and can see the attributes of any target. At the same time, it can identify the target's weaknesses. Attacking the target's weakness will cause 2 to 5 times the damage. It was indeed effective. Furthermore, a weakness explanation had appeared. Attacking a weakness could also stack critical damage. Zhou Han did not take the appraisal skill to heart previously. After all, it was an auxiliary skill. If not for the fact that he could not check the attributes now, he would not have thought of enhancing it. If he had known that it would be so useful, Zhou Han would have enhanced it long ago. When he looked at it again, the target's attribute panel was indeed displayed. Bloodthirsty Demon Spider. Grade, Silver. Level, 20. Life, 2100. Attack, 513. Defense, 177. Skill 1, Poison Mist. All enemy units within 10 meters lose 1000 HP per second. Duration, 10 seconds. Cooldown, 25 seconds. Skill 2, Bloodthirsty. After causing damage, recovers 60% of the damage as equivalent HP. Description, strong toxicity, strong recovery ability. Do not fight a protracted battle. The head and legs are its weaknesses. Is this the silver grade world boss? It's so weak. After looking at the attributes, Zhou Han complained. These players were horrible. This sea of people could not hurt the boss at all. Zhou Han had no problem fighting 10 bosses like this. Although the Poison Mist skill caused a constant loss of HP, Zhou Han had poison resistance and the special effect of recovering 900 HP per second. It posed no threat at all. There was also a bloodthirsty skill that could recover health. However, with a total of only 2100 HP, it was nothing to Zhou Han. Without wasting any time, Zhou Han walked up with his iron sword. He had to hurry because there was a time limit to how long a world boss could stay. If it was not killed within the stipulated time, it would automatically disappear. Therefore, Zhou Han could not let the rewards fly away. Hey kid, you just came, right? Don't go up and die. You can't deal with this boss alone. Seeing Zhou Han walking straight towards the boss, a kind-hearted player immediately reminded him. He believed that Zhou Han came later and did not see the tragic scene of a large number of players dying. When Zhou Han heard the other party's words, he took a look and nodded. Then he continued forward without hesitation, looking like he wouldn't listen to reason. Hey, this kid, don't you understand what I'm saying? Hee hee, young people like to show off, but the price this time might be a little high. He doesn't know what's good for him. If this boss is really so easy to kill, why would a large group of us be waiting here foolishly? That's not how you try to be pretentious. It costs you your life. Even Zhou Han, who's ranked first, isn't so good at posturing. Look at how low-key everyone else is. That's right. Look, once you get close to the boss, he'll die immediately. At this moment, Zhou Han was very close to the boss in order to accurately hit its weakness. When the bloodthirsty demon spider saw Zhou Han's intrusion, its eyes were filled with endless anger, and it spat out a mouthful of poisonous mist. It's this green mist that's about to kill him. Watch me count. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. What's going on? He's not dead after 3 seconds. Something's wrong. This doesn't make sense. This man is something. Damn, he's a big shot. I misjudged him. Zhou Han was not afraid of the poisonous mist at all. He slashed out with his sword, releasing the sky-splitting slash. 3 sword auras flew towards the bloodthirsty demon spider's head. Minus 2,769. The increase in damage from the weakness and the 5 times damage from the sky-splitting slash resulted in a one-shot kill. Boom. Output ratio. 1. Zhou Han, 100%. The bloodthirsty demon spider crashed heavily to the ground. Relying on its body's instincts, it continued to twitch. What happened? He killed the boss just like that. What? Impossible? I've never seen anyone so powerful. You saw it today? My God, this is f-king ridiculous. Instant kill? You must be kidding me. The boss is like paper in front of this person. It can't withstand a single blow. He turned my common sense upside down. Server announcement. Player Zhou Han has successfully killed the world boss. Reward: 20 gold coins and 2 silver treasure chests. Soon, the system announcement sounded in everyone's minds. Zhou Han killed it? Then what about this person in front of me? He's Zhou Han. No wonder he has such confidence and courage. I actually mocked him just now. As expected, this is the dominance of being ranked first. He's so handsome and manly. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. At this moment, the bloodthirsty demon spider's corpse exploded, and a few silver lights flew out. It glittered in the air for a moment, then fell to the ground. Silver light. Did silver-grade equipment drop? There are several pieces of equipment. Is the drop rate of world bosses that high? It should be related to the share of output. After all, I had dealt 100% damage, and I was the one who had delivered the final blow. These rewards all belong to me. Zhou Han was overjoyed. Goodness, I saw 5 silver lights. That's 5 pieces of silver equipment. I'm f-king jealous. If only I could have one. With these pieces of silver equipment, Zhou Han will become even more terrifying. The players reacted differently to such a scene. Some were envious, others jealous. One by one, their eyes flickered. No one knew what they were thinking. Standing in the middle of the crowd, Chun Beixian watched Zhou Han's performance from beginning to end. His heart was filled with greed and resentment. He had a B-rank talent and extraordinary capabilities. However, he was no match for Zhou Han at all. He guessed that Zhou Han must have obtained some kind of opportunity. Zhou Han, hand over the silver equipment. There are so many of us here, and we didn't get anything. Do you want to keep it for yourself? Chun Beixian pondered for a moment before standing up and scolding Zhou Han. Of course, he definitely could not deal with Zhou Han alone. He had to make good use of the greed in the hearts of all present. As long as he started, everyone's emotions were stirred up, and they unanimously scolded Zhou Han. Zhou Han, you're too much. Hurry up and hand over the equipment. Yes, you're already so strong as first place. We're all too poor. Don't even think about leaving today unless you give us something good. He must have a lot of treasures on him. Everyone, stop him. Don't let him get away. Soon, Chun Beixian took the lead and his teammates echoed his words. Many people present pointed their accusations at Zhou Han. They criticized fiercely and wanted to force him to submit. If they had met Zhou Han normally, they definitely wouldn't have had the guts. Things were different now. Firstly, they felt that Zhou Han had just fought with the boss and was not in a good state. It could even be said that he was currently weak. Secondly, there were thousands of people present. No matter how strong Zhou Han was, could he fight thousands of people alone? Through these analyses, these players were filled with confidence and had the courage to challenge Zhou Han. Looking at the chaotic scene, Chun Beixian had a smile on his face. He looked as if victory was in his grasp. Zhou Han also noticed Chun Beixian's smug gaze. This guy was indeed sinister and had instigated these players to cause this situation. However, in the face of absolute power, any scheme was useless. He would deal with such clowns later. For now, he had to deal with the trouble at hand. Good. You all want my gear, don't you? Zhou Han's expression was cold. He pointed at the flat ground on his right and continued. There's an empty space in front of me. Those who want my equipment, stand over here. Before you make a choice, don't be impulsive. Think it through. You have 1 minute. After saying that, he closed his eyes. As for why he did it, the goal was to capture all those who were greedy for his possessions. Everyone listened with different expressions. Was he showing weakness? Or was he admitting defeat? Many of them were overjoyed. As expected, Zhou Han was a little afraid of facing thousands of people at once. At the thought of being able to obtain silver equipment immediately, everyone's hearts were filled with excitement. They all began to gather quickly. You've made your choice? Then you can go to hell together. A minute later, Zhou Han opened his eyes and saw many people standing on the flat ground. It was impossible to count exactly how many there were. In any case, there were no less than 1,000. Zhou Han really did not expect so many people to come and seek death. What an ignorant bunch. They had no idea of the difference in strength. Right now, Zhou Han was standing on the spot. Even if they attacked, they would not be able to break his defense. Greed was indeed human nature. People died for money and birds died for food. It was not just a saying. When these people heard Zhou Han's words, their expressions changed. Big talk. You should see how many of us are here. Brothers, go and teach him a lesson. Is he that arrogant? Does he really think he can take on 1,000 people by himself? Let's attack. If we get the equipment, it's ours. More than 1,000 people surrounded Zhou Han. Cruel smiles appeared on their faces as all kinds of weapons were used on Zhou Han. But then, stunned expressions appeared on their faces. -0. Miss. -0. -0. What's going on? Why isn't he losing HP? He can actually dodge? We can't even break his defense. How can we fight this? It's too terrifying. This is a human boss. FCK, let's retreat quickly. We can't afford to offend him. The group of people was immediately frightened. To them, Zhou Han was simply invincible. His strength exceeded their imagination. They originally thought that no matter how strong Zhou Han was, he was only several times stronger than them. There was certainly no hope of survival under the siege of 1,000 people. They were wrong. Not to mention 1,000 people. Even 10,000 people could not do anything to Zhou Han. None of them continued to be stupid. As they calmed down instantly, their greed completely consumed by fear. They started to scatter and run. Trying to escape? You made the wrong choice and deserve to be punished. Zhou Han's eyes turned cold. The iron sword in his hand emitted a bloodthirsty cold light under the sunlight. He would definitely not show mercy to these people who wanted to kill him. Zhou Han first used this sky-splitting slash, where the crowd was the densest. In an instant, more than 100 people fell to the ground. Run. Murderer. That's horrible. When these people saw Zhou Han's powerful killing intent, they immediately panicked. A bunch of useless people. Let me show you my true strength. Relying on his advantage and speed, Zhou Han was like a god of death, constantly harvesting their heads. His expression was cold, and there was no trace of pity in his eyes. These players had no ability to resist at all. All of them were like chicks, unable to withstand a single blow. The current area was like purgatory. Screams and cries were everywhere. What? That's impossible. How can he be so powerful? Chun Beixian was completely dumbfounded. This was 1 versus 1,000. Since when did Zhou Han have such powerful strength? He had thought that he was talented, but he did not expect that he was such a weakling in front of Zhou Han. The other party could crush him with a finger. Your turn. After killing all these players, Zhou Han looked at Chun Beixian with a ferocious aura. No. When he met Zhou Han's cold gaze, he was terrified and panicked. They were both players who had just entered the Godfiend continent. Why was the difference in strength so huge? Chen Beixian would not have the chance to figure this out in the future as a sword light flew over and cut him in half. From the beginning to the end, Zhou Han did not know that this guy was Chen Beixian. Anyway, he was just a clown. There was no need to know. Anyone else who wants my equipment? Zhou Han's calm gaze swept across the crowd. No one dared meet his gaze. They all bowed their heads, too frightened to breathe. What a joke. Did they not want to live? More than 1,000 people were killed within minutes. He was a god of death. This terrifying and shocking scene would be seared into their hearts. After watching for a while without anyone making a sound, Zhou Han felt bored. In that case, piss off. The rest of the crowd breathed a sigh of relief at that. One by one, they ran away from this terrifying place. Zhou Han was a little puzzled. Why wasn't there a notification that he had reached level 10? He checked his attribute panel. His EXP had reached level 9, 99.2%. Zhou Han was a little speechless when he saw this. Han Qinxue and her sister had not arrived yet. While Zhou Han waited, he also began to check the silver equipment he had obtained. A total of 5 pieces of silver equipment. Zhou Han started reading. Mithril sword, grand feather helmet, jade ring, purple jade necklace, cloud helmet. 1 weapon, 2 helmet gear, and 2 accessories. After comparing the attributes, Zhou Han chose the grand feather helmet with better attributes. After enhancement, the attributes were displayed. Grand feather helmet plus 3. Grade, silver. Attributes, defense plus 100, health plus 700. Special effect 1, damage taken reduced by 20%. Special effect 2, in battle, the probability of receiving a critical hit is reduced by 30%. Description, made from the feathers of a swan goose. It is very exquisite and can protect the head well. His defense and HP had increased quite a lot. 2 special effects. 1 to reduce damage and 1 to reduce the critical hit rate when attacked. Zhou Han looked at the enhanced weapon again. Mithril sword plus 3. Grade, silver. Attributes, attack plus 300, critical rate plus 10%. Special effect 1. After entering combat state, attack will increase by 3 times. Immediately disappears after leaving combat state for 5 seconds. Special effect 2. When the target's health is lower than 30%, there is a 20% chance of them being directly killed. Description, a sharp blade is very damaging. His attack power and critical chance had increased. Special effect 1 could increase attack power. The triple bonus was very good. Special effect 2 was still the effect of killing. The probability had increased a little. After equipping it, Zhou Han's combat strength increased significantly. Soon, the sisters came over and Zhou Han distributed the extra equipment to them. Server announcement. Player Zhou Han is the first to reach level 10. Reward, hidden class template. After killing 10 dire beasts, a system announcement finally came. Seeing the additional hidden class template in the package, Zhou Han was excited. He could finally change his class. After hearing the announcement, the players in the chat immediately expressed their envy and jealousy. This is too heaven-defying. He reached level 10 so quickly. I'm only level 2, but the big shot is already level 10. Comparisons are odious. Han Xiangming and Han Qinxue should be reaching level 10 soon. Why are they all so powerful? Strange, I don't see Big Boss Chen Beixian. Did you just wake up? Zhou Han fought more than 1,000 people alone, and Chen Beixian was killed instantly. Chen Beixian is finally dead? Good thing he's dead. It's so frustrating to keep seeing him show off. Damn, are you serious? Is he that fierce? Of course it's true. Zhou Han killed so many people that the sky darkened and the sun and moon dimmed. It's really too scary. Zhou Han took out the hidden class template and checked it. According to the system, there were several basic classes in the Godfiend continent. Swordsman, monk, archer, mage, clergyman, nightbringer, and lancer. Then, there would be some details in each basic class. At level 25, he could undergo the first awakening. Zhou Han was not very sure about the details. Hidden class template detected. Please choose your class. I choose the swordsman. Zhou Han directly chose to be a swordsman. He felt that it was convenient to use a sword, and it was quite handsome. It was not important if the class could deal high damage. Being handsome was the #1 priority. Anyway, with the talent of infinite enhancement, Zhou Han did not lack that bit of damage. Even a useless class could become godly in his hands. You became a swordsman. Hidden class template triggered. You have obtained the hidden class, Sword Soul. Sword Soul? Was this the hidden class of a swordsman? It seemed decent. Open the attribute panel. Zhou Han. Level 10, 0.1%. Class, Sword Soul, First Awakening at level 25. Health, 3, 000 plus 2, 000. Attack, 500 plus 400. Defense, 100 plus 250. Weapon, Mithril Sword plus 3, triple attack, kill. Accessory, 3-leaf necklace plus 2, absorbs 2,000 damage, 50% poison resistance. Helmet, Grand Feather Helmet plus 3, 20% damage reduction, 30% critical hit resistance. Clothing, Mystic Light Robe plus 3, 500 HP per second, 40% evasion. Wrist Guard, Green Steel Bracer plus 3, 400 HP per second, 20% damage reduction. Belt, Rough Belt plus 2, combat state, plus 30% maximum HP, plus 10% attack. Leg Guard, Tiger Skin Leg Guard plus 3, ignore the terrain, target's attack speed minus 10%. Boots, Snakeskin War Boots plus 2, 10% immune to slow, combat state, plus 50% movement speed. The hidden class was indeed powerful. His basic attributes increased greatly. It was several times better than an ordinary class. Now, Zhou Han could easily deal more than 10,000 damage. He was simply too awesome. After looking at the character attributes, Zhou Han opened the skill panel again. Sky Splitting Slash plus 2. Unleash 3 violent waves of sword aura and cause 5 times the attack damage to all enemy units within a 10-meter radius. Cooldown, 18 seconds. Appraisal plus 2. Ignores the level difference and can see the attributes of any target. At the same time, it can identify the target's weaknesses. Attacking the target's weakness will cause 2 to 5 times the damage. Apart from the 2 skills above, what appeared below were the exclusive skills of the swordsman. Sword Technique Expertise increases attack power by 10% when holding a sword. Leap can reach a height of 1.5 meters when jumping. Cross Slash deals 2.1 times the attack damage to targets within a 10-meter radius. Myriad Swords Return, locked, active when attack power reaches 2,000. 4 skills appeared on the panel. 2 support skills and 2 active skills. There was a big move, but it was in a locked state. It required an attack power of 2,000 to activate. Now, Zhou Han's attack power was only 900. There was still some distance, but it wouldn't be long. Zhou Han immediately enhanced them. Because he did not have many enhancement points left, he could only enhance them twice. Sword Technique Expertise plus 2. Increases attack power by 50% when holding a sword. Leap plus 2. Can reach a height of 4 meters when jumping. Cross Slash plus 2. Deals 5.2 times the attack damage to targets within a 15-meter radius in a straight line and has a 40% chance of repelling the enemy. Zhou Han was very satisfied with the enhanced effects. When he saw the effect of Leap, his eyes narrowed. I can jump 4 meters? That's quite exaggerated. He immediately tried the skill. This heaven-defying jumping power felt quite good. Zhou Han immediately felt as light as a swallow. If he enhanced it more in the future, he wondered if he could fly. He looked forward to that day. Zhou Han, did you learn new skills? Han Xiangning asked in surprise after seeing Zhou Han's manipulation. I changed my class and became a swordsman. How is it? Aren't I handsome? Are you in love with me? Zhou Han drew his mithril sword and pointed the blade forward in a cool pose. At this moment, after Zhou Han changed his class to Sword Soul, his clothes changed. His clothes fluttered in the wind, and he had the demeanor of a swordsman. His entire body was filled with a sharp sword aura. His originally handsome face, coupled with his unique temperament, now was quite attractive. At least, the 2 women were stunned. Ahem, you're really thick-skinned. Show off. You. When the 2 women heard Zhou Han's words, their faces turned red. Of course, they could not admit their loss of composure and hurriedly denied it. Women. They refused to admit it. Then let's go? The monsters here are too weak and leveling up is too slow. After all, the highest level wild monster in the fog forest was only level 10, so nothing good would drop. The experience points were also low and could not meet Zhou Han's next upgrade requirements. Zhou Han decided to upgrade to a higher level map. Hey wait, something's glowing there. Han Qinxue discovered another abnormality through her innate vision. Zhou Han followed the direction she pointed and walked closer. It was actually beside Chun Beishuan's corpse. It was a blueprint, shimmering with a faint golden light. It was mostly pinned down by his body. Zhou Han could not help but admire Han Qinshua's powerful eyesight. She could even discover it at such a tricky angle. As he picked up the blueprint, a system prompt sounded. You have obtained a treasure map, Fog Forest. Do you want to activate the treasure-seeking route? Good lord, it was a treasure map. This kid was so lucky. Unfortunately, I've already killed him. Zhou Han sneered in his mind and chose to activate it. Activation successful. Route generated. Please view. Soon, Zhou Han opened the information on the map and was able to see the mark of the treasure. His position to the treasure point had a crooked route. What? You said this was a treasure map. I love playing treasure hunts. When the sisters heard this information, they were very excited. I wonder what kind of treasure awaits us. Then let's go? What are we waiting for? Zhou Han was also looking forward to it. Soon, the three of them set off. After a winding route, they finally arrived at a cave. The map showed exactly where the treasure was. It's dark inside. It's so eerie, Han Xiangning said nervously. It looks like a very dangerous place. Han Qinxue was also a little flustered. The cave in front of them was indeed very dark. The light was weak, and they could only see 2 or 3 meters. It was normal for girls to be timid. After all, they had only been in the God-fiend continent for less than a day. It was impossible for them to change so quickly. Why don't you guys just wait outside? Zhou Han asked tentatively when he saw how afraid they were. No, we're already here. We have to go in and take a look. Han Xiangning immediately rejected and said righteously, yes, we have to exercise our abilities too. We can't keep holding you back. Han Qinxue also expressed her opinion. Looks like you all want to be my good wives. Okay, let's go. Seeing that both women were self-reliant, Zhou Han was quite happy. In that case, it would save him a lot of trouble in the future. Satisfied, he nodded and led the way into the cave. Good wives. Zhou Han, you're taking advantage of us again. Han Xiangning looked at Zhou Han's back and said ruthlessly, but a smile appeared on her face. Inside the cave was a long aisle. The three of them walked for a while. They found no danger other than darkness. They finally found a huge treasure chest at the end of the aisle. Zhou Han was about to walk over when he saw a black shadow flash beside the treasure chest. Is this the guardian of the treasure chest? According to the usual game routine, to obtain the treasure, one had to defeat the boss guarding the treasure chest. Therefore, Zhou Han guessed that this black shadow was guarding the treasure chest. As expected, when it saw someone break in, the black shadow attacked Zhou Han. Blood Shadow Bug Demon. Grade, Silver. Level, 20. Life, 3,200. Attack, 413. Defense, 217. Skill 1. Insect Swarm. Summon a large number of insects to surround the target. Skill 2. Block. There is a 20% chance of blocking fatal damage. Description: it can summon many insects and is very difficult to deal with. Weakness: Fire Attribute Attack. Seeing that the Blood Shadow Bug Demon only had 3,200 HP, Zhou Han felt no pressure at all. He could settle it with 2 skills. Both skills it had were unique. One was a skill to summon insects, a group attack tactic. There was also a blocking skill. It only had a 20% chance, which wasn't very high. The result of the appraisal was not explained in detail. Seeing this, Zhou Han did not hesitate. He raised his sword and executed the cross slash. The violent sword blast slammed into it, leaving deep damage. He was lucky enough to trigger the knockback effect. The Blood Shadow Bug Demon was knocked back into the stone wall. It was clearly angered and used its Insect Swarm skill. They could feel a tremor on the ground around them. Then, countless insects crawled out from the ground and surrounded Zhou Han and the others. So many bugs. It's disgusting. They're surrounding me. The densely packed bugs made one's scalp tingle. Anyone with trypophobia would probably faint immediately. The 2 women were shocked by the sight. They panicked and jumped towards Zhou Han when they saw the swarm. Zhou Han was a little speechless. They were too timid. He was sandwiched between 2 women on either side of him. The 2 different fragrances were refreshing and did feel very comfortable. But now was not the time to think blindly. The danger ahead had to be dealt with. Hey, can you 2 calm down? In their current state, he could not release his skills at all. Bugs, I'm so scared. I can't take one look. Han Xiangning said uncomfortably. She probably had trypophobia. On the other hand, Han Qinxue immediately recovered. Realizing that her chest was still pressed against Zhou Han's body, she immediately blushed. Hastily she pulled away, her head bowed in thought. On the other side, Han Xiangning still refused to let go. Zhou Han let her be. He could fight her with one hand anyway. Let's see how I destroy the enemy. He pulled Han Xiangning into his arms, and through the sky-splitting slash. 3 waves of sword aura flew out and hit the blood shadow bug demon. Miss. Miss. 2 consecutive dodges had been triggered. This luck was too much. However, the 3rd sword aura still pierced through it. You have successfully killed the blood shadow bug demon and obtained a gold treasure chest key. A gold key appeared in the package. Gold treasure chest key can open treasure chests at or below gold grade. One-time consumable. It will disappear automatically after use. There were 2 types of treasure chests in the God-Fiend continent. One was the treasure chest rewarded by the system that could be opened without a key. The other was the treasure chests scattered all over the map. One needed a key to open them. Killing the treasure chest guard had a 90% chance of dropping it. This was also the information that Zhou Han had just learned through the system. He looked at Han Xiangning, who was in his arms with her eyes closed, and said proudly, "All right, it's fine now. How is it? Am I very handsome?" As expected, after Zhou Han killed the blood shadow bug demon, the densely packed insects on the ground burrowed back into the ground. Don't lie to me. There are too many bugs to wipe out all of them so quickly. Han Xiangning thought that Zhou Han was teasing her and obviously did not believe him. You're disobedient. Slap. Zhou Han slapped her butt. Immediately, there was a crisp sound, but his touch was very gentle. Han Xiangning was stunned, but she quickly stood up and blushed. Annoying. How embarrassing. You actually patted that place. What greeted Zhou Han was a flurry of punches. I told you to be obedient. Let's see if you dare do it again. After Zhou Han finished speaking, he came to the treasure chest. He picked up the key and inserted it into the lock of the treasure chest. With a gentle twist, it opened. The moment the treasure chest opened, 2 golden lights shot into the sky. It shone in the air for a while before falling into the treasure chest. Good lord, gold-grade equipment dropped? There seemed to be 2 of them. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, he hurriedly fished into the treasure chest. First, he took out a pair of shoes. It was a gold-grade corium war boots. Then there was a ring, a gold-grade true spirit ring. As for the other 4 silver-grade equipment, Zhou Han changed into them. After gaining a lot, Zhou Han and the 2 women left. Because he did not have many enhancement points, Zhou Han was not in a hurry to enhance them. He found many wild monster gathering points and killed them crazily. Finally, he obtained tens of thousands of enhancement points. Phew, I'm so tired. Even though Zhou Han was powerful, he still felt a little tired from such a high-intensity battle. Your level has exceeded the limit of this map. Please leave in half an hour. Otherwise, 1% of your experience will be deducted every minute. Was he beyond the level limit? Zhou Han seemed to have remembered that the highest level in the fog forest was level 10. Now, his experience points had reached level 10, 50.5%. After hearing the system notification, Zhou Han stopped resting and rushed towards the exit. It was not easy for him to obtain experience points. If they were deducted, he would be very worried. On the way, Zhou Han enhanced all the useful equipment. Soon, the attributes were displayed. Corium War Boots plus 5. Grade Gold. Attributes. Movement speed plus 100. HP plus 2000. Special Effect 1. There is a 50% chance of being immune to a control skill. Special Effect 2. In combat, movement speed increases by 60%. Special Effect 3. Movement speed of all friendly units within 3 meters increased by 10%. Description: a gorgeous and fast weapon for escaping. Impressive. After enhancing it 5 times, the effect was indeed different. 3 special effects had appeared. They were becoming more and more heaven-defying. Special Effect 1's immunity rate had increased to 50%, and Special Effect 2 had also increased a little. The new Special Effect 3 was actually a skill similar to an aura buff. When he enhanced them more in the future, the buffs that his teammates would receive would become stronger. It would be difficult for them not to take off. He looked at the attributes of the other gold accessory. True Spirit Ring plus 5. Grade Gold. Attributes: Attack plus 700. Special Effect 1. 20% probability of ignoring target's armor. Special Effect 2. Every time you deal 100,000 damage, you will summon a True Spirit. 0/100, 000. Special Effect 3. Increases all attributes resistance by 20%. Description: You'll gain the protection of the True Spirit. Its attack effect is very powerful. First, it added 700 attack. Then, Special Effect 1 could ignore armor. This was very powerful. It was obvious that the defense of the boss in the later stages was very exaggerated. With the special effect of ignoring armor, the output was much easier to achieve. The effect of summoning a True Spirit was not detailed and was not very clear. As for the increased resistance to all attributes, this was an all-round development. Mithril Belt plus 4. Grade: Silver. Attributes: HP plus 800, Defense plus 50. Special Effect 1. After entering combat state, maximum HP will increase by 50%. Immediately disappears after leaving combat state for 10 seconds. Special Effect 2. After being attacked, your attack power will increase by 30%. It cannot be stacked. If you do not receive any subsequent attacks within 10 seconds, the buff will disappear. Description: Forged with mithril, performed very well in combat. After all, it was silver grade and could only be enhanced 4 times. The effect was not as heaven-defying as the previous gold grade performance. Zhou Han did not look at them and directly put them on. If other players knew that Zhou Han actually despised such top-grade equipment, they would likely curse him. The remaining 3 pieces of silver equipment either had poor attributes or were repeated parts. After Zhou Han enhanced them twice, he threw them to the 2 women. It caused the 2 women to exclaim in surprise, their beautiful eyes shining. At the same time, they confirmed that Zhou Han's talent was definitely related to equipment enhancement. After all, the silver equipment that he had obtained now could surpass ordinary gold equipment. However, they would definitely not tell anyone. Even if they did, with Zhou Han's strength, who could do anything to him? After the equipment was updated, Zhou Han opened the character attributes panel. Zhou Han. Level: 10, 50.5%. Class: Sword Soul, First Awakening at level 25. Health: 3,000 plus 4, 400. Attack: 500 plus 1,000. Defense: 100 plus 300. Talent: Infinite Enhancement. Zhou Han nodded in satisfaction as his attributes had increased greatly. Next came a display of the equipment's attributes. Weapon: Mithril Sword plus 3, triple attack, slaying. Accessory: True Spirit Ring plus 5, ignore armor, summon True Spirit, 20% all resistances. Helmet: Grand Feather Helmet plus 3, 20% damage reduction, 30% critical hit resistance. Clothing: Mystic Light Robe plus 3, 500 HP per second, 40% evasion. Wrist Guard: Green Steel Bracer plus 3, 400 HP per second, 20% damage reduction. Belt: Mithril Belt plus 4, Battle State plus 50% HP upper limit, attack plus 30%. Leg Guard: Tiger Skin Leg Guard plus 3, ignore the terrain, target's attack speed minus 10%. Boots: Corium War Boots plus 5, 50% immunity, combat state plus 60% movement speed, plus 10% movement speed aura. The wild monsters in the fog forest were too weak to withstand Zhou Han's ordinary attack. The experience gained was very little. Even if there wasn't a forced reminder from the system, he would have changed location anyway. This was because the fog forest was no longer challenging and he could not obtain anything good. The closer they got to the entrance, the more players there were. After all, the level of the wild monsters here was the lowest. It was at the edge of the fog forest. Most players could only kill level 1 wild monsters. If they encountered a level 2 wild monster, they could only walk around it and not even take a look. Wow, little brother, what kind of shoes are these? They're all shining golden. Can you bring me along to farm monsters? I know many moves. Handsome, take me. Otherwise, I won't be able to survive in this dangerous world alone. As long as you carry me, I'm yours. I'll obey any order you give me without question. Suddenly, a group of young ladies appeared in front of him. When they saw Zhou Han's handsome appearance, Their eyes lit up. That was not all. Most importantly, when they saw the equipment on Zhou Han, they knew that it was not ordinary. Therefore, they immediately went forward to flatter Zhou Han, hoping that he would take a fancy to them. Only then would they have a better chance of surviving this dangerous world. They had tried to kill monsters themselves, but they could not defeat them at all. Those with extremely poor talent could only survive by becoming the vassals of others. Therefore, when they saw that Zhou Han was handsome and powerful, they hurriedly swarmed up, hoping that they would be chosen successfully. This was the first time Zhou Han had seen such a situation. So many women were pouncing on him. There were all kinds of beauties. Some of them were dressed very boldly. They probably worked in that profession before transmigrating. Otherwise, they wouldn't have said such tempting words. He was too startled to react and was instantly surrounded. "Hey, don't pull my clothes." "Yes, it's you. Don't touch me." Damn, these women were crazy. This was under the premise that he did not expose his identity. If he revealed that he was Zhou Han, this group of women would definitely eat him alive. Just as Zhou Han could not break free and wanted to use force, Han Xiangning rushed over to save him. It was better for the woman to deal with the woman. "What are you doing? Go away, the team is full." Han Xiangning was furious. She immediately stood in front of Zhou Han like she was protecting her child and chased away these shameless female players. "You bunch of vixens, get lost now, or I won't be polite." Han Xiangning took out her iron sword and warned them threateningly. The message was clear. She was declaring her status. "This is the person that I have my eyes on. Don't even think about having any bad ideas, you coquettish women." "Tisk, why are you so pushy? You're just relying on your beauty. Why are you so arrogant?" "Exactly. You're so unreasonable." "Sisters, let's not take this lying down. Let's go." Although this group of women still did not show mercy with their words, their auras had clearly become timid. The current Han Xiangning was already level 9. She was covered in excellent equipment, and it was obvious that she was not to be trifled with. They were not fools. All of them were very observant and immediately walked away cursing. Sigh. Actually, they're also pitiful people. If we hadn't met Zhou Han, we might have ended up like this. Han Qinxue watched the group of women leave, her eyes filled with emotions. How lucky she was to have met Zhou Han. She had no strength and was so beautiful. She would definitely become someone else's plaything. She looked at Zhou Han, her eyes filled with inexplicable emotions. Zhou Han also noticed Han Qinxue's gaze. This was the first time he had seen her with such an expression. He had to flirt with this mature older sister. "What's wrong? Are you mesmerized by my handsomeness?" Zhou Han touched his hair and teased. "Yes, I'm a little tempted." Unexpectedly, Han Qinxue blurted it out. It was completely inconsistent with her usual mature and reserved self. Zhou Han was stunned when he heard this and did not know what to say. "Sis, are you serious?" Han Xiangning pouted and asked aggrievedly. Oh, I was joking," Han Qinxue said hurriedly and laughed awkwardly. She also hated herself for saying such a thing. Her sister clearly liked Zhou Han. It was easy to cause misunderstandings. "Sister, you're usually so serious. I didn't expect you to like to joke." Although she said it with a smile, her eyes were full of suspicion. Could it be that her sister really liked Zhou Han? After all, Zhou Han was such an outstanding man. Very few women could resist his charm. For some reason, that thought made her feel sick and heavy inside. "Let's go? It's almost dark. It's not safe outside the city at night," Zhou Han hurriedly said, breaking the quiet atmosphere. Anyway, after the system's prompt, the night was extremely dangerous. Zhou Han did not say what the danger was, nor would he risk his life. Anyway, he had to rush back to Blue Thunder City before dark. He was not so arrogant as to think that he was invincible just because he was ranked first. This was the God-Fiend continent, a world where gods and demons existed. His current strength was far from enough, so he had to constantly become stronger in order to resist the gods. The exit was not far ahead, but the situation was strange. Zhou Han stopped in his tracks and saw the exit. He happened to be blocked by a few people. They were all holding weapons and standing there looking fierce. There were several pieces of bronze-grade equipment on them. This configuration was considered very luxurious among ordinary players. "Well, what's going on? What's this crowd doing stuck in here?" Zhou Han had some guesses, but he still asked the person passing by. "This is a toll. If you don't pay the fee, you're not allowed to go out," said passerby. "Won't everyone join forces to resist?" "Their leader is Wang Tong." His awakened talent is very powerful. He has been bragging on the public chat that he has the potential to become an emperor in the future, Passerby B said. He recruited a group of brothers who were all very talented and did crazy things. We weaklings can't beat them at all. We have to pay up honestly. Zhou Han was speechless. Wang Tung was really effing talented. In doing so, he instantly accumulated a sum of wealth and distanced himself from the other players. Unfortunately, he met Zhou Han and was destined to be doomed. Stop right there. 50 copper coins per person for the toll. Seeing Zhou Han walking over, a fierce voice sounded. Zhou Han did not stop. His expression was indifferent as he ignored the other party's reprimand. I told you to stop. Didn't you hear me? Kid, do you have a death wish? This lackey's face was filled with anger. He pulled out his iron saber and rushed towards Zhou Han. Die! Zhou Han directly slashed this lackey with his sword. The remaining lackeys were clearly frightened by Zhou Han's actions. They didn't expect someone to dare to challenge Wang Teng's authority. Was he tired of living? What? Is the kid trying to make a scene? You should see whose territory this is. Are you blind? I feel like we should call Brother Ting over and let him bleed. For your information, you've pissed off the wrong person. Just you wait. The lackeys were a little terrified, but then they were filled with anger. This person in front of him really did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. He dared to come over alone to cause trouble. Who gave him the courage? Not to mention Wang Tung's own strength. Even the few experts under him could crush this fellow in front of him. These lackeys were filled with confidence. As long as Wang Tung came over, the matter would be resolved easily. All right, I'll wait here. I want to see how capable this Wang Tung is. Zhou Han said casually as he leaned against a tree. Kid, no matter how arrogant you are now, you'll regret it later. Since you provoked Brother Tung, you're dead. Another underling hooted. Well, you sound like you have a point. I'll deal with you first. A sword light flashed, and this arrogant lackey was instantly reduced to dust. After all, he had been nagging like a fly, making Zhou Han feel very annoyed. As expected, after the attack, the lackeys present kept quiet out of fear. They became much more obedient, but the anger in their eyes intensified. The commotion here was very loud, and it immediately attracted everyone's attention. Although they didn't dare to provoke Wang Tung, they couldn't help but watch the show. Soon, they started chatting. Who is this young man? He's so bold to fight with Wang Tung. Is he tired of living? Wang Tung killed 2 B-rank talents not long ago. I suspect his talent should be A rank or above. Damn, this is too terrifying. This kid in front of me is in trouble. He provoked someone he shouldn't have. Young people don't know their place. They haven't been tempered by society. They're reckless. This is going to cost him his life. What a shame. Chill. Keep your voice down. Wang Tung is here. Don't let him hear our discussion, or there will be trouble. Everyone fell silent as the last man spoke. They looked at Zhou Han with endless pity. Soon, this person would die under Wang Tung's sword. A dignified young man walked over. He had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. He was extraordinarily handsome and looked very imposing. No wonder he always bragged that he had the potential of an emperor. Just his appearance alone was extraordinary. Wang Tung, dressed in white, walked over slowly and gracefully. There were 7 people behind him. They were all possessors of good talent and were known as the 7 heavenly kings. The first thing Wang Tung noticed wasn't Zhou Han, but the 2 women beside him. After all, the 2 women were too beautiful and dazzling. He was immediately stunned and a little jealous. This kid was really effing lucky. He actually had such peerless beauties by his side, and 2 of them at that. Wang Tung was very unhappy. The women around him were ugly compared to the 2 women. He immediately said gloomily, Kid, you're quite arrogant. How dare you cause trouble in my territory? I'm quite arrogant. I didn't expect you to see through me. Zhou Han dug his ears and said casually, Looks like you're a talent. You just have to kneel down and kowtow 3 times. Be my lackey, and I'll let you off today. Wang Ting also knew that Zhou Han had killed his underling. This meant that the other party was quite strong. Hence, it wasn't a bad thing if he could take him in. Well, your suggestion is good. If you cut off one of your hands, we'll forget about it here today. Zhou Han said with a smile. Huh. Good, very good. This is the first time someone dares to speak to me like this. You've managed to get under my skin. All of you, attack together. Break every bone in his body. Wang Ting spoke through gritted teeth, his eyes blazing with anger. After hearing the order, The 7 heavenly kings behind Wang Ting instantly attacked. All of them were agile and muscular. Like ferocious tigers, they pounced at Zhou Han. On the other hand, Zhou Han, who was 1.8 meters tall, seemed a little weak compared to them. All 7 of them looked fierce and cruel. With the 7 heavenly kings attacking at the same time, it's basically a death sentence. This young man has no idea what's coming. He's hit a brick wall. I've never seen anyone who dares to go against Wang Tung have a good ending. If it were me, I would choose to kowtow to Wang Tung and beg for his forgiveness. After all, dignity is nothing compared to life. You're really an expert. Great minds think alike. The onlookers felt a little bored. This was because there was no chance of survival if the 7 heavenly kings attacked at the same time. The outcome was obvious. Everyone present knew the strength of the 7 heavenly kings. Die, kid. Be careful in your next life. There are some people you can't afford to offend. The 7 of them instantly surrounded Zhou Han, their eyes fierce and their expressions cold. Offend nobodies like you? Zhou Han's lips curled up, his face full of mockery. Your life is about to end. Oh. The 7 of them were about to say something harsh when they felt a sharp pain in their bodies. After a few screams, they lost consciousness permanently. Their mutilated bodies fell from the air, losing all signs of vitality. What? You? How can you be so strong? Wang Tung's heart skipped a beat when he saw the 7 of them being instantly killed. Even with his strength, it was very difficult for him to kill the 7 of them. Not to mention that the other party had insta-killed them. The difference in strength was obvious. This was huge trouble. You're still too young to kill me. Zhou Han's expression was calm, as if he had just dealt with an insignificant matter. Are you Zhou Han? Wang Tung instantly remembered the god of slaughter, Zhou Han. He was so powerful. Who else could it be but Zhou Han? Who else had the ability to own 2 peerless beauties? Wang Ting guessed it immediately and panicked. Why was he so unlucky to meet Zhou Han? You've got some sense, but you're about to be a corpse. Zhou Han admitted indifferently, his voice neither sad nor happy. Hearing this, the crowd stirred. How could they have known that this young man was actually Zhou Han? Obviously, these people were not present when he killed the world boss and did not recognize him. However, in the chat area, Zhou Han's deeds had already been widely circulated. No wonder the other party was so confident that he could challenge Wang Teng's faction alone. Only Zhou Han had such courage and strength. No, don't do this. I was blind to provoke you. Spare me. Wang Ting looked terrified and kept begging for mercy. His arrogant demeanor had long disappeared. If I don't wipe out my enemies, they will grow and threaten those around me. You must die. Zhou Han shook his head coldly. After hearing Zhou Han's words, despair flashed across Wang Tung's face. Then, he started to go crazy and made his final struggle. It won't be that easy to kill me. I'll fight you to the death. You think I'm really afraid of you? Wang Tung held the sword horizontally in front of his chest and infused his strength into it. Fallen leaf sword, autumn wind sweep, kill. A sword aura swept up countless leaves in the air and charged towards Zhou Han. However, it was Wang Tung's desperate attack. Zhou Han didn't expect Wang Tung to obtain a skill. After all, before changing classes, skills were very difficult to obtain. This was also why Wang Tung dared to be so arrogant. Facing this skill, most players could not withstand it at all. How dare you show off your insignificant skills in front of an expert? I'll show you a true sword technique. Cross slash. A sword aura in the shape of a cross blasted Wang Teng's skill with a violent aura. Boom. With a loud bang, Wang Teng's skill was instantly destroyed. The cross-shaped sword aura didn't slow down and pierced through Wang Tung. Good, this is really satisfying. Wang Tung has been collecting tolls. It's karma that he died. Zhou Han is really helping the people get rid of evil. He has strength and the demeanor of a hero. Go, go, go. We'll exit now. It would be bad if another bully came to collect the toll. Let's clean up Wang Tung's lackeys first. Soon, the lackeys who had lost Wang Tung's protection were all killed by the people who had been holding grudges for a long time. Then, someone sent what happened here to the chat. Everyone praised Zhou Han for being chivalrous and warm-hearted. You have established great prestige in the hearts of more than 30,000 players. You have earned the title Famous. Is there a reward? After hearing the system notification, Zhou Han was stunned. He couldn't stand Wang Teng's actions and killed him. Unexpectedly, he had established a lofty image in the hearts of many players. The appearance of the reward was also a pleasant surprise. I wonder what that title does. Zhou Han immediately opened it and read it. Famous. Grade, bronze. Effect. After equipping it, immediately increases attack by 100 points. After removing it, the effect disappears in 3 seconds. Description. Each player can only equip one title. The effect of adding 100 attack power was very good. Give it 3 enhancements. When Zhou Han saw something, he habitually enhanced it. As expected, title-type items could also be enhanced. You have activated talent, infinite enhancement. Enhancement successful. Please check the attributes. Famous +3. Grade, bronze. Effect. After equipping it, immediately increases attack by 500 points. After removing it, the effect disappears in 3 seconds. Description. Each player can only equip one title. Not bad. It added 500 attack. After equipping it, Zhou Han could feel a force surging into his body. Good. It feels good to be stronger. Fallen Leaf Sword Technique. Zhou Han picked up the cultivation technique that Wang Tung had dropped. There were 4 words written on it. Wang Tung had used it before he died. Its power was average. However, in the early stages, it was already extremely lucky to have a cultivation technique. How could he be picky? You have obtained the Fallen Leaf Sword Technique. Do you want to learn it? Learn. In any case, there was no harm in having more skills. Why not learn them? Learn successfully. Skill activated. Please check the skill panel. Fallen Leaf Sword Technique. Grade, bronze. Skill 1, Fallen Leaf Sword, deals 1.2 times the attack power to a single target within a 3-meter radius. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Skill 2, Wind Thunder Dance, locked. Will only be unlocked after reaching a certain level of proficiency in Skill 1. This cultivation technique was bronze grade, with a total of 2 skills. Skill 1, Falling Leaf Sword, was a single target skill. The damage it dealt was very weak. Zhou Han enhanced it 3 more times. After checking again, he realized that the effect was not bad. Fallen Leaf Sword +3 deals 5.5 times the attack damage to single targets within a 10-meter radius. There is a 10% chance of dealing true damage. Cooldown, 20 seconds. It could actually deal true damage. This was even more impressive than armor breaking. True damage cannot be immune, cannot be dodged, cannot be absorbed by shields, and ignores defense. While there were still many enhancement points, Zhou Han also enhanced his other skills. Appraisal +2 ignores the level difference and can see the attributes of any target. At the same time, it can identify the target's weaknesses. Attacking the target's weakness will cause 2 to 5 times the damage. Sky Splitting /+4. Unleash 5 violent waves of sword aura and cause 8 times the attack damage to all enemy units within a 12-meter radius. Cooldown, 15 seconds. Sword Technique Expertise +4. Increases attack power by 120% when holding a sword. Leap +4. Can reach a height of 8 meters when jumping. Cooldown, 8 seconds. Cross /+4. Deals 10 times the attack damage to targets within a 15-meter radius in a straight line and has a 70% chance of repelling the enemy. Cooldown, 13 seconds. The damage multiplied and increased tremendously. Now he could easily deal tens of thousands of damage. It was simply too awesome. He was taking off. Zhou Han's mood instantly improved, and the 3 of them returned to Blue Thunder City. We'll have to find somewhere to stay. Although every player had a 3-day novice protection period and could stay in the city for free, no accommodation was provided. Those who did not want to spend money could sleep on the free streets or spend money to stay in inns. Of course, Zhou Han would not sleep on the streets. Anyway, he had more than 100 gold coins on him now, so he could still afford this small amount of spending. After searching for a long time, he finally saw an inn called the Red Dust Inn. No spare rooms. Zhou Han was a little dumbfounded. Why was there such a melodramatic plot on the God-Fiend continent? Yes, there's only one suite left. Do you still want it? There are customers waiting at the back. As expected, there were a few more guests behind them. If Zhou Han and the others did not stay, they would probably be reserved by others. Zhou Han looked at the 2 women helplessly. It did not matter to him. Living with 2 beauties was his fortune. Now he was asking the opinion of the 2 women. We'll stay? Anyway, it's a suite, not the same room. It's nothing. The 2 women's faces were flushed. After hesitating for a moment, they whispered in embarrassment. It was mainly because they had searched for a long time and the previous inns were full. Okay, we'll take this room. Here are 3 gold coins. I'll book it for a month. Zhou Han nodded and slapped the gold coins on the counter. He took the key and went upstairs. As expected, it was a 2-bedroom suite. Zhou Han found a second bedroom and washed up before lying on the bed. After sleeping for a while, in a daze, he heard water flowing next door. Why is there still heat coming? He could hear the 2 women next door laughing. Zhou Han was a little speechless. It's already so late. Why aren't they sleeping? What are they doing? In the next room, it was foggy. The sisters were washing up. Han Xiangning looked cautiously at the window and asked softly, "Sister, do you think Zhou Han will peek? This window is made of paper. Zhou Han shouldn't be that kind of person. Although he likes us, he's a good man." Through a day of contact, the mature Han Qinxue had clearly figured out Zhou Han's personality. Is Zhou Han as good as you say? Do you like him too? Han Xiangning pouted unhappily and asked faintly. No, don't talk nonsense. Han Qinxue blushed and quickly denied it. You really don't. Han Xiangning didn't believe her, but her hand moved towards Han Qinxue's chest. Stop touching. Han Qinxue slapped her sister's hand away. Sister, how did you develop so well there? Han Xiangning said enviously. Actually, her breasts were not small either, just slightly inferior to Han Qinxue's. What are you thinking about all day? Han Qinxue knocked her head. Sis, look at that corner. Something's there. What is it? It's a snake. Han Qinxue turned to look. Her eyesight was excellent. When she saw that it was a snake, she jumped up in fright. Seeing the little snake twisting towards her, Han Xiangning screamed in fear and ran out of the bathtub. What happened? Zhou Han heard 2 screams that came from the next room. His expression immediately darkened. Could the 2 women be in danger? One had to know that this was not Earth. There was danger everywhere. The safety of Blue Thunder City was only relative. It was said that there were many perverts in the city, and all of them were skilled in martial arts. Zhou Han did not think too much about it, and hurriedly rushed to the next room. What happened? Zhou Han was about to ask, but he saw an image that made his blood boil. For a moment, he was completely stunned. The rest of his words escaped him. The 2 women stood there in a panic, their bodies completely exposed. Zhou Han, who was a virgin, had never seen such a scene before. His nose bled immediately. There's a snake. Kill it. After hearing their words, Zhou Han heaved a sigh of relief. He thought that they had encountered some danger, but it was just a small snake. He immediately slashed with his sword, killing the little snake. You pervert. Get out now. Due to their nervousness just now, the 2 women finally realized their current state. As they found cover, they berated Zhou Han and chased him out. Their eyes were filled with shame, anger, and grievance. I'll be off in a minute. Seeing the 2 girls' big reaction, Zhou Han immediately came back to his senses. If he escaped any later, he would be killed by the 2 women's murderous gazes. What? It's a classic case of turning on your benefactor. It's one thing not to thank me for all the help I've given you, but to think you'd send me away. As he lay in bed, the image of what had happened kept coming back to him. It made Zhou Han toss and turn, unable to fall asleep. What a precious sight. Why were the sisters so beautiful? Could it be genetic? How embarrassing. Zhou Han saw everything. How am I going to face him in the future? Han Xiangning covered her face with the blanket, her face flushed and hot. When she thought of the scene just now, she wished she could crawl underground. It's fine for you. After all, you 2 are in love. I'm the one who's losing out. I didn't even complain about being seen. Yet, you're screaming like this. As Han Qinxue spoke, she couldn't help but think of Zhou Han's embarrassment and burst out laughing. You can still laugh? What's done is done. What else can we do? Do you want to see his body in return? Sis, you're awful. All right, go to sleep. The next morning, Zhou Han woke up refreshed. When he went to call for the sisters, he found them already out the door. They even left a note saying that they were killing monsters by themselves today and that Zhou Han should not worry. Oh, they're up early. It seemed that they were too shy to face him. Thinking of this, Zhou Han found it a little funny. After breakfast at the inn, Zhou Han began to complete his goal for the day. First, he set a small goal to reach level 20. Server announcement. This is the second day of the God-Fiend continent. 16,359 players have died. Remaining players, 83,641. The new function Open Pot has been activated. The location has been marked on the map. Players, please take a look. Open Pot. Why did it sound like some game on Earth? Zhou Han immediately asked about the system. He quickly learned some of the content. Each player can go to the pottery merchant at 6 a.m. every morning to claim a clay pot for free. There was basically anything in the clay pot. What could be obtained depended on luck. Zhou Han immediately felt that it was quite interesting. Since it was a free clay pot, he would go over and take a look. He followed the map to the location of the pottery merchant. At this moment, there was already a sea of people. Many players were squeezed here, and everyone was very excited. Young man, these are your clay pots for today. Take them. If you think they're not enough, you can buy them from me. They only cost 10 gold coins each. They're good and cheap. Fortunately, this pottery merchant's perception range was very wide. Zhou Han had just walked over when the pottery merchant initiated a conversation with him from 10 meters away. He did not have to squeeze in. You have obtained an ordinary clay pot. Ordinary pot. There is a small chance of obtaining a high-quality item. Zhou Han opened it in his heart. You opened an ordinary clay pot. You received 1 gold coin. Sure enough, it was at a normal level. Zhou Han did not expect anything good to come out. He could not be lucky each time. Damn, I'm too unlucky. Opened 3 pots and only got 5 gold pieces. Big loss. Why is it so expensive? 10 gold coins for a pot. I have to be crazy to buy it. It's still too hard to change fate. The odds are so damn low, I'd rather go fight monsters. I hope I can change my fate today. I'm taking off. I found a gold grade staff. What? I'm so jealous. Many players were opening pots there. Those who did not get anything were cursing. Those who dropped good items were overjoyed. Zhou Han only smiled and did not intend to buy the clay pot. After all, 10 gold coins each was very expensive in the early stages. The odds were against it anyway. If he bought it, he'd be at a disadvantage. I might as well spend the coins on something useful. Just as he was about to leave, another system announcement sounded. Server announcement. Player O Huang has drawn king-grade equipment. See King Helmet. Server announcement. Player Go Tua has obtained a Starlight-grade weapon. Server announcement. Player Jia Feiqiu has drawn a king-grade accessory. The consecutive announcements completely woke up the players present. Be it Starlight or King, as long as one obtained such an item, they would definitely be ahead of most players in the early stages. Moreover, their ability to survive in the Godfiend continent would be even stronger. Everyone went crazy. If others could drop top-grade equipment, so could they. There were many players with such thoughts. Everyone was spending gold coins on clay pots, making the pottery merchant grin from ear to ear. FCK, why are these people all so lucky? If it weren't for the real world, I would have suspected that they were scammers. Buy another one and try one last time. If not, I'm out. I don't believe it today. I insist on getting top-grade equipment. 10 boss. I want 10 in a row. I quit. I'll chop off my hands if I buy more. The odds are so low that I'm lucky I have any pants left. I'm so unlucky today. I'll try again tomorrow. Many players were impulsive and lost a lot of money. All of them wanted to cry but had no tears. They could not compare to the lucky ones. You received 1 gold coin. You received 5 gold coins. You received 3 gold coins. After hearing the system's announcement, Zhou Han couldn't help but buy 4 clay pots to see if a miracle would happen. The result was obvious. A complete loss. Hopefully, the last one was good. You have obtained Overlord Body Potion. Overlord Body Potion? Zhou Han's eyes lit up. It sounded good. Overlord Body Potion. Grade, Ordinary. Effect. After using it, you will be in the Overlord Body state for 30 seconds. Description. In the Overlord Body state, you cannot be affected by the enemy's control skills. He took a look. It was just ordinary quality and could be considered a consolation prize. After enhancing it twice, the effects were out. There were multiple damage reduction characteristics. Overlord Body Potion +2. Grade, Ordinary. Effect. After using it, you will be in the Overlord Body state for 2 minutes. The damage you suffer will be reduced by 50%. Description. In the Overlord Body state, you cannot be affected by the enemy's control skills. Right? I can use the heart-protecting lotus to exchange for others' items. Zhou Han suddenly thought of this. Perhaps he could exchange it for what he needed. After all, there was no pot function yesterday, so everyone was penniless. Things were different now. Many players had obtained high-quality items. Thinking of this, Zhou Han immediately took action. Zhou Han directly enhanced the remaining 3 heart-protecting lotuses 3 times. After consuming it, it would increase 1,500 HP. In the early stages, it was definitely a life-saving divine artifact. Zhou Han planned to test the waters first and send a message on the public chat. A life-saving divine artifact, heart-protecting lotus. If anyone has anything good, you can trade with me. After sending the message, the players in the chat area were envious. The HP increase effect caused a huge sensation. It's awesome, increasing 1,500 HP. As expected of Big Boss Zhou Han, it's a top-grade item. If I consume this heart-protecting lotus, I'll definitely soar in the early stages. Killing monsters will be easy. What a pity. I didn't get anything good. This thing is destined not to be mine. I'll open the clay pot now. I hope I can make it in time. Soon, he received many private messages. After choosing, there were 2 items that were more useful. Zhou Han directly exchanged in the trading area. They were the intermediate experience card and guard card. Zhou Han did not exchange the remaining heart-protecting lotus for the time being. Anyway, the transaction information was still hanging. He would go up and take a look later. Perhaps there would be something good. Intermediate experience card +4. Grade, silver. Effect. After using it, you can obtain 7 times the express within 5 hours, including killing monsters, completing missions, and other EXP. Description. A one-time consumable that will disappear automatically after use. When in a team, the team members will share the experience buff. 7 times the experience was very impressive. It was just a pity that Han Qinxue and her sister were not in the team and had missed a great opportunity. Guard card +4. Grade, silver. Effect. After use, you can summon a guard to protect the summoner for 3 hours. Description. The summon guard's combat power is twice that of the summoner. A one-time consumable that will disappear automatically after use. The upgraded guard card was also very effective. If he summoned it, the guard that came out would be twice as strong as him. It could be said to be very strong. His life was greatly assured with it. After all the preparations were done, Zhou Han headed to a new area. Opening the map, Zhou Han searched for his destination, the Valley of the Undead. The wild monsters there were all level 10 to level 40, which suited Zhou Han's current strength. The entrance to the Valley of the Undead was very deserted. After all, Zhou Han was the only one in this area who had reached level 10. As he approached, he saw only an old man nearby, pacing back and forth anxiously. After seeing Zhou Han, his eyes were filled with joy as he hurriedly said, "Lad, are you heading for the Valley of the Dead?" "Yes, sir. What can I do for you?" Zhou Han had some guesses. It should be the start of a mission. Perhaps it was because he was the first to reach level 10. No one was snatching this mission from him. "I have a favor to ask of you. Please get my granddaughter back. Tell me slowly, what exactly happened?" "My granddaughter, Xiao Rou, entered the Valley of the Undead yesterday to train, but she hasn't returned yet. She must be in danger. Ah, the little girl is making me worry. I'm so anxious. A new mission has appeared. Find Xiao Rou. Do you accept?" Accepted. Usually, the rewards for missions were a lot of experience points. It was much easier than simply killing monsters to level up. Zhou Han had no reason to refuse. Find Xiao Rou. Description. Save Xiao Rou and bring her to Grandpa. Status. Incomplete. Location. Netherworld Swamp. Coordinates. Old sir, don't worry. Leave this matter to me. Zhou Han patted his chest and promised. Thank you very much. The Valley of the Dead is not simple. You have to be careful. Zhou Han nodded and walked into the entrance. As the light from the entrance circulated, he opened his eyes again to a dark valley. Current territory, Valley of the Undead. This is a combat area. Please pay attention to your safety. Attention! This area is a public area. Players from other regions may enter. Please treat it with caution. Players from other regions can come too. They can cross servers. Zhou Han immediately felt that it was interesting. There should be foreign players in the other areas. He had to increase his strength as well. Although he was undoubtedly the first in Zone 666, Zhou Han did not know what the other regions were like. Therefore, no matter what, increasing his strength was his top priority. Zhou Han looked at the map. He was now 30 to 40 kilometers away from the Netherworld Swamp. Moreover, he would pass by many wild monster strongholds along the way. There would definitely be battles. Hopefully, 5 hours would be enough. Soon, Zhou Han encountered the first wild monster stronghold, Skeleton Ridge. In the mountains, broken corpses could be seen everywhere, and the surroundings were filled with a sinister and decaying aura. Low roars sounded in Zhou Han's ears. Black skeleton armor. Grade, silver. Level, 12. Life, 1,400. Attack, 422. Defense, 218. Skill 1, Black Armor Protection. Increases defense by 3 times within 1 minute. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Skill 2, Bone Spur Assault. Use hard bone spikes to deal 2.3 times the attack damage to a single enemy. Cooldown, 22 seconds. Description, extremely powerful defense, recommended to carry armor-piercing equipment. Weaknesses are light and fire. The Valley of the Undead was indeed filled with powerful monsters. He did not expect his first battle to be at the silver grade. Even if the other party had triple the defense, it was only slightly more than 600 points. Zhou Han's current attack power was 2,000. Coupled with the various attack bonuses in combat, the black-armored skeletons in front of him was nothing to worry about. A black-armored skeleton's skull flickered with a green light. It sneered cruelly and walked towards Zhou Han with huge bone sticks in its hands. Die! After using the intermediate experience card, Zhou Han threw out a cross/. Minus 30,574. Minus 34,892. He dealt more than 30,000 damage each hit. A pile of shattered bones fell to the floor. Immediately after, another sky-splitting slash killed most of the remaining skeletons. Then, Zhou Han dealt with the remaining ones using normal attacks. He didn't waste too much time. After all, EXP buff time was very precious. New skill has been unlocked. Please check it. Hearing the system notification, Zhou Han guessed that the second skill of the Lin family sword technique had been unlocked. After all, he had been using the sky-splitting slash all this time, so his proficiency was definitely enough. After opening it, as expected, 8 Directional Heaven Splitter was successfully unlocked. 8 Directional Heaven Splitter plus 4. Gather all the strength in your body and slash the ground with your sword. Deals 9 times the damage to enemies within an 8-meter radius. They will be stunned for 3 seconds. Cooldown, 20 seconds. After upgrading, Zhou Han tested it. Not to mention how powerful it was, simply the image was shocking. The ground was cut open, and the cracks extended in all directions. And moreover, this skill had a stun effect. It could be said to be very powerful. Once he was surrounded by many people, he could use this skill to control them very well. The effect would definitely be very good. After all, he would definitely encounter enemies like assassins in the future. They could easily enter close combat, and this skill could prevent their sneak attacks. After picking up the gold coins that dropped on the ground, Zhou Han continued to set off. He spent 2 hours sweeping through all the wild monster strongholds on the route. Zhou Han heaved a sigh of relief. It was much faster than he had expected. It would definitely be faster when they got back. After all, it would be less of an obstacle to the wild monsters. This way, 5 hours of buff was more than enough. Now that he had reached level 14, Zhou Han opened the interface and looked at his attributes. Zhou Han. Level, 14, 31.5%. Class, Sword Soul, First Awakening at level 25. Health, 3, 200 plus 4, 400. Attack, 1, 0, 40 plus 1, 0, 0, 0. Defense, 110 plus 300. Talent, Infinite Enhancement. Title, Famous plus 3, Attack plus 500. After reading it, Zhou Han closed the panel in satisfaction. He was still a long way from level 25. He still needed to work harder. The place filled with hazy fog was the destination of this mission, the Netherworld Swamp. After taking a look, Zhou Han walked in hesitantly. You have entered the Netherworld Swamp. A large amount of miasma has been detected. You will lose 500 HP per second. Hearing the system notification, Zhou Han was a little surprised. He did not expect the damage of the miasma to be so high at 500 HP per second. Fortunately, Zhou Han's act could recover 900 HP per second. Otherwise, he would really die here today. The Godfiend continent was indeed very dangerous. It seemed that he had to be more careful in the future. He could not underestimate any place. Otherwise, he would fail miserably. Zhou Han's equipment ignored the terrain and allowed him to move freely around the swamp without affecting his movement speed. The Netherworld swamp was very large, so Zhou Han searched for a few minutes before he finally found a young girl. This should be Xiao Rou, Zhou Han guessed. Her appearance resembling an 18-year-old suited the old gentleman's description. However, the girl was in a very bad state. Her eyes were closed and her lips were black. She was lying motionless on the ground. Don't tell me she's dead. Zhou Han's heart was a little heavy. If the other party died, his mission would fail. All his efforts would go to waste. Xiao Rou, are you alright? Zhou Han hurriedly leaned over to check on Xiao Rou. He placed his hand on the side of Xiao Rou's nose and tested her breathing. It was very weak. He also checked her pulse and confirmed she was alive. Looks like there's still hope. She's probably poisoned. We have to find a way to detoxify her. After all, they were in the miasma. Not everyone had the equipment to recover health like Zhou Han. System, search for information on the antidote pill. No information has been found in the chat and trading areas. The purification skills of the clergyman can cure poison. Killing the cold pool poison dragon has a certain chance of dropping an antidote pill. There's a small chance of dropping the antidote pill after killing the netherworld poison scorpion. The system gave a lot of information. It was obviously impossible to become a clergyman. In addition, the players in this area were not qualified to undergo class change. The cold pool poison dragon was too far away. There was no need to consider this. The netherworld poison scorpion? Zhou Han happened to discover that the netherworld poison scorpion was a special creature in the netherworld swamp. He immediately saw hope. The odds were slim, but that was all he could do for now. Then, Zhou Han exchanged the last heart-protecting lotus in the trading area for a health recovery pill. Zhou Han was eager to save her and did not check the specific attributes. It was directly enhanced 4 times. HP recovery pill plus 4. Grade, silver. Effect. After use, maximum HP will permanently increase by 100%. Restores 20% health per second for 10 minutes. Description, one-time consumable. Cannot be stacked. After enhancement, the effect of the pill was very good, but it did not have the effect of an antidote pill. It would only last 10 minutes. After feeding it to her, she looked a little better. She woke up slowly, but the poison was still unresolved. Her eyes were heavy and it was difficult to open them. She could only groan weakly. Xiao Rou, you're awake? Don't worry, I'll find the antidote now. Bear with it for a while. Zhou Han's words were very gentle and filled with concern. After all, Xiao Rou's safety concerned his mission. I'm not. Qin Mingyao didn't know why the man in front of her called her Xiao Rou. She was very weak now and wanted to explain, but was interrupted by Zhou Han. Don't talk now. You're still poisoned. Here, get on my back. There were so many wild monsters inside. He had to bring her with him. Otherwise, in her situation, once she encountered wild monsters, her outcome would be very tragic. Qin Mingyao was obviously a little shy. After hesitating for a moment, she obediently climbed onto Zhou Han's back. Time was very tight now. The antidote had to be obtained in 10 minutes. Therefore, Zhou Han looked around for the netherworld poison scorpion like a lunatic. Anyone who saw it would be killed instantly, making these guys tremble. If the netherworld poison scorpion could speak, it would definitely curse. Damn it, what kind of grudge is this? I'm living well in this netherworld swamp and have never provoked you. Why are you so ruthless? He had already killed more than 20 of them, but the pill still did not drop. Zhou Han could not help but feel a little anxious. What bad luck. Zhou Han would rather not get anything good for the entire day just to exchange for an antidote pill. Unfortunately, that didn't work. Soon, the netherworld poison scorpion also learned. When they saw Zhou Han, they were terrified and fled from afar. It was even more difficult for Zhou Han to kill them. Just as Zhou Han was in despair, he suddenly saw a golden netherworld poison scorpion not far away. This is gold grade. It was of a higher grade than an ordinary silver grade netherworld poison scorpion. The higher the grade, the higher the drop rate. Netherworld poison scorpion. Grade gold. Level 18. Life 2600. Attack 590. Defense 239. Skill 1. Poison Sting. Release the poison sting and deal 2.5 times the attack damage to a single enemy. Skill 2. Sturdy Body. Damage taken reduced by 20%. Description: a unique creature of the netherworld swamp with a strong temperament. Weakness: lightning attribute. Seeing such a situation, Zhou Han naturally would not let it go. His eyes were filled with greed. The gold-grade netherworld poison scorpion seemed to have sensed something. Zhou Han's murderous aura made its body tremble. It wagged its tail and fled. "Wanna run?" "In your dreams." Zhou Han slashed out with his sword aura, causing it to stagger. Then, he used his speed advantage and used a skill to end its life. "You killed the gold-grade netherworld poison scorpion. You have obtained 10 antidote pills." After hearing the system's voice, Zhou Han was both happy and speechless. Previously, not a single one had dropped, but now, there were 10. This was too damn mind-boggling, but the timing was perfect. Zhou Han took out one and directly enhanced it 4 times. Antidote pill +4. Grade, silver. Effect, after use, remove all negative poison attribute statuses. Converts all poison attribute damage within 60 minutes into HP recovery. Description, a one-time consumable that can cure all poisons. Xiaorou, quickly take this antidote. Zhou Han hurriedly put her down and leaned against a big tree. But when he put the pill in her mouth, she didn't swallow. Unlike the previous HP recovery pill when she swallowed it in one gulp, perhaps she had been poisoned for too long and her consciousness was fading. "I don't care. Anyway, she's an NPC and a beauty. I won't lose out." Zhou Han made a prompt decision and placed the antidote in his mouth. After their mouths made contact, after much effort, Xiaorou finally swallowed. The soft feeling made Zhou Han reminisce and was unwilling to separate. After all, this was his first kiss. It was a little melancholic to lose it just like that. "You let go of that girl. How dare you do such a thing in broad daylight?" Suddenly, a delicate shout came from afar. It was also a young girl with a beautiful face. At this moment, his brows were furrowed and his face was filled with anger. Just now, Tang Yuro heard the commotion of the battle and came over to check. Unexpectedly, she happened to see Zhou Han kissing her. Suddenly her heart was filled with endless rage. This made her, who was determined to be a heroine, involuntarily come out to stop and help. The melancholic Zhou Han was instantly awakened and hurriedly explained, "Don't get me wrong. I'm trying to save someone. What you're seeing is not true. He was righteous. How could he do such a thing? Save her? Can you find some more lame reason why saving her life requires mouth-to-mouth interaction?" The girl looked at Zhou Han warily, holding the sword in her hand, looking ready to attack at any time. "It's like this. This woman's name is Xiaorou. I was entrusted by her grandfather to save her." Zhou Han did not blame the other party. After all, in such a situation, it was indeed very easy to misunderstand. Therefore, Zhou Han directly told her the entire story. "Tell me, what is your motive? You actually interacted with my grandfather." Tang Yuro immediately became vigilant and questioned loudly. Wasn't Xiaorou referring to her? This time, she was really angry. She pulled out her sword and pointed it at Zhou Han, her expression instantly turning cold. "What did you say? Your grandfather? Are you Xiaorou?" Hearing the other party's words, Zhou Han was a little stunned. It turned out that she had made a mistake. The real Xiaorou was standing in front of him. So who was sitting on the ground? Keep pretending. Tang Yuro's expression darkened. Just as she was about to stab Zhou Han, she heard the poison girl's voice. "Wait, this is a misunderstanding. This young master is indeed my savior." Qin Mingyao had actually woken up long ago, but because of her shyness, she had been leaning there pretending to be unconscious. She could still feel Zhou Han's kiss just now. The thought of doing something so intimate with a man for the first time in 16 years made her blush. But now that she saw Zhou Han and Tang Yuro about to start a fight, if she didn't come forward and explain, there would definitely be a conflict. She couldn't care less about being shy. "What? Is it the truth? Or did he force you to say that?" Tang Yuro's eyes were filled with suspicion and disbelief. "Absolutely. Don't let this cause any misunderstandings." Qin Mingyao blushed and looked at Zhou Han. "Did you hear that? Why aren't you removing your sword? How can a girl be this fierce?" Zhou Han's lips curled up slightly as he shouted loudly. Goodbye then." Although Tang Yuro was a little unconvinced, since it was a misunderstanding, she had no reason to interfere. She sheathed her sword and prepared to walk away. "Where are you going? Your grandfather is worried about you. Come back with me now." Zhou Han hurriedly stopped her. He had yet to complete his mission. "What are you running around for? I have things to take care of right now. I can't go back for a while." Tang Yuro did not look at Zhou Han kindly. She immediately said, and left without looking back. Stop. You have to come with me no matter what. Since the soft approach didn't work the hard way, Zhou Han shouted from behind her, his words filled with undeniable authority. After spending so much effort to complete the mission, Zhou Han definitely could not give up at the critical moment. Since the other party was disobedient, he would use his strength to subdue her. Humph, you sure can talk big. Let's see how you stop me. Tang Yuro turned around slowly with a hint of contempt in her eyes. Despite her small size, she was very confident in her strength. Otherwise, it was impossible for her to enter the netherworld swamp alone. As for Zhou Han, she did not think that he was her match. After all, be it in terms of strength or looks, she was quite famous in Blue Thunder City. She knew all the young talents in the city. Since she had no impression of Zhou Han at all, she could conclude that he was a nobody. It was very easy to deal with such a guy. Well, you're quite arrogant, little girl. Watch how I deal with you. A teasing look flashed across Zhou Han's face, his eyes filled with ill intentions. He hadn't expected a mission to be so complicated. This was a beautiful NPC with character. What, little girl? You stinky pervert. I'm going to rip your mouth off. Hearing Zhou Han's greeting, Tang Yuro was so angry that she could not speak. Actually, it was Zhou Han's malicious gaze that made her anger reach its peak. She had to teach him a lesson. Can you guys not fight? Let's all sit down and talk. Seeing that the two of them were ready to fight, the atmosphere was a little subtle. A big battle could erupt at any time. Qin Mingyao stood up and said weakly, wanting to dissuade both parties. I have no choice. I have a mission to complete, and she must cooperate. Time is of the essence, or my efforts will be wasted. Zhou Han replied to Qin Mingyao helplessly. For the mission, this fight had to be fought. After hearing Zhou Han's words, Qin Mingyao's eyes lit up and she hurriedly asked, Quest? Are you a player too? The two revealed her own identity. Zhou Han acutely sensed it. A nod was an answer. That's great. Zhou Han was confused. What was so good about that? The worry and confusion in Qin Mingyao's heart were swept away. Previously, when she was kissed, she had always thought that Zhou Han was an NPC, so she was a little conflicted. Although the other party was very handsome, it felt strange to be kissed by an NPC. Now that she knew that Zhou Han was a real player, she heaved a sigh of relief. Her heart was pounding. Was this what it felt like to be moved? Zhou Han did not expect Qin Mingyao to be a player. It was mainly because NPCs were too realistic. Sometimes, the other party would hide their attributes, making it difficult to differentiate them. Zhou Han suddenly remembered that the Valley of the Undead was a cross-service map. Therefore, Qin Mingyao should have come from another district. But why had she leveled up so quickly? Was she also extremely talented? She didn't seem to be very strong. Otherwise, she wouldn't be lying in the netherworld swamp, almost dead. However, Zhou Han would definitely not take the initiative to ask about things like talent. It seemed rude. I opened an upgrade voucher in the clay pot and went straight up 5 levels. That's why I reached level 10 so quickly. Otherwise, it's impossible to enter this map of the Valley of the Dead. As if seeing the confusion in Zhou Han's eyes, Qin Mingyao took the initiative to tell him everything. After reaching level 10, she came to the Valley of the Undead. She did not expect it to be so dangerous. If not for Zhou Han's timely rescue, she might have stayed here forever. Now that she thought about it, she felt a lingering fear. She was a noob and liked to wander around. I have nothing to say. Just change your name to Lucky Qin. Zhou Han revealed an impressed expression and gave a thumbs up. At the same time, he sighed. Some people were not talented, but they were lucky. It could also make a difference. The Godfiend continent was such a magical place. Qin Mingyao wanted to say something else. Zhou Han had already turned around to deal with Tang Yuro's attack. Zhou Han, you have to be careful. Qin Mingyao clenched her fists and muttered nervously. At this moment, Tang Yuro had already drawn her sword. It was a long, emerald green sword with a sharp, glinting edge. There were faint ripples on it. It was obvious that the quality was not too bad. It was at least gold grade and above. Zhou Han also took the opportunity to check Tang Yuro's attributes. Sword Rider, Tang Yuro. Level, 30. Life, 3,600. Attack, 800. Defense, 430. Weapon, Blue Wave Sword. Equipment, Swordsman Set. Accessory, Rainbow Earrings. Cultivation Technique, Proud Cold Technique. She had actually reached level 30, which was beyond Zhou Han's expectations. Unexpectedly, this little girl had some skills. Her skills were also the attributes of the water element. However, that was all. Zhou Han was sure that he could defeat her. Take this. Feel how powerful I am. Water Dragon Slash. As Tang Yuro shouted, the water elements in the air quickly condensed and turned into a translucent dragon head. It opened its bloody mouth and bit at Zhou Han. The heavy power of the water made even the air feel slightly pressurized. It made breathing difficult. Is that all you've got? Are you trying to drown me? Zhou Han smiled faintly and said disdainfully. He directly used the sky-splitting slash, and 5 sword auras flew out fiercely. They hit the dragon's head. Boom. There was a loud crack as the dragon's head shattered. The water element also exploded, turning into a pool of clear water that splashed onto the ground. This stinky pervert is actually so strong. Looks like I have to take him seriously. Tang Yuro's expression changed, and she was a little surprised. Her move was easily resolved by Zhou Han. She did not expect a nameless person to have such strength. It seemed she had underestimated her opponent today. That's reasonable strength. But you're still no match for me. Tang Yuro retorted with a serious expression. Therefore, she had to show her true ability next. Ice, come under my control, frost sword technique. At this moment, the water elements gathered and quickly turned into endless frost. A frost sword slowly appeared. It was 2 to 3 meters long. A powerful sword in tint and coldness emitted, and its power could not be underestimated. The temperature had dropped a lot. Zhou Han could feel the cold wind blowing. Hee, are they getting serious? Seeing the frost sword coming straight at him, he knew that if he was frozen, he would be finished. Without any hesitation, Zhou Han activated the cross slash and directly attacked. It wasn't broken. The cross slash could increase attack power by 10 times, but it could not defeat the frost sword. This was something Zhou Han had never expected. As expected of his trump card, it was indeed something. How is it? Do you see my strength? Kid, you're still too inexperienced. Seeing that the frost sword prison was unbreakable, Tang Yuro immediately smiled and said proudly, if she went all out, victory would be easy. Hearing Tang Yuro's words, Zhou Han was not angry. Instead, he was a little speechless. This young lady was too dramatic. Really? Well, it's time to end this. Zhou Han was unmoved and said calmly. End what? Tang Yuro was about to mock him when her expression changed drastically. She had not expected this outcome and was too shocked to speak. At this moment, the frost sword was sent flying dozens of meters away. It would take a lot of time to return to the battlefield again. Before Tang Yuro knew what had happened, the tables had turned. Zhou Han naturally knew the reason for all of this. The cross slash triggered the knockback effect. At this moment, there was no longer any obstruction in front of Zhou Han. This opportunity could not be missed. He activated his leap skill and arrived in front of Tang Yuro. She was so frightened that her face turned pale. In her panic, she condensed a water ball. It enveloped Zhou Han, wanting to make one last struggle. Slap. A water ball not yet fully condensed was shattered by Zhou Han. The final counterattack was over, and the outcome was clear. Oh my god, he's too strong. Why am I in a completely different dimension from him when we're both players? By the side, Qin Mingyao went from being nervous at first to being happy that Zhou Han had the advantage. In the final shock, he defeated his opponent in a few seconds. Her eyes looked at Zhou Han and rippled with embarrassment and joy. How about it? Do you still want to resist? With your lousy skills, go back and practice for a few more years. Zhou Han's sword was pressed against Tang Yuro's throat, and he looked very smug. Wasn't the little girl quite arrogant just now? Tang Yuro's heart was filled with anger, but now the sword was at her neck. She didn't dare. Although he did not admit defeat on the surface, he was already beginning to cower in his heart. Let's go? Now come back with me. Zhou Han did not waste any time and went straight to the point. After all, there was not much time left for the EXP buff to take effect. Don't even think about asking me to go back. I'm not leaving. Tang Yuro's stubborn temper rose. She turned her head away and ignored Zhou Han. Actually, if Zhou Han had explained it nicely and given her a way out, she would not have rejected him. But now, Zhou Han's sharp sword was still pointed at him. He was clearly forcing her. She felt too humiliated now. This was no different from being a captive. The pride inside her made her determined not to obey. You're not leaving? Believe it or not, I'll kill you. Zhou Han's expression was cold. He pretended to be fierce, hoping to scare her. Sure, do whatever you want. Tang Yuro was still unmoved. She did not look afraid at all. Zhou Han was a little speechless and helpless. He couldn't really kill her. Seeing Zhou Han's defeated expression, Tang Yuro's face shone with pride. Umph. Weren't you so fierce just now? Why can't you do anything to me now? Let's see what you can do. Okay, you forced my hand. Don't blame me for using some despicable means. Zhou Han finally thought of an idea with a smirk on his face. What do you want? Tang Yuro saw the sinister smile in Zhou Han's eyes and panicked. Don't tell me he wants to do that sort of thing. She was a virgin. As she thought about it, her worst fears came true. You. Tang Yuro felt her chest being poked by Zhou Han's sword. Although it did no harm, the touch made her tingle. She was instantly embarrassed and angry. Her watery eyes were on the verge of tears. Well, would you believe me if I said I was careless? Zhou Han retracted his sword awkwardly and said. He had wanted to use his sword to cut a button off her shirt to scare her. But for some reason, his little hand shook and stabbed something soft. In all honesty, Zhou Han really did not do it on purpose. He would never do such a beastly thing. Even Qin Mingyao, who was standing at the side, felt a chill on her chest. Goodness, it's a sharp weapon. How much it would hurt if she did get poked. She immediately looked at Zhou Han strangely. Could he have some special fetish? Her footsteps involuntarily moved away from Zhou Han, and she was a little afraid. The gratitude and good feelings she had for saving her life earlier instantly disappeared. She only had one thought now, and that was to leave Zhou Han. All right, let's go. Otherwise, I have more powerful methods later. Seeing that he could not explain himself, Zhou Han could not be bothered to explain and said fiercely. In any case, the current mission was the most important. Even if he was seen as an evil or strange man, what did it matter? It was the increase in strength that mattered. After this incident, Tang Yuro was obviously frightened and became much more obedient. Following Zhou Han's footsteps, he walked towards the exit of the Valley of the Undead. Then Zhou Han, I'll leave first. After leaving the Netherworld swamp, Qin Mingyao said from 45 meters away from Zhou Han. There was fear in her expression. She looked pitiful. She was afraid that Zhou Han would be unwilling to let her go. Doing perverted things every day would be terrible. Clearly, she was thinking too much. Zhou Han had no intention of stopping her. Let's go, let's go. He waved a hand, showing no reluctance. Qin Mingyao heaved a sigh of relief. Seeing Zhou Han's indifferent attitude, she was very glad, but also a little disappointed. Neither of them spoke much on the way. Because of the fear and anger in her heart, Tang Yuro did not talk to Zhou Han. Zhou Han was also happy. After all, the other party was just an NPC, even if she was a beauty. Nor did he have any intention of communicating with her in depth. Soon, in silence, they passed through the exit portal. Xiaoro, you're finally back. Grandpa was so worried. The old man's face lit up with excitement as he saw the portal flash. I was wrong, Grandpa. I shouldn't have been so playful. Tang Yuro lowered her head and said obediently. She was no longer as unruly as before. Young man, thank you so much. As expected of a hero. The old man bowed gratefully to Zhou Han and praised. You flatter me, old sir. It's nothing. You don't have to be so polite. Zhou Han hurriedly said. However, he was puzzled. Since he had brought Tang Yuro over, why didn't the system prompt him that the mission had been completed? Is there a bug? System, are you still there? Is there a bug? The auxiliary system of the Godfiend continent will definitely not have any bugs. Please read the mission description carefully. Description: save Xiaoro and bring her to Grandpa. Zhou Han immediately analyzed. It was divided into two parts. The first was to save Xiaoro, and the second was to bring her to her grandfather. From the looks of it, Tang Yuro was still in danger, and he had not saved her. There was another possibility. The old man in front of her was no longer her grandfather. Thinking of this, Zhou Han could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. Xiaoro, let's go home. The old man spoke kindly, his eyes smiling. Zhou Han stared at him intently and realized that there were no wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. He did not look like an old man at all. Something was wrong. Okay, Grandpa, let's go. Tang Yuro nodded obediently and even made an angry expression at Zhou Han, meaning that they would see. Clearly, with her grandfather backing her up, she was no longer afraid of Zhou Han. As for what Zhou Han had done to her, she would remember it in her heart. One day, she would get back at him. Zhou Han immediately used appraisal to check. Shadow Demon. Level 41. Life 4,600. Attack 1,200. Defense 616. Weapon Blood Massacre Blade. Equipment Ghost Set. Accessory True Flame Ring. Cultivation Technique. Soul Manipulation Technique. The other party's level had actually reached level 41. If not for Zhou Han's enhanced appraisal, he would definitely not have discovered it. No wonder the other party was able to sneak into Blue Thunder City. This kind of shadow demon was one of the races of demons. They were good at concealment and disguise. Unexpectedly, Zhou Han bumped into it. If not for the abnormal situation of the mission, Zhou Han would not notice this guy's existence either. Therefore, Tang Yuro was still in danger. This shadow demon's goal was obviously Tang Yuro. He wondered what was so special about her, but he did not have time to think so much now. He directly slashed at the shadow demon from behind. Yes? Do you have a death wish? The shadow demon used its keen senses to quickly detect energy fluctuations in the air. It looked at Zhou Han angrily. At the same time, it quickly produced a black ball of light and collided with the sword Qi, instantly disintegrating Zhou Han's attack. Human, what a surprise. I disguised myself so well, but you found me. Seeing that the sword aura had been neutralized, the shadow demon smiled evilly and spoke flatly. At the same time, its figure instantly changed. Its black, carapace-covered skin was revealed, its face ferocious and bloodthirsty. A layer of black mist covered his body, sinister and strange. Seeing this situation, Tang Yuro was bewildered and questioned loudly. Grandpa, you're not my grandpa. What did you do to my grandpa? Hee. Are you talking about that old guy? He was killed by me like an ant. The shadow demon smiled savagely and spoke cruelly. I'll kill you. Return my grandfather's life. Tang Yuro broke down after hearing that. She drew the blue wave sword and slashed at the shadow demon, her eyes filled with madness. The shadow demon stood silently, showing no inclination to defend itself. Suddenly, a beast soul crawled out of its body and flew away. With just one attack, Tang Yuro was severely injured and could not get up from the ground. You overestimate yourself. If the higher-ups hadn't specifically asked for you, you would be a corpse now. The shadow demon retracted its gaze and turned its sinister gaze to Zhou Han. It was like a hunter carrying its prey. Human, you should never have discovered my identity. Now you can die. A mere demon dares to be arrogant in our human territory. Who gave you such courage? Zhou Han's words were filled with sarcasm. He did not take the shadow demon seriously at all. Very well, arrogant boy. I'll show you true cruelty. Shadow Soul Spike. The dark elements in the air quickly condensed into a few sharp spikes that attacked Zhou Han with a strange power. Minus 2,489. My skills actually can't offset it. Zhou Han's skill hit the Shadow Soul Spike, but there was no collision. Instead, it went straight through. It was actually a soul-type skill. This skill was very difficult to resist. He could only use his body to resist it. Fortunately, the damage isn't high, and I have enough HP. Zhou Han could still withstand it. It was not a big problem. What? You're actually fine after enduring my skill. The shadow demon's eyes suddenly grew grave. Unexpectedly, this low-level player in front of it was so strong and did not look injured at all. Soul Catcher Wave. I will tear your soul apart. This was a trump card. Even if the other party had some strength, he would not be able to escape. Minus 3,922. With another strange ripple of soul, black waves appeared in the air. It was a combination of sound waves and the soul attribute damage that was impossible to guard against. It directly hit Zhou Han. Fortunately, his HP was very high. Otherwise, he would be finished today. How can that be? It can't be. The shadow demon was stunned. It knew exactly how powerful its two moves were. This was the first time it had encountered such a situation where they could not kill the other party. Have you had enough? Now it's my turn to attack. Zhou Han jumped out like a bolt of lightning and pointed his sword at the shadow demon's vital point. It was so fast that the shadow demon did not have time to react before Zhou Han closed in. Zhou Han's health was very high, but if he continued to be beaten up, he would eventually be exhausted to death. With such soul attacks from the other party, Zhou Han could only fight in close combat to not be treated as a target board. PFFF. Seized the moment when Shadow Demon was casting a sword flashed, and the shadow demon's body was pierced through by a cross-shaped hole. But it did not fall. With the powerful life force of the demons, it retreated desperately, wanting to distance itself from Zhou Han. This speed is terrifying. This is not the speed of a human. Clearly, it was filled with shock. It never expected that its high level would be severely injured by a mere swordsman. This was a huge humiliation for a demon. It was furious, but there was nowhere to vent it. If you want to run, let's see where you can run to. Zhou Han charged forward quickly and activated the leap skill. In an instant, he arrived directly in front of the shadow demon. Before the shadow demon could react, it was slapped to the ground by Zhou Han. As for why he did not kill the shadow demon, it was mainly to ask where Tang Yuro's grandfather was. Only then could he successfully complete his mission. What? You? How can you be so strong? The shadow demon was now lying on the ground like a dead dog, its face filled with endless fear. Zhou Han's powerful HP, speed, and jumping ability completely stunned it. All these terrifying attributes were concentrated on one person. He was simply invincible. Tell me, where is her grandfather's body? Tell me the truth, and I'll give you a quick death. Zhou Han pointed at Tang Yuro and asked with a dark expression. Just around the corner from here. The shadow demon was completely terrified. It knew that it had no hope of surviving, so it confessed. It saved Zhou Han the time to interrogate it. And why did you approach her? What was your special purpose? It involves high-level secrets. I'd rather die than tell you. Human, don't be too smug. When the demon army descends, you... PFFF. Before the shadow demon could finish speaking, it was struck by Zhou Han and ended its sinful life. So much nonsense. Zhou Han did not have the time to listen to the shadow demon's ruthless words. As for the descent of the demon army, that was something for the future. Zhou Han did not care much. At that time, if he developed steadily, he would definitely have even stronger abilities. A mere demon was nothing to fear. As for the purpose of the demons contacting Tang Yuro, it did not seem to be that simple. Even the shadow demon was afraid to speak. What secrets does she have? Zhou Han looked at Tang Yuro thoughtfully. Server announcement. Player Zhou Han has successfully killed a demon and completed the first kill. Reward: 100 gold coins and 1 gold treasure chest. Zhou Han did not expect that killing a shadow demon would trigger an announcement. That's not bad. He did not expect there to be a reward. It was a pleasant surprise. It seemed that he had accepted this mission well and gotten a gold treasure chest for nothing. Zhou Han was instantly delighted. Brother Han is awesome. He can even kill demons. He's simply too heaven-defying. I've heard that demons have strange methods. They have some soul attack skills that are difficult to deal with. The lowest demons are level 30. They are born with all kinds of powers. I won't say anything. In the future, I'll be Brother Han's fan and firmly support him. I wonder if Zhou Han will establish a guild in the future. I have to join. The news of Zhou Han slaughtering the demons was discussed by everyone in the chat area. Most of the players expressed their shock. Zhou Han's reputation was also getting higher and higher. However, Zhou Han did not pay attention to these fleeting praises. The most important thing now was the mission. I didn't know this guy had a lot of good stuff on him. Looking at the items that dropped under the shadow demon's body, Zhou Han was a little excited. You obtained set, ghost set. You have obtained a cultivation technique, soul manipulation technique. You have obtained a weapon, the blood massacre blade. You received 1,500 gold coins. He hadn't expected this guy to be so rich. Most of the stuff had dropped, except for the true flame ring. After seeing the attributes, Zhou Han was overjoyed. This was simply a wave of benefits. Zhou Han clicked on the ghost set and started reading. Ghost set. Grade gold. Attributes. Health plus 3,000. Attack plus 500. Defense plus 200. Movement speed plus 20. Set effect. Can summon a beast soul and cause a lot of damage to the enemy. Description. A very powerful set that combines attack and defense. It is very expensive. After reading it, Zhou Han knew that this was a set. By gathering all 6 parts of helmet, clothing, wrist guard, belt, leg guard, and boots, one would trigger a special set effect. After reading it, he was a little happy. It was indeed a combination of attack and defense. He wondered what kind of changes would happen after he enhanced it 5 times. Enhance the ghost set 5 times. You have successfully enhanced it 5 times. Please check the attributes. Ghost set plus 5. Grade Gold. Attributes: Health plus 8, 000, Attack plus 1, 200, Defense plus 500, Movement speed plus 170. Special Effect 1. When HP is less than 100%, 2000 HP will be recovered every second, and damage taken will be reduced by 50%. Special Effect 2. Plus 30% evasion, plus 20% control immunity. Special Effect 3. In combat, all attributes increase by 2 times. Description: a powerful offensive and defensive ability is the best choice for your survival. Set Effect: summons a soul beast that unleashes a large number of soul attacks on all enemy units within a 20-meter radius. The ghost set directly added 8,000 HP. Now that Zhou Han's health could exceed 10,000, he could directly take off. Then the other attacks, defense, and movement speed were all greatly increased. There were also 3 special effects. The important special effects were basically covered and were very powerful. Even without a special effect that ignored the terrain, there was nothing he could do. There was no such thing as perfect equipment. Perhaps after more than 100 enhancements, perfect equipment would appear. However, this was too far away. Zhou Han was just thinking about it. Then, there was the skill, soul manipulation technique. It was a gold-grade cultivation technique that focused on soul attacks. It could catch the enemy off guard. When Zhou Han faced the Shadow Demon just now, he was also beaten up at first. That was why Shadow Demon had the right to be proud. Any other player would probably suffer. However, it was very unlucky to have encountered the monstrous Zhou Han. All his attributes were maxed out. With his health and speed advantage, he could barely win. Soul Manipulation Technique. Grade Gold. Skill 1. Shadow Soul Spike. Gather soul power into a spike, causing 2 times the soul attack damage. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Skill 2. Soul Catcher Wave locked. Will only be unlocked after reaching a certain level of proficiency in Skill 1. Skill 3. Locked. The effects of enhancing 5 times were also displayed. Shadow Soul Spike plus 5. Condenses soul power into spikes, causing 12 times the soul attack damage. Cooldown, 20 seconds. After enhancement, Zhou Han was very satisfied. After all, this kind of soul attack was very strange and usually difficult to resist. It would definitely become a sharp weapon against his enemies in the future. After seeing the last Blood Massacre Blade, Zhou Han was a little surprised. It's actually platinum grade? This was an existence that was 1 level higher than gold grade. Unfortunately, Zhou Han had changed his class. Therefore, such equipment could not be used. When the time came, he could only hang it in the trading area. He should be able to exchange it for a lot of useful things. After all, it was a platinum grade item. The powerful attribute bonuses were there. Zhou Han also took a look. The attributes were indeed very powerful. Let's go? No matter what, we have to let the old man be buried in peace. Zhou Han helped Tang Yuro up and walked towards the old man. At this moment, Tang Yuro was like an injured kitten. She was no longer as feisty as before. Her tear-stained face made one instinctively want to protect her. Fortunately, the Shadow Demon did not lie to Zhou Han, and they quickly found the old man's corpse. You successfully completed the quest, Save Xiaoro. You gained a great deal of experience. You've successfully risen to level 19. As expected of an intermediate experience card that had a 7x experience bonus, he immediately jumped to level 19 and was 1 step away from his goal of level 20 today. Zhou Han opened the interface and looked at his attributes. Zhou Han. Level 19, 81.1%. Class, Sword Soul, First Awakening at level 25. Health, 3, for 50 plus 8, 000. Attack, 1, 090 plus 2, 800. Defense, 125 plus 500. Talent, Infinite Enhancement. Title, Famous plus 3, Attack plus 500. Weapon, Mithril Sword plus 4, 4x attack, kill. Accessory, True Spirit Ring plus 5, ignore armor, summon True Spirit, plus 20% all resistances. Equipment, Ghost Set plus 5. As expected, his experience bar reached 81.1%. Soon, he would reach level 20. Then, at level 25, he could awaken for the first time. He wondered what the Sword Soul's awakening effect was. Zhou Han was filled with anticipation. Now, his health had exceeded 10,000 and his attack power was close to 4,000. All his attributes had greatly increased. You opened the gold treasure chest. You have obtained a skill mutation card. Skill mutation card? The name sounded like a good thing. Zhou Han hurriedly checked the detailed description. Skill mutation card. After use, it can randomly mutate and unlock skill of your class. He wondered how it would mutate and what standards it would be. The system did not provide a clear explanation. He had to test it himself. Use the skill mutation card. You used a skill mutation card. Your skill, Leap, has mutated. Please check. Did Leap mutate? Can I fly now? After Zhou Han curiously checked, he was stunned. He had guessed correctly. This skill could really let him fly. Levitation +4. Break free from the gravity of the planet. The body will be suspended 10 meters above ground for 2 minutes. Cooldown, 8 seconds. The name of the skill changed. It was called levitation. After seeing it, Zhou Han was extremely excited. Although he could only fly up to 10 meters, which was not completely flying, as he continued to enhance it in the future, it was hard to say what would happen. He was about to test the effect of the skill when he heard a pair of neat footsteps walking over. This is it. I just sensed the demon. A pair of guards came. They were all wearing iron armor and had a solemn killing aura. All of them were very powerful. Zhou Han casually appraised one of them. They were all experts above level 40. The leader's level was higher than level 60. This is a shadow demon. It was killed not long ago. The body is still warm. Soon they found the body, examined it, and came to a conclusion. Did you kill this shadow demon, young man? The commander of the Flying Feather Army happened to see Zhou Han and Tang Yuro, so he asked. That's right. How dare it act presumptuously in our human territory? It's courting death. Zhou Han nodded and said indignantly, Good. Young men do have the courage to speak such grand words. A warrior such as yourself must be rewarded. The commander was a little surprised at first. He did not expect the other party to be able to kill the shadow demon at such a young age. Then, he clapped in admiration and a smile appeared on his cold face. Hearing that there was a reward, Zhou Han's body lit up and he immediately said humbly, Commander, you flatter me. It is my duty as a resident of Blue Thunder City. There is no need for a reward. Well said. All right then, I'll make a note of your credit first. If everyone in Blue Thunder City has the same awareness as you, what's there to fear about the demons? The commander admired Zhou Han even more. It was rare to see such a capable and humble young man. However, in the current situation, there were more and more demon invasions. He wondered how long Blue Thunder City could last. Before he could finish speaking, Zhou Han's expression turned ugly. Good lord, this was not going according to plan. I was just being polite, and you took it seriously. Were people like this in the past? Zhou Han wished he could slap himself. Why did he have to say such things? The reward was gone just like that. However, from what he said, the situation was probably not good. The situation might be more serious than he had imagined. He had to increase his strength through the gold mine. Just as he was about to leave, he heard the commander speak again. I think you're a talent. Our city lord is preparing to form a demon-slaying division. I wonder if you're interested. A new mission has appeared, talent selection. Do you accept? Sigh, not bad. Although the reward was gone, he had earned another mission. It wasn't a huge loss. It was completely acceptable. Of course I'm interested. I also want to contribute to Blue Thunder City. You accepted the mission. Please check the mission description. Talent selection. Description. In the talent selection competition, successfully enter the top 10. The higher the ranking, the more generous the reward. Progress. Incomplete. Location. Martial arts practice field. Coordinates. Very good. The participants are all young talents. I hope you can emerge from the selection. With that, the commander retreated with the soldiers. Zhou Han opened the map and looked at the location of the martial arts arena. It was not very far. Just as she was about to leave, she saw Tang Yuro still squatting there crying. She looked like a weeping beauty. A kind man like Zhou Han definitely could not watch a little beauty cry in front of him. There's no use crying like that. Let's bury your grandfather first and let him go in peace. Seeing Tang Yuro's flustered expression, Zhou Han immediately gave her an idea. But I don't have money, Tang Yuro said awkwardly. Burial in ancient times was not that simple. It had to be done in style, so the result was costly. Zhou Han was a little speechless. You're already level 30. Can't you earn this bit of money? At this moment, He was typing in the system to withdraw some gold coins. I'll sell myself to you. I just want Grandpa to be buried well. Tang Euro saw that Zhou Han did not react for a long time. It was obvious that he did not want to lend her money. That was true. How could a psychopath like him be so kind? That was why she had said the part about selling herself to bury her grandfather. Here, take these gold coins. Zhou Han was speechless. After placing the gold coins in Tang Euro's hand, he left. Don't worry, I'll keep my word. After things are settled, I'll come to you. I'll be your maidservant from now on. Although Tang Euro was unwilling, she still shouted at Zhou Han with determination in her eyes. I'd rather not have such a grumpy girl as a maid. Zhou Han felt a little uncomfortable just thinking about it. At the martial arts arena, at this moment, there was a sea of people. Everyone was fighting to sign up for the selection. This brother looks unfamiliar. Are you also here for the selection? While Zhou Han was queuing, a young man came over to chat. The other party's hair was disheveled, and he was a little sloppy from fright. At this moment, he looked at Zhou Han with a kind smile. Seeing the other party's expression and actions, Zhou Han quickly determined that he was a native of the God-Fiend continent. That's right. Is there a problem? Zhou Han did not find it annoying and started chatting. What if he triggered something hidden? There's a problem. Of course, there's a problem. I don't think your strength is much. It's a little difficult to pass the selection. The scruffy old man said it with a straight face. He made it sound like a real deal. Even Zhou Han believed it. He can see through my strength. Could he be an expert? Could he have met a hidden big shot? Did he send something to him? Thinking of this, Zhou Han was a little excited. His luck was a little heaven-defying. Then, Zhou Han used appraisal and took a look at this guy's attributes. When he saw it clearly, Zhou Han was a little depressed. Trainee swordsman, Tu Fei. Level, 11. Life, 1,500. Attack, 200. Defense, 60. Weapons, greatsword. Equipment, none. Accessories, none. Cultivation technique, basic sword technique. This was simply trash. To think that he treated this guy as a hidden big shot. It seemed that this guy was trying to fool me. Zhou Han immediately felt dispirited and did not want to care. How is it, brother? Am I right? It doesn't matter if you're weak. I have a cultivation technique here. As long as you cultivate, I guarantee that you will shock the world in the selection competition and easily obtain first place. Tu Fei had no idea that he had been seen through. He was still talking nonstop. After saying that, he took out many books and various cultivation techniques. The Grand Primordium Ancient Scroll, the Universe God Slaying Sword Art, the Limitless Star Forbidden Scripture, and so on were very impressive. Zhou Han glanced at it. Good Lord, did they all have such heaven-defying names? Can you brag any more than that? If you're so powerful, why don't you cultivate it yourself? Zhou Han couldn't help but ask in amusement. I'm not interested in power. Training is too tiring for me. It doesn't suit me. I just want to live normally. Tu Fei did not show any embarrassment as he bragged. Get this one. Take a look. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Tu Fei directly stuffed one of the books into Zhou Han's hand. It seemed like he wanted to force a sale. After all, he spent all his life in Blue Thunder City. When he saw that Zhou Han was obviously a new face, he came to try and scam this person. A part of the Grand Primordium Ancient Scroll has been detected. Do you wish to view it? After hearing the system notification, Zhou Han was surprised and overjoyed. This is real. How unexpected. Zhou Han hurriedly checked. Grand Primordium Ancient Scroll, incomplete. Grade, Divine. Skill 1. Skill combination. Fuses two similar cultivation techniques to form a new cultivation technique. Its power becomes stronger, and there is an extremely low chance of raising its grade. Skill 2. None. Good Lord. Divine grade? What was the probability of getting a divine grade item? Zhou Han did not know. He only remembered that the highest grade mentioned by the system was the Emperor grade. Now it seemed that the divine grade that had not been mentioned was definitely higher than the Emperor grade. As for how high, he wasn't sure. Anyway, it was a very awesome discovery. There was only one skill. The second skill showed nothing. It was indeed incomplete. Regardless, even an incomplete version was priceless. As for the effect of the skill combination, he could not try it yet. However, it was certain that no matter how he used a divine grade cultivation technique, it would not disappoint him. Zhou Han thought and glanced at the remaining books in Tu Fei's hand. Could the rest be real? If it was all true, wouldn't he be invincible? Bring me the remaining books. I'll take a look at them too, Zhou Han said calmly, holding back his excitement. Seeing that he had taken the bait, Tu Fei was overjoyed. His luck today was not bad. There was hope for him to earn some money. After reading it, Zhou Han was a little disappointed. The rest were all fake, making him excited for nothing. After calming down, Zhou Han secretly scolded himself for being too greedy. He was still not satisfied with a divine-grade cultivation technique. All right, these two are quite good. I'll take them. In order not to make the other party suspicious, Zhou Han bought 2 books. 100 gold coins per book. That's 200 in total. Practice it today, and you'll be number 1 tomorrow. You. Don't be ridiculous. 20 gold coins, no more. Zhou Han interrupted him and stated his bid. It was not that Zhou Han could not bear to spend 200 gold coins, but he was afraid that the other party would deliberately test him and realize the truth of the Grand Primordium Ancient Scroll. Therefore, this price had to be cut. It had to be cut ruthlessly. No way. 20 gold coins are too much of a loss for me. You don't agree? Then I don't want them. Zhou Han turned around and pretended to leave. He counted to 3 in his heart. The other party would definitely ask him to stay. Hey, don't leave. 20 gold coins it is. What a crazy price. I'm making a huge loss. Tu Fei looked like he had lost his parents, but in fact, he was already overjoyed. Other than the Grand Primordium Ancient Scroll that he picked up somewhere, he had printed the rest himself. The value was basically less than 2 copper coins, but it had suddenly been flipped by 1,000 times. It was simply too much. Look, Tu Fei is fooling the newbie again. Damn, he got fooled so easily. He's really stupid. That guy is really a fat sheep. He took out 20 gold coins directly. He's really a fool. He probably just came out to roam the martial world and has never experienced the reality of society. Let's go and fool him too. Let's see if we can earn some wine money. These passers-by in Blue Thunder City were all discussing. They did not expect Zhou Han to spend 20 gold coins to buy a pile of waste paper. In their eyes, Zhou Han was already a fat sheep. Everyone was calculating in their hearts and wanted to take a bite of Zhou Han. Brother, you have to thank me properly after you master the divine technique. After receiving the gold coins, Tu Fei left in satisfaction. This would last him a year. After obtaining the cultivation technique, Zhou Han did not go back on his words. He was prepared to find a place where no one was around and learn the Grand Primordium Ancient Scroll. After all, there were many people around now. When learning skills, there would be abnormalities. Otherwise, Zhou Han could have just used it for free earlier. Moreover, this was a divine-grade cultivation technique. Who knew what kind of phenomenon would happen after learning it? Just as he was about to leave, a group of people suddenly surrounded him. Zhou Han frowned. They were all smiling and did not look like they were fighting. Brother, I have a piece of equipment here. I'll sell it for a gold coin at a cheap price. One of them quickly came to Zhou Han's side and promoted his product. How absurd. This wasn't equipment. It was underwear. He wondered where this guy had gotten it. Zhou Han immediately refused. Was he such an indecent person? Brother, I have an interesting book for you. It's very exciting. Brother. More and more people gathered around. They scrambled to sell their products. Only then did Zhou Han realize that they were treating him like a fat sheep. They had misunderstood the deal with Tu Fei just now. FCK, get lost. Zhou Han was immediately a little unhappy. Everyone treated him like a fat sheep, so why should he be polite? He lost his temper and shouted at everyone. You've got balls, kid. Don't meet me during the tryouts, or I'll kill you. This fat sheep has quite a temper. We must teach him a lesson about the dangers of society. What a waste of my time. Why is this boy so clever now? He's not fooled at all. Let's go, let's go. We still have to sign up. When everyone saw that they had not ripped off a fat sheep, their eyes were filled with resentment and jealousy. At this moment, they all hated Zhou Han and threatened to teach him a lesson. If it weren't for the fact that fighting was forbidden in Blue Thunder City, they would have attacked long ago. At this moment, Zhou Han had no idea that he had been inexplicably hated. Even if he knew, it didn't matter. He didn't care about these cannon fodder at all. A cultivation technique for learning has been detected. Do you want to learn it? When Zhou Han found an empty corner and took out the Grand Primordium Ancient Scroll, a system notification came. Learn. You have successfully learned the Grand Primordium Ancient Scroll, incomplete. Please check. Zhou Han did not check immediately. Instead, he enhanced it 6 times because his enhancement points were not enough for more. Skill combination +6. When any skill is fused, The new skill has a 90% chance to increase its grade. After checking, Zhou Han's eyes lit up. He remembered the earlier description clearly. It required 2 similar skills. Now, there was no need for this condition. Any skill could be combined, and there was no limit to the number. Initially, the new skill had an extremely low chance of increasing its grade. But now that the probability had increased to 90%, as long as his luck was not too bad, it would basically succeed. Zhou Han felt very satisfied. Now, he had to give it a try and see what the skill after fusion was like. Immediately, he hesitated. What skill fusion should he try? His current skills were Sky Splitting Slash, 8 Directional Heaven Splitter, Falling Leaf Sword, and Shadow Soul Spike. Sword Soul's class skills, Cross Slash, Levitation, and Sword Technique Expertise. He took a look. The 8 Directional Heaven Splitter had a stun effect. This could not be fused for the time being. On the other hand, the Shadow Soul Spike was a soul attack that had some unexpected effects. This could not be fused either. It was better to fuse the Sky Splitting Slash and Falling Leaf Sword with the Cross Slash first. After all, the output of these skills could not keep up now. The skills you chose have been successfully fused. The excess enhancement points have been returned. It was good that the enhancement points could be refunded. This could save a lot of trouble. New skill sword Chi Storm has been formed. Please check it. The effects of the enhancement were also displayed. Sword Aura Storm +6. Summon hundreds of sword auras to form a storm, causing 15 times of true damage to all enemy units within 20 meters. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Good lord, 15 times of true damage. The Divine Grade Cultivation Technique, the Grand Primordium Ancient Scroll, was indeed heaven-defying. Just by casually fusing skills, it had a true damage effect. Looking at the remaining skills, Zhou Han had an urge to directly fuse them. However, he still endured it. These skills were still very useful at the moment. If he rashly fused them, his combat strength might decrease. After tidying up, Zhou Han also began to queue up to register for the selection competition. Soon it was his turn after an hour of waiting in line. This is your number plate. It will randomly match you to different opponents. Only by winning all of them can you enter the qualifying competition. After the young lady at the registration reception recorded Zhou Han's information, she handed him a wooden token and explained the relevant matters. Zhou Han nodded and looked at the number 19 on the wooden sign. Participation Wooden Token, a mission item. With this card, you can obtain the qualification to participate in the selection competition. I wondered what effects would appear after I enhanced it. Now, Zhou Han's first reaction was to enhance anything he saw. There was no special effect after enhancing it once. 2 enhancements. Wait, there's been a change. Participation Wooden Token +2. Quest item. With this card, you can directly enter the top 100. 3 enhancements. Participation Wooden Token +3. Quest item. With this card, you can directly enter the top 10. You are temporarily ranked 10th in the talent selection competition. You have reached the mission completion standard. Do you want to complete the mission immediately? After 3 enhancements, a notification came from the system. This was not bad. After enhancing, it directly raised his ranking to 10th place. It was simply too satisfying. I'm not settling the mission for now. The mission rewards were calculated according to the ranking. The reward for the 10th place was too low. Zhou Han's goal was 1st place. Enhance it again. It has reached the limit of the item's enhancement. The enhancement has failed. Did it fail? There was no disappointment in Zhou Han's eyes. If he really continued to enhance it like this, it would just give him an award automatically. After asking the staff, the top 10 were the final. Today was the qualifying round. Tomorrow was the real finals. That's good too. I don't have to waste time here. I can go out of the city to farm monsters now. Zhou Han did not waste any time and entered the Valley of the Undead. Soon, Zhou Han's experience points were enough, and he reached level 20. He had earned tens of thousands of enhancement points. He had encountered many silver-grade demonic beasts and a small number of gold-grade ones. Without the EXP buff, leveling up is indeed a little slow. In any case, today's harvest is not bad. Zhou Han found a tree, sat down, and started collating his earnings. However, when he was killing the demonic beasts, he stuffed everything that fell into his bag without looking carefully. While resting, Zhou Han counted his gains. He obtained more than 1,000 gold coins, 12 pieces of silver-grade equipment, and 3 pieces of gold-grade equipment. However, Zhou Han already had the ghost set. Gold equipment was useless to him. Sigh. It's a pity that there are no gold greatsword weapons. Just as Zhou Han was sighing, two system announcements suddenly sounded. Server announcement. Player Han Xiangning is the second to reach level 10. Reward. 200 gold coins, 1 gold treasure chest. Server announcement. Player Han Xinxue is the third to reach level 10. Reward. 100 gold coins and 2 silver treasure chests. After hearing the system announcement, Zhou Han smiled. Looks like they're leveling up a little slower without me. Zhou Han remembered that they had reached level 9 yesterday. Unexpectedly, it was almost dark today and they had only reached level 10. This was not just slow. A friend has sent you a message. Please check it. Friend's message? He only had 2 good friends in total. It seemed that they had come to report the good news to him. Open the friend panel. When he opened it, he saw a message flashing. Both sisters had sent messages. Han Xiangning, I've finally reached level 10. I'm so happy. Han Xinxue, Zhou Han, thank you. We've both reached level 10. Zhou Han. First of all, congratulations. What class do you plan to choose? Han Xinxue, I haven't thought about it yet. I'll discuss it with you tonight. Han Xiangning, Zhou Han, you can open my gold treasure chest. I'm afraid my luck will be as bad as last time. Ever since she obtained a piece of ordinary grade equipment last time, she had been traumatized. Han Xiangning requests a deal. Do you accept? After Zhou Han accepted it, he quickly obtained the gold treasure chest and opened it without hesitation. You have obtained the green cloud sword. Please check it. Unexpectedly, his luck was good. It was actually platinum grade. The gold treasure chest dropped a platinum grade item. It was considered a huge drop. Green cloud sword plus 6. Grade, platinum. Attributes, attack plus 1, 500, critical rate plus 50%. Special effect 1. Increases physical lifesteal effect by 30%. Special effect 2. After entering the combat state, attack will increase by 6 times. Immediately disappears after leaving combat state for 5 seconds. Special effect 3. When attacking, the target's defense is reduced by 40%. As expected of a platinum-grade weapon, it directly increased attack by 1,500, and its critical strike rate reached 50%. On average, it could produce 1 critical strike every 2 attacks. Special Effect 1 had a lifesteal effect. Special Effect 2 had a large increase in attack power. Special Effect 3 could lower defense. Overall, it was really a powerful weapon. After equipping it on himself, Zhou Han packed all the equipment and weapons that he had replaced in his bag for the sisters. He looked at the rankings. Level ranking. 1. Zhou Han. Level 20, 84.6%. 2. Han Xiangning. Level 10, 11.9%. 3. Han Xinxue. Level 10, 10.5%. 4. Oh Huang. Level 9, 0.3%. 5. Jia Feiqiu. Level 8, 96.2%. 6. Go Tuo. Level 8, 86.4%. 7. Miao Xue. Level 8, 63%. 8. Lin Fan. Level 7, 93.3%. 9. Zhang Deshui. Level 7, 90%. Not bad. These 3 are taking off. After Zhou Han saw it, he was stunned. When they opened the pod in the morning, the few lucky fellows directly dominated the rankings and reached the top 10. They could change their class tomorrow. It could be said that one lucky item drop changed their fate. Zhou Han suddenly felt a sense of crisis. If there was such a lucky person every day, his first position would be greatly threatened. One had to know that there were a total of 100 million players who had entered the Godfiend continent. There were always some lucky fellows who appeared. No, I can't relax. I have to use my advantage to put distance between us. Zhou Han reminded himself in his mind. It was almost dark, so it was impossible to farm monsters. They definitely couldn't stay outside the city at night. During the day, Zhou Han encountered the Shadow Demon. Moreover, from the words of the commander of Blue Thunder City, it was obvious that the current situation was not optimistic. The demons had completely infiltrated the city. At the place where Zhou Han left, 3 figures appeared in the shadows not far away. They were covered in black fog and could not be seen clearly. As they appeared, the surroundings suddenly became dark and strange. What's the situation with Shadow Demon? Why can't we contact it? The leader's voice was hoarse and grim with anger. Boss, the shadow demon was discovered and killed directly. One of the lackeys replied carefully. It was killed? It's those beastards from the Flying Feather Army again. The leader smashed the tree beside him to vent his dissatisfaction. This wasn't done by the Flying Feather Army, but by a young man with extraordinary strength. I've been lurking in Blue Thunder City for years. A young man like this can't be unknown. It's as if he suddenly appeared. The other underling suddenly voiced his own confusion. I don't care who dares to go against my abyssal demon race. I want him to die without a burial place. The leader immediately gave the order, his eyes filled with a cruel smile. Don't worry, boss. I'll continue to lie low and find out where he is. Hee. When the time comes, I'll avenge the shadow demon. One of the minions volunteered. Yes, go ahead. I will remember your credit. We have to find a way to capture that human woman. That's what the higher-ups told us. Do you understand? The leader pointed to another lackey. Please give me more time. The appearance of the shadow demon has alerted the Flying Feather Army. It won't be easy to make a move in the city. Sure, I trust your abilities. That's all for today. With that, the three of them disappeared into the shadows again. At this moment, Zhou Han had already returned to the city and met up with Han Qinxue and her sister. Perhaps thinking of the accident last night, the two women blushed and felt awkward when they saw Zhou Han coming over. Seeing that the two women were so shy, Zhou Han naturally wouldn't mention what happened last night and tease them. Wouldn't that be asking for trouble? Have the two of you decided what classes you're going to choose? Zhou Han immediately found a topic to ask. I'd better choose a clergyman. I'll play support in peace. Han Qinxue was the first to speak. After all, she could not lead the charge. Her combat will and combat skills were too poor. She learned that the clergyman could buff and heal teammates. She felt that it was quite effective. There were many subclasses within clergymen, including those who took the combat route. However, after hearing what Han Qinxue said, Zhou Han roughly understood that she was probably choosing a healer role. Seeing the magnificence of her chest, this was definitely a good nanny. Clergyman is good. You can keep us safe. Xiangning, what's your choice? I actually wanted to choose the clergyman, but since my sister chose it, I'll choose the mage. Han Xiangning said hesitantly. After all, she also wanted to be a support member. However, it was meaningless to take the same class, and there were many drawbacks regarding that. Mages were also a long-range DPS class. All they had to do was release their skills. It was easy and simple to operate. Then, the three of them discussed it for a while before finally confirming it and starting their class advancement. The evening passed without incident. It was nothing like what had happened the day before. The next morning, the three of them went to the pottery merchant's place to collect their daily free pot. Your free clay pot has been sent. Please check. Open pot. You have obtained a skill book. Please check it. So lucky. It felt good that he had actually obtained a skill book. I wonder what grade it is. Anyway, it would definitely not be Starlight grade because it did not trigger the entire region's announcement. Sensing, Ordinary can sense the threat within 2 meters. After Zhou Han read it, he was a little disappointed. It was an ordinary skill book. Moreover, the effect was not good. He could only feel the threat within 2 meters. This was completely useless. If an expert entered within 2 meters of him, even if he sensed it, there would be nothing he could do about it. After enhancing it twice, the effect was also very ordinary. Sensing +2 can sense the threat within 4 meters. 4 meters was still not enough. I wonder what effect sensing and appraisal will have after fusing. Zhou Han suddenly had an idea and was looking forward to it. In any case, the sensing skill was useless, so he might as well fuse it. Even if he fused a lousy skill, it wouldn't matter. Appraisal was something every player had. If they wanted to receive it again, they only needed to spend 10 gold coins. Therefore, he was not worried that he would lose his appraisal skill. Thinking of this, Zhou Han immediately tried. Skill fusion successful. It has been upgraded to bronze grade. New skill has been generated. Please check the attributes. It was expected that it would rise to the bronze level with a 90% probability. The skill name was Aura Sensing. Zhou Han directly enhanced it 3 times, and the effect was displayed. Aura Sensing +3 can sense auras within a 30-meter radius. After the fusion, it was indeed much stronger. It reached a range of 30 meters in an instant. Previously, the sensing skill could only sense threats, and the range was very small. It could sense all kinds of auras now. This included danger, kindness, cold, hot, and others. This was a very powerful auxiliary skill. Let me try it first and see how it works. Zhou Han quickly used aura sensing. It was very profound. The surrounding aura was very flat. Anyway, there was nothing special about it. Suddenly, Zhou Han's expression changed because he discovered a cold aura that seemed to be hostile to him. He immediately looked in that direction. The other party was an ordinary man dressed like a farmer. If he was thrown into a sea of people, no one would even look at him. Seeing Zhou Han look over, he naturally turned his head away, pretending to be very secretive. If not for the fact that he could sense his aura, he would really have been deceived by his acting skills. Who the hell is he? I don't think I've provoked him. Zhou Han was puzzled. He checked the man's attributes. Dark Demon Guard, the most common demon in the Fog Abyss. It is good at hiding and tracking. It can deliver a fatal blow to enemies in the dark. Another demon? Looks like they're onto me. Zhou Han knew that it was because of the shadow demon yesterday that the demons began to notice him. Zhou Han, why are you in a daze? Look at what I got. My luck is really good today. Han Xiangning patted Zhou Han's shoulder and said excitedly, "Oh, what's so good that you're so happy?" Zhou Han asked curiously. "A gold grade belt. Let me ask you, isn't it powerful?" Han Xiangning said proudly. Is that all? I thought it was something good." Zhou Han couldn't even be bothered to look at the gold equipment. After this small episode, Zhou Han looked in the direction of the Dark Demon Guard. He realized that the other party had disappeared into the vast crowd. However, Zhou Han did not feel that it was a pity. He had the aura sensing skill anyway. Then the hidden methods of the demons would be exposed in front of Zhou Han. Therefore, he had nothing to worry about. He had already memorized the other party's appearance. On the contrary, he still had to track the other party and find all of their members. Only then could he eliminate any future trouble. Zhou Han, let's go first and prepare to level up in the Valley of the Undead. Han Qinxue said with a smile. She knew that Zhou Han was going to participate in the finals of the selection competition. You have to be careful. You can cross servers in the Valley of the Undead. Be careful of players from other areas. Zhou Han did not forget to remind. Today was already the third day. There would be more and more players who could reach level 10. Therefore, there would definitely be a lot of players in the Valley of the Undead. Don't worry. With me around and Xiangning's mage skills, our power can't be underestimated. Han Xiangning puffed out her chest proudly. Zhou Han hurriedly turned his head away. Congratulations on reaching the top 10. Today will be the final match to decide who will win the championship. The Flying Feather Army's lieutenant was in high spirits as he spoke rhythmically in the arena. To protect Blue Thunder City. 2. Zhou Han yawned as he listened from below. He felt like the school principal was speaking from above. All right, let's talk about the rules of the competition now. It's divided into qualifying matches. The 10 of you will fight each other. The winner of 9 battles will receive the honor of the first place. Ranking battle? That's interesting. Who do you think will get first place? I think better of Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun is nothing. Mai Hong Peng is the number 1 among the younger generation. Okay, cut the crap. They're all experts anyway. It's fine as long as everyone is enjoying the show. Hey, look at that number 19. Isn't that the fat sheep from yesterday? Oh wow, that's true. How did he get into the top 10? I didn't see him in the arena yesterday. Don't tell me he went through the back door. That kid is obviously rich. Look, he's still sleeping. He'll probably be tortured soon. I'm looking forward to it. In the finals, the competition was quite exciting. In the beginning, everyone was discussing the likely winner of the competition. That was until they saw Zhou Han. They were very unhappy because he did not buy their things yesterday. Now that they saw Zhou Han acting like he had connections, everyone was looking forward to seeing him get beaten up. The competition will now begin. Number 19 Zhou Han will fight number 90 Han Li. The judge was dumbfounded when he finished speaking loudly. After all, those who entered the top 10 were all powerful talents. Why didn't he have any impression of this number 19? It was as if it had suddenly appeared. He got in through connections? The judge instantly thought of this. The fair and just him immediately looked at Zhou Han with displeasure. After Han Li went on stage, the referee whispered something in his ear. That was to torture the opponent. Don't worry, I won't let you down. I'll make him regret participating in this competition. A smile appeared on Han Li's face, but the eeriness of it could be seen. He came from a poor family and relied on hard training to achieve what he had today. He couldn't stand people who pulled strings like this, so after hearing what the referee had to say, formless anger burned in her heart. He had to teach this guy a lesson. Zhou Han lazily walked into the arena. The lieutenant's words just now were too sleep-inducing. "You're Zhou Han." Han Li smiled disdainfully when he saw Zhou Han. Even such a guy could enter the top 10. He was really ashamed to be in the same competition. "Yes? Am I that famous? How do you know me?" Zhou Han was a little puzzled. He was indeed very famous among the players. But why did the residents of Blue Thunder City know him? Is it because I'm handsome? Sigh, I'm already so low-key, but my strength doesn't allow it at all. I'll teach you a painful lesson about what happens when you go through the back door. Han Li clenched his fists and smiled playfully. He could almost see Zhou Han confessing and begging for mercy in front of him. Did he get in through connections? Zhou Han was a little puzzled at first. However, he instantly remembered that because of the participation wooden token that he had enhanced yesterday, he directly entered the top 10, so these people thought that he had connections. No wonder these people looked at him with hostility. The surrounding crowd wished they could go on stage and beat Zhou Han up. I see. That made sense. All right, if you want to fight, fight. Why are you so talkative? Zhou Han could not be bothered to waste any more time. Good. You're losing your temper. The coldness in Han Li's eyes seemed to freeze. As soon as he finished speaking, he took out a 7-foot spear from behind him. The spearhead flickered with a cold light, and a violent aura suddenly erupted. It made the expressions of the crowd change. From afar, they could feel a force blowing over. It was not something they could contend with. How satisfying. Zhou Han's first opponent is Han Li. He's a ruthless person. He will definitely beat this guy up. Now that you mention it, I'm a little excited. Fight. I'm really looking forward to it. Han Li is indeed the #1 person from a poor family. His spear proficiency is even more exquisite. Looks like his ranking in this selection competition will definitely not be bad. Zhou Han, this is the outcome of getting in through the back door. You actually dared to get into the top 10 without strength. Prepare to be punished. Beat him to death, the shameless thing. How can they break the rules so easily? The onlookers were indignant and gloating at this situation. Someone who cultivates spear techniques? It was a little like the Lancer class. After checking, the other party's attributes were displayed. Cold Spear, Han Li. Level, 30. Life, 3,900. P. Attack, 1,000. Defense, 499. Weapon, Blue Snow Spear. Equipment, Gunner Set. Accessory, Mystic Iron Bracelet. Cultivation Technique, Dragon Transformation Technique. He was only level 33, and his equipment was very ordinary. No wonder he was poor. There was not a single piece of gold equipment. After Zhou Han finished reading, he shook his head. He looked at Han Li with pity. It was not easy for this child to survive like this. You, I'm going to kill you. Zhou Han's gaze pierced Han Li's heart. He came from a poor family. This was an identity that he could not get rid of no matter what. At this moment, Zhou Han ripped at his scar. It made him instantly fly into a rage out of humiliation. Damn, why is this guy so angry? Zhou Han was a little confused, but at this moment, Han Li's attack had already arrived. A cold light first, then a spear like a dragon. Consecutive spear strike, break. His spear emitted a cold light and attacked Zhou Han. With the aura of ice, one could feel the temperature in the air drop drastically. The power was extraordinary. Han Li was very satisfied with his attack. He smiled. As expected, Zhou Han would fall in the next second. Then, he would go over and humiliate him. He had even thought of humiliating words. What? Impossible. Han Li's smile gradually froze, and his eyes were filled with shock. Miss. Zhou Han only used his hand to block lightly. He did not expect to trigger the dodging effect. It had triggered twice in a row. This was something he hadn't expected at all. That's it. You're attacking like a dragon. Zhou Han looked at Han Li with a faint smile and blinked at him in confusion. How did you do it? Han Li's face darkened, but he was bewildered. Could it be that the other party was really very strong? He quickly rejected that conclusion. He must have a treasure on him that can resist the damage of skills. That must be it. As long as I attack continuously, the other party will definitely be overwhelmed. Thinking of this, Han Li smiled confidently again. The first victory must be his. Cold Spear Flying Snow. He turned the spear, and the cold aura quickly gathered, forming countless ice spikes. As he became faster and faster, the ice spikes continuously attacked Zhou Han. Let's see how you block it this time. Han Li narrowed his eyes and smiled. This was his ultimate move, a move that made countless prodigies in Blue Thunder City suffer. Block? Who said I wanted a block? You're too lousy. Let's end this. Han Li's strength could no longer interest Zhou Han. He originally wanted to see what level the young talents of Blue Thunder City were at. That was why he wasn't in a hurry to attack. However, after seeing Han Li's attack, Zhou Han was disappointed. Such damage was nothing to him. It posed no threat. In that case, let's end this quickly. As soon as Zhou Han thought of this, a ball of black energy condensed on his palm. It was the start of the soul skill, Shadow Soul Spike. When the black energy condensed to the size of a basketball, Zhou Han threw it out forcefully. The black ball instantly turned into a few spikes and rushed towards Han Li. Oomph! How can you hurt me? Seeing the sharp spikes, Han Li directly used his skill to resist. Unexpectedly, the soul spike passed through his skill and went straight for his body. What's this? Ah, it hurts. Han Li's confident face instantly turned pale. A sharp pain shot through his soul. He howled in pain and quickly fainted. Hee, you sure can talk big. I can't hurt you. As it turned out, the soul spike had not only injured him, but almost killed him. The entire battle was completed in an instant. It was so fast that no one could see it clearly. They found Han Li lying on the ground like a dead dog. Zhou Han waited for a long time, but did not hear the referee's announcement. Therefore, he looked over and realized that the other party was still in shock and had completely forgotten about the competition. Ahem. Zhou Han could only cough to remind him that he did not have time to waste here. First match, Zhou Han wins. The judge also reacted and read the result. He looked at Zhou Han with a trace of fear in his eyes. He wasn't one of those ignorant onlookers. When Zhou Han released his skill, he was the closest and felt a chill run down his spine. It seemed that he had misjudged this guy. Previously, he thought that he had gotten in through the back door. He did not expect him to have hidden skills. Lieutenant Wei Chao, who was standing on the high platform, also saw this battle. When did such a powerful young man appear in Blue Thunder City? That's interesting. He began to look forward to Zhou Han's performance. Zhou Han walked down the arena with a relaxed expression. He went to the competition area and waited for his next opponent. The surrounding crowd could not remain calm and started discussing. It was obvious that they were suspicious of Zhou Han's performance. What the hell? Han Li actually lost. This doesn't make sense. Yes, it's really strange. Could Zhou Han be a hidden expert? How is that possible? I reckon it's a scheme. Did he see that black energy just now? Yes, it's very strange. Perhaps this is the problem. These people clearly did not believe that Zhou Han would have such strength. This was a guy who relied on connections. They were very angry about it. Therefore, even though Zhou Han won, their eyes were filled with suspicion. They found all kinds of reasons to convince themselves. It was mainly an unknown guy who suddenly entered the top 10. Their hearts could not accept it. Han Li is still not good enough. He's still inferior to the true prodigies of Blue Thunder City. Very good. Let's see how he faces this. This time, it's the popular candidate for first place, Hong Peng, the core disciple of the Hong family. I heard that his Raging Flood Saber technique is powerful and has already reached perfection. This time, Zhou Han will definitely not be able to resist. Zhou Han must lose. I bet he won't be able to withstand 3 strikes. 3 strikes? Hee. You think too highly of him. Hong Peng is not someone Han Li can compare to. He comes from a big family and has abundant resources. Moreover, he is specially nurtured as a core disciple. Let's not talk about it for now. There's a good show coming. At this moment, everyone fell silent and held their breaths as they watched the scene in the arena. Zhou Han and Hong Peng were already in position in the arena. Hong Peng was burly and carried a large saber on his back. His eyes were filled with hostility. He didn't look like a young man at all. He looked more like a weathered uncle. Kid, have you heard of my Raging Flood Saber technique? I'm not something trash like Han Li can compare to. Hong Peng drew his saber and slung it over his shoulder as he spoke domineeringly. Clearly, as a prodigy of Blue Thunder City, he was arrogant enough. He had also seen the battle between Zhou Han and Han Li just now. He was confident that the other party would not be able to withstand his fierce saber technique. I've never heard of it. Could there be something special about it? Zhou Han said cooperatively with a trace of doubt on his face. The Raging Flood Saber technique was such a trashy name. It sounded very low class. It was probably a lousy cultivation technique. Good. Now go down on your own. I'm afraid I won't be able to keep my knife. I'm not sure what will happen then. Hong Peng had a cold smile on his face, looking confident that he would win. Zhou Han was not his match at all. One had to know that he had successfully cultivated the Raging Flood Saber technique to the 3rd level. It could produce a saber aura and injure people invisibly. Oh, are you that confident? Unfortunately, you won't have a chance. Zhou Han had a relaxed smile on his face as he checked the other party's attributes. Killing Blade, Hong Peng. Level, 39. Life, 4,600. Attack, 1,400. Defense, 509. Weapon, Soul Slaying Saber. Equipment, Spiritual Enhancement Set. Accessory, Yinling Ring. Cultivation Technique, Raging Flood Saber Technique. Zhou Han had a relaxed smile on his face as he drew his sword. The aura on his face changed and he attacked. 8 Directional Heaven Splitter. With speed, it whistled over and headed straight for Hong Peng. The onlookers were also shocked. Of course, he was not shocked by Zhou Han's aura, but by his courage. One had to know that Hong Peng had an extremely strong body and refined saber techniques. Rushing up to fight him now was completely courting death. Haha, there's no need to watch. He actually dares to face Hong Peng head-on. Who gave him the courage? How reckless. You don't have any sense. I can imagine Zhou Han's sorry state next. At this moment, Hong Peng was smiling. If Zhou Han had been fighting with him previously, he might have wasted some time killing the other party. However, now that he dared to attack head-on, the consequences were obvious. He would definitely be killed instantly. Fool, you're lost. Watch my move, Torrent Slash. It's over. Hong Peng held the knife in both hands, the veins on his forehead bulging. His face became ferocious because of the huge force. With a loud shout, a violent saber aura instantly poured out. It was like a torrent with powerful might. It shocked everyone else. Previously, they had only heard that this move was powerful and incomparably powerful. Today, they finally saw it with their own eyes. The shock was even stronger. At the same time, he looked at Zhou Han gloatingly. If he encountered such a tough opponent, he would definitely die. Boom! With a loud bang, Zhou Han's sword aura collided fiercely with the other party's saber aura. A huge crack came from the arena, becoming dilapidated. A huge cloud of dust blew up. It was impossible to see what was going on inside. This power is too terrifying. Zhou Han is probably crippled. I feel so good. Poor kid. He wouldn't have suffered like this if he had surrendered earlier. At this moment, although they said that he was pitiful, they were indeed smiling happily. However, when the dust dissipated, there was only a standing figure in the arena. The other was already lying on the ground, his fate unknown. At first, they thought that Zhou Han was already lying on the ground. All of them were wide-eyed and dumbfounded when they saw him standing. What was going on? Zhou Han was actually still standing there? It was obvious that Zhou Han had obtained this victory. Their faces were filled with disbelief. The prodigy of Blue Thunder City was actually defeated by Zhou Han. How strong was the other party? It was unimaginable. At this moment, there was no longer mockery in his eyes, but deep reverence. Damn, this is really hidden. I didn't expect Zhou Han to be so strong. I misjudged you. I want to apologize for what I said. I remember that you mocked Zhou Han just now. Now you're afraid. Don't talk nonsense. Aren't you harming me? If Zhou Han finds out, won't I be in trouble? The next competition is interesting. I wonder if Zhou Han will continue to win. In the next match, Zhou Han insta-killed his opponent. No one could stop his sword. One of them would fall when the sword was unsheathed. It was completely dark. The world of Blue Thunder City was nothing. It's been 8 rounds. There's one more left. It's too easy. Zhou Han looked at the 2 people fighting in the arena and muttered to himself in his seat. The final victor of the competition would fight Zhou Han for first place. The 2 people fighting in the arena were indeed very powerful. This was Zhou Han, the most powerful young man they had seen in Blue Thunder City. The man on the left was called Jiang Chun. Zhou Han heard that the other party was a disciple of the Jiang family. Blue Thunder City was a huge city with many forces intertwined. After hearing the system's information and the explanation of the surrounding crowd, Zhou Han roughly understood the division of forces. The 4 most prosperous families at the moment were the Bai, Jiang, Nie, and Hong families. They occupied 99% of the resources of Blue Thunder City. As the second-ranked Jiang family, they naturally had a rich foundation. Jiang Chun had been nurtured by the family with his outstanding talent. He was very powerful, which was why he could easily enter the top 3. Standing on the right was the daughter of the city lord, Bai Linglong. Not only did she have stunning talent, but she also had unparalleled beauty. She was known as the #1 beauty in Blue Thunder City. At this moment, her white clothes were fluttering, and her jade-like skin and peerless face made the audience drool. Coupled with her noble status, she was like a fairy that no one dared to profane. "Miss Bai, you're getting more and more beautiful, as expected of my goddess." "Oh my god," she actually looked at me. "Are you effing shameless?" She's looking at Zhou Han. "You rookie, you don't know anything." As expected, beauty's like the strong. Pity I don't have a chance. Bai Linglong's beauty immediately received a wave of praise. He saw Bai Linglong looking over. Zhou Han was a little puzzled. He did not seem to know her. Their eyes met. Zhou Han could feel the provocation in the other party's eyes. It seemed that she was confident about winning and wanted to fight for first place with him. "I don't want beauties. Sorry, with me around, you have no chance at all." Soon, the two people in the arena attacked. A huge battle was about to begin. Blades flashed and swords flashed. "City Lord, why have you come in person?" On the high platform, Wei Chao looked nervously at the middle-aged man approaching with infinite respect. "Yes. How was it? Did you find any good seedlings?" Bai Wuhan nodded and sat in the main seat. He took some time out of his busy schedule to watch the battle, mainly to see his daughter's performance. He wanted to see if anyone new had appeared. "City Lord, a special talent really did appear." Wei Chao replied hurriedly. "Oh, special? What's special?" Bai Wuhan asked casually, but his eyes were paying attention to Bai Linglong's battle in the arena. "There's a young man. All his opponents were insta-killed. They had no chance to fight back at all. There's such a powerful junior. What's his name?" Bai Wuhan was immediately interested and asked curiously. "This person's name is Zhou Han. His sword technique is very profound, far surpassing others of the same age." Wei Chao pointed in Zhou Han's direction and reported. Even at their age, it was probably very difficult for their swordsmanship to reach Zhou Han's level. Therefore, he admired it very much. "Zhou Han, he's not from the 4 families. I've never heard of such a person before." Bai Wuhan stroked his beard, his eyes flickering. No one knew what he was thinking. "I made a point of investigating. He doesn't belong to any faction. It's as if he suddenly appeared. It's unbelievable. If not for the fact that he had repeatedly confirmed that Zhou Han was a spy of the demons. After all, such a powerful old man could not have been so unknown and not been discovered until today. Therefore, there had to be a secret. As for what it was, he had no idea. Yes, I understand. I'll see how he performs later." As the lord of a city, he naturally knew a lot of secrets. He knew that the God-Fiend continent was very mysterious and that some people from other worlds would appear. This Zhou Han was very likely from another world. As for why he had come or what his purpose was, it had nothing to do with him. As long as it did not harm Blue Thunder City, it was fine. He reigned in his thoughts. Linglong's cultivation has improved a lot again. I wonder who's stronger between her and Zhou Han. I'm looking forward to it. Bai Wuhan stroked his beard and said with a smile, his eyes filled with anticipation. "Eldest Miss has inherited your teachings, my lord. She will definitely be unstoppable. You only know how to flatter people." Bai Wuhan looked a little reproachful, but he was already overjoyed. Indeed, Bai Linglong was taught by him personally. He was undoubtedly the #1 expert in Blue Thunder City. How could such guidance be the same as others? There was no doubt that he would defeat Zhou Han. The key was how long Zhou Han could last. Father is also here to watch the battle. I'm going to use my full strength next and display my strongest strength. As for Zhou Han, I'm sorry. Seeing Bai Wuhan on the viewing platform, Bai Linglong's eyes lit up. She had to perform well and surprise everyone present. Only then would her father be proud. At the thought that she would attack with all her might, Zhou Han would definitely suffer. There was a high chance he would be seriously injured. After that, I can compensate him with more supplies. Consider it an apology. Bai Linglong had already thought of how she would defeat Zhou Han, and her face revealed strong confidence. Indeed, Zhou Han had won 8 rounds previously and displayed powerful strength. But that was in the eyes of others. In her eyes, this was not enough. She was the daughter of the city lord, a top prodigy with beauty and strength. To exaggerate, she did not care about the young talents in Blue Thunder City at all. Even most people a generation older than her were no match for her. That was the source of her pride. Number 19, Zhou Han. Please enter the arena and prepare to compete for first place today. As the referee announced loudly, Zhou Han shrugged and slowly walked onto the arena. Bai Linglong was already waiting in the arena, her eyes filled with frost. This guy has no manners. He's slow. No man has ever made me wait this long. Bai Linglong was a little unhappy when she saw Zhou Han's indifferent expression. Every man would fawn over her beauty and be eager to show their most perfect side. This guy actually dared to ignore her. Zhou Han, show me your true strength. I want to completely suppress you. Bai Linglong's clothes fluttered as she smiled. Only when the other party displayed his greatest strength would it cause more shock when she defeated him. This would form a stark contrast. In that case, her first place would be indisputable. In the future, people would make such discussions. Look at that Zhou Han. He was stunning and had 8 consecutive victories. In the finals, he was even more shocking. He unleashed a powerful ultimate move with extraordinary power. However, he was still defeated by Bai Linglong, the daughter of the city lord. Looking at it this way, the contrast was obvious. This was also the reason why Bai Linglong asked Zhou Han to use his strongest strength. Only by defeating the other party's strongest move head-on could such a victory make one speechless. Otherwise, if she defeated the other party easily, someone might say that she was lucky. Thinking of this, Bai Linglong smiled. Wow, the goddess's smile is so charming. I'm so jealous. Goddess will definitely win. Defeat Zhou Han. Goddess, you can do it. The surrounding crowd was cheering and cheering for Bai Linglong. Zhou Han immediately smiled when he heard this. Are you sure you want me to go all out? I'm afraid I'll make you cry. He said it seriously, and he was telling the truth. Unparalleled Sword Lady, Bai Linglong. Level 46. Life 6,000. Attack 2,460. Defense 802. Weapon Sky Dust Sword. Equipment Mystic Fairy Set. Accessory Guardian Necklace. Cultivation Technique Heavenly Jade Sword Technique. Her level was very high, and her attributes were very strong. The lethality of the cultivation technique was also extremely high. However, it was still not enough in front of Zhou Han. The equipment on her was all platinum grade, but it was not as strong as Zhou Han's gold grade equipment. This was the advantage of SSS rank infinite enhancement. Low-level equipment could crush high-level equipment through enhancement. When Bai Linglong heard this, her gaze changed, and she looked at Zhou Han coldly. Saying such frivolous words was obviously teasing him. He had to teach her a lesson for saying such things in public. No man in Blue Thunder City dared to say such words. Zhou Han was the first. Shameless boasting. Use your strongest move. I want to defeat you head-on. Bai Linglong unsheathed her sky dust sword and pointed it at Zhou Han with a cold glint. Fine. You said it. I'll do it. Zhou Han was such an easygoing person. He always tried his best to satisfy the requests of beautiful women. Watch carefully, Sword Aura Storm. Zhou Han did not waste any time and directly activated the skill he had fused previously. It was his strongest move so far. With that, a violent sword aura spread around him. Sizzle. Sizzle. Under the slash of the sword aura, the air trembled. The smile on Bai Linglong's face gradually disappeared, replaced by seriousness. She was surprised to see such power. She did not expect Zhou Han to be so strong, which was beyond her expectations. Even so, you're no match for me. Bai Linglong firmly believed that as the daughter of the city lord, she would never fail. The sword aura grew thicker, forming a storm that swept over them like a tornado. This aura, oh no. Bai Wuhan's calm expression changed drastically. Bai Linglong could not resist such power at all, and her life would be in danger. However, as the city lord, he could not interfere with the competition. He was anxious, but he did not attack. There was a scream. The violent storm had just touched Bai Linglong when it sent her flying. It collapsed with a single strike, unable to resist. What's going on? He defeated Bai Linglong in one move. This child will definitely become great. His future achievements are limitless. Don't provoke him in the future to avoid trouble. Oh, my goddess flew out. I don't know if she hurt herself from the fall. My heart hurts. Zhou Han really doesn't have any pity for the fairer sex. He's so ruthless. Are you a man or not? If it were me, I would have taken the initiative to admit defeat. I don't even know how to give in to a goddess. After seeing the outcome of the battle, everyone discussed it. Clearly, Zhou Han had already become an influential figure in Blue Thunder City. Some were wary, others angry. Everyone was discussing him. Damn, this power is too strong. Zhou Han did not expect this move to be so terrifying. At this moment, the surroundings were in chaos. The floor within a 30-meter radius was lifted. The ground was covered with the marks of sharp sword slashes. He looked at Bai Linglong, who was lying not far away, covered in mud. Her previous arrogant aura was gone. Instead, she was battered and exhausted. Seeing this, Zhou Han was a little embarrassed. After all, the other party was the #1 beauty in Blue Thunder City. Now that he had reduced her to such a state, and with so many people watching. Actually, it was not Zhou Han's fault. Firstly, he did not know that the sword aura storm would be so violent. Secondly, he saw that Bai Linglong was wearing platinum equipment. No matter what, she could resist it. He did not expect it to be such a scene. Am I that strong already? Zhou Han sighed in his heart. At this moment, Bai Linglong, who was lying on the ground, had already woken up. Still, she pretended to faint. It was embarrassing for so many people to see her embarrass herself. This was the first time she had been so embarrassed. She could not accept it. Zhou Han, I'll remember this. I'm not done with you. Just wait. Bai Linglong roared hysterically in her heart, wishing she could cut Zhou Han into pieces. He actually hit a beauty like her so hard. What a blockhead. He didn't know how to be gentle with women at all. She was angry and embarrassed at the thought. As the referee announced, Zhou Han also confirmed the position of first place. The selection competition ended here. Zhou Han, it's impossible to enter the Demon Slayer division without a strong physique. This sword bone pill is your reward. Please keep it well. Soon, a guard came to give Zhou Han a reward. Thank you for your trouble. After he took the prize from the guard, there was a prompt. You have obtained the sword bone pill. Do you want to check it? Zhou Han immediately checked. It was actually platinum grade. Moreover, it increased defense and health, making his physique stronger. Zhou Han immediately enhanced it 6 times and started reading. Sword bone pill +6. Grade, platinum. Effect. After use, the bones will become like a sword, extremely tenacious and hard. HP will permanently increase by 5,000 points, and defense will permanently increase by 500 points. Description: a one-time consumable. You can only consume one of the same types of pill. It is ineffective after being consumed multiple times. He did not expect it to increase his HP and defense by 500 points. Zhou Han was overjoyed and immediately consumed it. A pure power flowed into his limbs and surged, tempering his body. His bones cracked, and his blood became more exuberant. A few minutes later, the entire transformation was finally over. Zhou Han clenched his fists tightly. Now, his body was even stronger, and his aura had become sharper. If he faced a gold-grade demonic beast now, he was confident that he could kill it instantly. You got first place in the talent selection mission. You gained a massive amount of experience. At this moment, there was also a notification that the mission was over. However, without the multiplier of the experience card, the massive experience bonus was not much. Zhou Han took a look. His current level had reached 58.7% of level 22. However, no matter what, it was still better than killing monsters. Zhou Han, please come over. Our city lord wants to see you. After seeing Zhou Han consume it, the guard said. The city lord had seen it before. It should be about the Demon Slayer division. Zhou Han nodded and followed the guard. Very good, you're Zhou Han? You're indeed talented. Seeing Zhou Han come, Bai Wuhan stroked his beard and smiled, his eyes filled with admiration. Greetings, City Lord Bai. Zhou Han cupped his hands politely. He was relieved. After all, he had taught the man's daughter a lesson. On the way over, he was worried that the other party would make things difficult for him. He thought of a solution. It seemed that he was thinking too much and did not see the scene in the novel. The protagonist was enemies with the entire world. If he was unhappy, he would fight. After all, the other party was the city lord. If he did not have such tolerance, how could he last long? This is a token for the Demon Slayer division. You can report there tomorrow. Seeing the inexplicable smile on Bai Wuhan's face. After Zhou Han thanked her, he took the token in confusion. The token was made of gold. Zhou Han's name was carved on the back, and the words Demon Slayer was written on the front. There was a hint of sharpness in the vast atmosphere. I didn't expect a token to be so powerful. The strength of the city lord can be imagined. This is... Just as Zhou Han was checking, a violent sword intent rushed towards him. His hair stood on end. A strong sense of crisis quickly overcame him. It was too fast and too close to react. True Spirit Summoning. At the critical moment, Zhou Han summoned the True Spirit. True Spirit Ring +5, Special Effect 2. Every time he dealt 100,000 damage, he could summon a True Spirit. 190,000/100,000. Now that his damage had accumulated to 190,000, it was enough to summon once. A silver wolf soul flew out of the ring and attached itself to the sword intent. Boom! Two huge waves of energy collided. Soon, the aftershock dissipated into the air. Zhou Han took a few steps back before stabilizing himself. Fortunately, the dangerous situation was resolved, and there was no damage. Seeing that Zhou Han had actually resolved it so easily, Bai Wuhan was shocked and stood up from his seat. City Lord Bai, what do you mean? At this moment, Zhou Han's expression was very ugly as he questioned coldly. Zhou Han, don't be excited. This is a necessary step to enter the Demon Slayer division. The first is to test your strength, and the second is to prevent the demons from sneaking in. You've encountered demons before. You know their disguises are very powerful. Lieutenant Wei Chao hurriedly explained. After all, it was indeed easy to misunderstand. Lieutenant Wei is right. I hope you understand. Bai Wuhan also said. This process had always been like this, but he still hid a little selfishness. He had strengthened the sword intent stored in the token a lot. He originally wanted Zhou Han to suffer a loss and avenge his daughter. Of course, he could not say such a thing out loud. Unexpectedly, not only did Zhou Han block the sword intent, but he was also unscathed. It seemed that he had underestimated the young man in front of him. Hearing this, Zhou Han was a little speechless. Despite the rules, he was unhappy. Just you wait. When the time comes, I'll take your daughter from you. Zhou Han thought fiercely. Bai Wuhan's combat strength was too strong. At the moment, he was no match for him. Since the city lord has said so, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Since the matter was over, there was no point in Zhou Han staying here anymore. He stood up and bade farewell. This Demon Slayer token is very important. You have to keep it safe. Before leaving, Wei Chao also instructed. On the way, Zhou Han checked the information of the Demon Slayer token. Demon Slayer token. Grade, Platinum. Description, a symbol of the Demon Slayer's identity. It can resist a blow from a Platinum grade expert. Description, refined from extraterrestrial metal with mysterious abilities. He did not expect this Demon Slayer token to be so powerful and be able to resist the attack of a Platinum grade expert. No wonder Wei Chao specially instructed him not to lose it. This material was very rare. Although Zhou Han was not afraid of Platinum-grade experts, he could enhance them. He wondered how effective it would be. Enhance it 6 times. Enhancement successful. New data has been generated. Please check. Demon Slayer token +6. Grade, Platinum. Description, a symbol of the Demon Slayer's identity. It can resist a blow from a King-grade expert. Special Effect 1. After killing demons, it can be recharged. There is also a certain chance of increasing its quality. Description, refined from extraterrestrial metal with mysterious abilities. Not bad, not bad. It could block a king-level attack. This greatly enhanced his ability to survive. Her unhappy mood suddenly became pleasant. The morning had already passed. After Zhou Han ate something, he decided to go to the Valley of the Undead to farm monsters. This was because, after level 25, he could awaken for the first time. His heart was filled with anticipation. You have a new friend message. Do you want to check it? Why are Han Xiangning and the others looking for me? Are they in danger? After Zhou Han opened the friend panel, a dialogue box popped up. Han Xiangning, Zhou Han, come over quickly. We found a magical place. Han Qinxua, Zhou Han, there's a spiritual fruit here, but there are powerful demonic beasts guarding it. We can't defeat it at all. He took a look and was relieved to see that they hadn't been in danger after all. Zhou Han, send me your coordinates. Seeing that there was a spiritual fruit, Zhou Han was a little tempted and hurriedly sent a message. Han Xiangning, Fire Cloud Mountain Range, Coordinates. Zhou Han. Calm down and be careful. I'll be there soon. After closing the friend panel, Zhou Han pulled up the relevant information about the Fire Cloud Mountain Range through the auxiliary system. It was an area of the Valley of the Undead. It was a continuous volcano with high temperatures. The main inhabitants were demonic beasts, gold-grade fire cloudbirds, and platinum-grade fire-chilling cloud sparrows. None of them were very powerful. He could handle it. After assessing the risk, Zhou Han quickly set off. At this moment, in a wet and hot mountain range, the sisters were both sweating and lurking in the grass. In front of them was a thick ancient tree that shot into the sky. There were many sparkling and translucent fruits on it, emitting a strange fragrance. But the sisters did not dare move. This was because there were many fire cloud birds perched on the branches. These birds were naturally close to the fire element, so the fire attribute attacks they unleashed were powerful. Moreover, they were all gold-grade. They could not deal with them. After all, Han Qinxue was a clergyman, so she was purely support. Han Xiangning was just a newbie mage. Perhaps to enhance her life-saving abilities, she chose the earth element. Its defense was top-notch, so its output could not keep up. Therefore, they sent a message to Zhou Han half an hour ago. Only Zhou Han could deal with this situation. Sister, this place is so hot. Why isn't Zhou Han here yet? Han Xiangning complained. Her clothes were drenched. He was pressed tightly against her delicate body, filled with endless temptation. Let's wait a little longer. You've seen Zhou Han's movement speed. It's probably very fast. We have to hide well. Otherwise, it'll be bad if we're discovered. On the other hand, Han Qinxue was a little hot. She was drenched and her face was flushed. But she was calmer and more patient than her sister. If I had known, I would have chosen ice magic. At least now I can cool down. Han Xiangning was a little speechless and could only continue to wait. When they discovered these spiritual fruits previously, they did not pay attention to their surroundings. Unknowingly, they had entered the territory of the fire cloud birds. Now they dared not act rashly. If they were discovered, it would spell trouble. Oh no, there are fire venom bugs nearby. I'm afraid we're going to be exposed. Han Qinxue relied on her vision talent to see the traces of the fire venom bug. Her expression was very ugly as she said worriedly. Fire venom bugs were one of the fire cloud bird's favorite foods. Once the fire cloud bird came over to hunt, there was a high chance that they would be discovered. Then we'll move slowly and get farther away from the fire venom bugs. Han Xiangning immediately gave a suggestion. Squeak, squeak. Before they could move, the cry of a bird came. The cry was urgent and filled with anger. We've been discovered. Retreat. Han Qinxue's expression changed, and she hurriedly shouted. Soon there was a huge fire behind them. Behind them was a flock of fire cloud birds, their eyes fierce. They used the skill, Rain of Fire. Flames filled the sky and poured down on them like rain. It's hot. Earth rock armor, quickly possess me. Han Xiangning panted in pain, feeling like she had used her skill. An earth-colored light covered her, but it was still difficult to resist the rain of fire. I'll increase speed. Wings of Holy Light. Han Qinxue also used the auxiliary skill of a clergyman. The two women became noticeably faster. Their happy mood instantly sank. It's over. There's still the fire-chilling cloud sparrow ahead. We're surrounded. What should we do? Are we going to die here today? Sigh. It's all my fault for discovering these spiritual fruits. Otherwise, this wouldn't have happened. Sister, don't say that. We sisters have company even if we die together. It's just that we haven't found a good man yet. If I had known earlier, I would have. Yes, Zhou Han is a good man. I also have a good impression of him. Sister, you really have designs on Zhou Han. Sigh. What's the point of talking about this now? The sisters hugged each other and shivered, their faces filled with despair. The sky was filled with flames as they approached. They hugged each other tightly and closed their eyes. Zhou Han also saw the flames from afar and seemed to have sensed something. Worried that something might happen to the sisters, he immediately activated his speed to the limit and sprinted over. He happened to see this scene. At the critical moment, he used all his skills. First, it was the Sword Aura Storm, then the Shadow Soul Spike, and the 8-directional Heaven Splitter. Phew. Fortunately, I came in time. All kinds of skills instantly killed most of the fire cloud birds and fire-chilling cloud sparrows. The remaining small number of skills were used on the sisters, but they both had Zhou Han's enhanced equipment. Therefore, there was some damage, but it was not fatal. Soon, the remaining demonic beasts were swept away by Zhou Han, and the crisis was completely resolved. You have a new skill unlocked. Do you want to check it? Zhou Han hurriedly took a look. He realized that the second skill of the Fallen Leaf Sword technique, Wind Thunder Dance, had been unlocked. Because it was a bronze-grade cultivation technique, it could only be enhanced 3 times. After enhancing, Zhou Han saw the attributes. Wind Thunder Dance +3. A powerful sword intent will trigger wind and lightning, causing 5 times the damage to enemies within a 10-meter radius. It will use the wind to reduce the speed of all enemy units within a 30-meter radius by 90%. The base damage was not very high, but the speed reduction effect was very useful. Reducing speed by 90% was a little ruthless. They could not move at all. It was no different from being crippled. It was a very useful auxiliary skill. Even if there were many enemies, they could not get close. Yes? We're not dead? What's going on? Haha, I'm not dead. That's great. Zhou Han, did you save us? Are you dreaming? Did you kill all these demonic beasts? After all this time, the sisters realized that they were actually fine. They opened their eyes in confusion and found Zhou Han. They immediately felt a sense of security. After the sisters were saved, they were both happy and shocked. There were hundreds of demonic beasts, including gold and platinum grade ones. They were all killed in less than a minute. Zhou Han's strength was getting stronger. They remembered that when they teamed up with him the day before yesterday, they had to kill the steel-armored pig by pulling monsters. Now he could kill platinum-grade demonic beasts instantly. Zhou Han closed the interface and looked at the sisters. What he saw made his blood boil. At this moment, their clothes were drenched and stuck to their bodies. All the tempting curves were outlined, especially Han Qinshue's gully, which was unfathomable. It made Zhou Han a little mesmerized. If not for the fact that they were in the middle of nowhere, Zhou Han really wanted to punish them on the spot. This is simply challenging my character. Zhou Han, you're finally here. Thank you for saving us. Zhou Han, that's great. I thought I would never see you again. Any later, and we'd be dead. Under Zhou Han's stunned gaze, the 2 women's eyes flickered with tears of gratitude. They threw themselves into his arms. Looking at the 2 peerless beauties in his arms, Zhou Han felt a sense of accomplishment. This was the joy of having 2 women. He had experienced it today. However, feeling the softness of the 2 women, Zhou Han felt a little bitter. This was the Valley of the Undead. There was danger everywhere. Even if he wanted to do something indescribable now, he did not have the guts. After all, some demons were already paying attention to him. Wouldn't it be terrifying if the demons ambushed him while he was doing that? Although he was very powerful now, he was not invincible. He still needed room to grow. Okay, don't cry. Isn't it safe now? Zhou Han patted the 2 women's shoulders and comforted them. At the same time, he pushed them away. Otherwise, he really wouldn't be able to hold back. Han Qinshuo also hurriedly woke up and blushed. Because of her gratitude and the joy of escaping after the calamity, she could not help but throw herself into Zhou Han's arms. Her sister already had feelings for Zhou Han. As an older sister, of course, she could not compete with her younger sister. Thinking of this, she restrained herself and kept a certain distance from Zhou Han. Zhou Han, let's go. Let's take a look at the spiritual fruits in front. We don't know what attributes they have. After Han Xiangning calmed down, she hurriedly got down to business. Come on, let's take a look. You guys stay behind me. After hearing about the spiritual fruit, Zhou Han instantly perked up. This was also the main goal of his trip. In the Fire Cloud mountain range, other than the Fire Cloud birds and the Fire Qilin Cloud sparrow, there were also some hidden demonic beasts. Therefore, Zhou Han paid attention to his surroundings as he walked. Soon, he smelled a strange fragrance. It was the smell of spiritual fruits. In front of him was a thick ancient tree that stood in the sky, emitting vitality. A golden light flickered in the cyan aura. This ancient tree is indeed extraordinary. It has such rich energy. No wonder those fire cloud birds like to perch on it. Indeed. Let's pluck the spiritual fruit first. The sisters sighed and began to pluck. There were a total of 10 spiritual fruits on the tree. They were the size of apples and emitted a sweet fragrance. After Zhou Han took the spiritual fruit from Han Xiangning, he checked it. Jade fruit. Grade gold. Description: after consuming it, the experience gained from killing monsters within 30 days will increase by 1.5 times. Description: limited to one use. Use multiple times is ineffective. After reading it, Zhou Han was overjoyed. It was actually a spiritual fruit that increased experience gain. This was simply a divine artifact in the early stages. The higher the level, the more functions you could activate. It naturally widened the gap between him and others. Enhance it 5 times. Enhancement successful. Please check. Jade fruit +5. Grade gold. Description: after consuming it, the experience obtained in any way will be permanently increased to 5 times. Description: limited to one use. Use multiple times is ineffective. Good lord, this was simply invincible. After 5 enhancements, the enhancement effect was completely displayed. First, the multiplier of experience went from 1.5 times to 5 times. The time limit also changed from 30 days to a permanent buff. Moreover, only the experience gained from killing monsters could be buffed previously. But it was different now. Experience gained in any way. In other words, through completing missions, killing monsters, special experience dungeons, and other methods, he could enjoy a 5-fold increase. It was simply too awesome. He was taking off. Zhou Han, what's wrong? Why are you so happy? Han Xiangning asked curiously as she watched him smile foolishly. Look for yourself. Don't be too surprised. Zhou Han did not explain much and handed her the enhanced jade fruit. You're so mysterious. What? Ah. Hiss. Han Xiangning's curiosity was quickly replaced by shock. Her beautiful eyes widened as she exclaimed. What were the odds of a permanent 5-fold buff? It was difficult not to take off. Zhou Han, you're really too powerful. You can always create miracles. Han Xiangning held Zhou Han's hand and bounced around, her eyes filled with admiration. I have something better. Do you want to try it? Zhou Han whispered in her ear. Annoying. I'm talking to you about something serious. When Han Xiangning heard Zhou Han's words, her face turned red and she punched him. -1. Zhou Han lost a drop of blood. It seemed that the sisters were developing well. They could actually break through his defense. Soon, the 3 of them consumed the enhanced jade fruit. The remaining 7 were thrown into Zhou Han's spatial bag. Then, after killing hundreds of fire cloud birds, he dropped more than a dozen pieces of gold equipment and picked them all up. The sisters changed into their enhanced gold equipment, and their combat strength increased. Zhou Han, you can put the remaining equipment in the shop and exchange them for some resources. Han Qinxue hurriedly suggested that he should be thrifty. Right. I almost forgot. The new feature opened today. What's the difference between a shop and a direct transaction in the trading area? Zhou Han asked curiously. In the morning, Zhou Han was participating in the selection competition when he heard the system notification, but he didn't look closely. Then he received a message from the sisters. He had been busy until now. He had almost forgotten about this. Now that he heard Han Qinxue's reminder, he remembered. Of course, there's a difference. The number of transactions produced through the shop will be ranked. The higher the ranking, the more rewards. Han Xiangning explained. Oh, there's such a thing? I'll grope around now and see what's going on. Hearing that there was a ranking, Zhou Han was immediately interested. After saying that, Zhou Han chanted in his heart. Open the shop. You're entering the shop for the first time. Please name your shop. Good lord. You want me to name it? He was a classic case of having bad naming sense. Let's call it the Myriad Treasure Tower. Under the constant urging of the system, Zhou Han had no choice but to come up with a name. It was indeed a little low class, but it would make do. Naming successful. Please check the specific information. Soon, the virtual information of the shop appeared. Myriad Treasure Tower. Owner, Zhou Han. Transaction amount, 0. Shop level, level 1. Visit, 0. Listed goods, none. Regional ranking, 78,934. Note, when a certain number of transactions is reached, the store's level will increase. The higher the store's level, the more authority will be unlocked. The next level, level 2, required an item with a transaction value of 5,000 gold coins or items worth 5,000 gold coins. Not bad. This was interesting. It was a little like e-commerce. It was so professional. As expected of something from the Godfiend continent, it was indeed powerful. Then, Zhou Han looked at the front page of the shop. There was a list of the top 10 shops. Let's see what they sell. Anything good. Zhou Han directly clicked on the first shop. The owner of the first shop was Oh Huang. That arrogant guy had obtained another platinum equipment today. He was bragging in the chat area. Wow, a big shot has appeared. I'll take a breath of your good luck. I'm now at the pottery merchant's shop. I'm prepared to draw 10 in a row. I hope I get something top grade. Boss, please teach me. What good experience do you have? Share it. How can you get lucky quickly? Brother O is awesome. The shop is now far ahead of the rest. Brother O, do you still want a lackey? Take me flying. I can attack and defend. Add me. Let's discuss life. Get lost. Are you as good as Brother O? At this moment, O Huang felt comfortable when he saw the flattery in the public chat. He had awakened the A-rank talent, luck enhancement. However, he endured it until the next day. He had just shocked the world by obtaining many top-grade equipment. Not only did it increase his reputation, but it also increased his combat strength. He suddenly became an influential figure. Zhou Han. That's all. Give me a few days, and I'll definitely become the first on the level rankings. O Huang opened the level ranking and smiled. He had already successfully overtaken one. Level ranking. 1. Zhou Han. Level 23, 84.6%. 2. Han Xiangning. Level 12, 10.9%. 3. O Huang. Level 12, 9.3%. 4. Han Qinxue. Level 12, 8.9%. 5. Jia Feiqiu. Level 10, 76.2%. 6. Go Tuo. Level 10, 36.4%. 7. Miao Xue. Level 10, 13%. 8. Lin Fan. Level 9, 73.3%. Although he was now ranked third, he was very confident. This was because one's level would increase slower and slower. Moreover, he relied on luck to obtain many top-grade equipment. As time passed, he believed his advantage would increase. It was easy to catch up to Zhou Han. I'm the man who's going to be number 1 in the entire district. My luck is off the charts again today. I actually got an advanced experience card that increases my experience buff by 2.3 times. Zhou Han, just you wait. After O Huang used the advanced experience card, he began to farm monsters crazily. After entering O Huang's shop, Zhou Han was a little disappointed. They were all ordinary equipment. The better ones were 2 or 3 pieces of bronze equipment. That's it. You're first. I can't even be bothered to pick up bronze equipment. It's a waste of time. Zhou Han was a little speechless. They were all trash. The other party's sales exceeded 5,000 gold coins, and his level had reached level 2. Is everyone so short of equipment now? Do players buy ordinary equipment like this? Zhou Han was a little puzzled and asked the sisters. Of course. Do you think everyone is like you? Full of luxurious equipment. That's right. Many players don't even have all 6 pieces on them now. You don't know what's good for you. The sisters rolled their eyes. Zhou Han was definitely showing off. Otherwise, it was impossible to ask such a question. In all honesty, Zhou Han was really not showing off. He had fallen into a mistake. After all, this was the 3rd day since he came to the God-Fiend continent. He did not lack equipment and thought that others would not either. I see. That's easy. Zhou Han seemed to have found a good opportunity to make a lot of money. Since everyone was short of equipment, then his equipment was in high demand. After all, the worst equipment in his bag was at least silver grade. Thinking of this, Zhou Han immediately put his equipment on sale. Silver grade equipment. Single price, 100 gold coins per item, or equivalent supplies. Quantity, 103. Zhou Han directly packed all the equipment in the package and put them on the shelf. He wanted to test the waters first. This price was not high. It could be said to be very friendly. Why was the price so low? First, it was to increase sales, which was the ranking of sales. Secondly, after this period of time, silver-grade equipment would be worthless. He might as well sell them all now. Congratulations, it was successfully put on the shelves. After hearing the notification, Zhou Han decided to advertise in the chat area. After all, good stuff could go buried unnoticed. Now that his shop's ranking was at the bottom, no one could read it. Brothers, there's a new batch of equipment on sale. The entire place is being sold at a high price. Everyone come and buy it. Please search for the Myriad Treasure Tower, and you can enter to buy it. After organizing his words, Zhou Han sent this message to the chat area. Although Zhou Han's arrival immediately caused the chat area to explode, there was praise and worship. After all, Zhou Han had obtained the title of famous. Big shot, you actually have a humorous side. With such funny advertising slogans, I'll be your little fan from now on. Boss Zhou Han has put up the equipment. I have to take a look. I still have to bookmark the shop. I won't explain the 5-star rating. What? A 5-star rating? Do you think it's for shopping? Anyway, it's just some ordinary equipment. No matter how much there is, it's only bronze grade. I'm not interested. That's right. Although I admire Big Boss Zhou Han, I'd better not look at it. I don't lack bronze equipment for the time being. I need silver equipment now. Damn, 103 silver grade equipment are actually on sale. This is F-King scary. You must be lying. It's all silver grade equipment. Can you brag more? Clearly, everyone thought that Zhou Han would at most get bronze grade equipment. Although they expressed their support, they were not interested. Those who basically needed it had already bought it in Oh Huang's shop. Moreover, no one believed that silver equipment would be on sale. Their thoughts were that they couldn't even wear enough. How could it be on the shelves? You have successfully sold a silver grade equipment. Gold coins plus 100. You have successfully sold a silver grade equipment. Gold coins plus 100. The sound of transactions kept ringing in his ears, making Zhou Han's head hurt. He hurriedly ordered the system to turn off the notification of the transaction information. It was expected that silver grade equipment would sell well. At this moment, everyone in the chat area regretted missing out on silver grade equipment. Damn, it's really silver equipment. I was lucky to snatch one nice. IF King regret it. I was just a step too late. It's my fault for hesitating. Yes, Big Boss Zhou Han, I'm sorry. We should have believed you. Boss, is there any more silver grade equipment? I want to buy one. I just gathered 100 gold coins. Do you think silver grade equipment is common? Where did so much come from? Zhou Han is only relying on his early advantage. Do you really think he's so awesome? Who knows how he got these equipment? Soon, Oh Huang's lackeys found an opportunity to mock him. They had no choice but to be Oh Huang's lackeys. It was all for survival. It was mainly because Zhou Han did not accept underlings and could only settle for being Oh Huang's lackey. Therefore, their goal was to constantly belittle Zhou Han and not let him obtain a higher reputation. At this moment, Oh Huang's expression was a little ugly. He saw that he had already become second on the shop rankings. The first-ranked shop, the Myriad Treasure Tower, was Zhou Han's. Who knows where he got these equipment? He might have killed and robbed them. Oh Huang thought indignantly and gave his guess. Of course, he definitely wouldn't say his guess on the public chat. He was not a fool. He would not jump out to fight Zhou Han as Chun Beixian did. The outcome was very tragic. Before he had absolute confidence in dealing with Zhou Han, he would not fight him head-on. At most, he would get his lackeys to create some public opinion and target Zhou Han. This brother is right. I really can't produce silver equipment now. Zhou Han smiled and sent this message. Sure enough, after this message was sent, it attracted more mockery. Hee, Zhou Han is only SOSO. I thought he was very powerful. To think you guys support him so much. Zhou Han, I'm not done yet. I only have gold grade equipment now. Silver grade? Sorry, I really don't fancy it. After clicking send, Zhou Han put the gold equipment in his bag on sale. Gold grade equipment. Price, 500 gold coins or equivalent resources. Quantity, 86. You've successfully put gold equipment on sale. Damn, are you bragging? Brother Han, although I support you, how can gold equipment be so easy to obtain? Yes, I don't believe it either. It feels unreal. Zhou Han, did you see that? Don't think that you can brag just because you're the #1 in the entire region. Soon, even the fans who were originally supporting Zhou Han did not believe it. Gold equipment. That was completely beyond their imagination. In less than a minute, the situation changed again. You people who don't believe Brother Han, come over and slap yourself in the face. What is this? Look for yourself. Corium sword.jpg. Damn, it's really gold equipment. There are 86 pieces on sale. That's too exaggerated. Those who mocked Brother Han, feel free to say it again. Yes, come out. How dare you slander Brother Han? You're really courting death. Of course, at this moment, Oh Huang's troublemakers did not dare to fart. Their faces hurt. Oh Huang was also shocked. He knew better than anyone what gold equipment was. There were 86 of them. That was more than exaggerated. It was terrifying. It seemed that he was far from being Zhou Han's match. He quickly stopped these lackeys from provoking Zhou Han. His face was also unreadable, his eyes dark. I have to continue to endure. Given time, surpassing him won't be a problem at all. Oh Huang was still very confident in his A-rank talent, luck enhancement. Brother Han is awesome. as expected of the number one in the entire region. How domineering. Brother Han, when are you going to form a guild? We'll all follow you. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have suspected Brother Han. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Soon, the public chat was flooded with the words sorry. After Zhou Han finished reading, he only smiled and did not say anything else. He opened the shop again and started reading. Myriad Treasure Tower. Owner, Zhou Han. Manager, none. Transaction amount, 35,300. Shop level, level 3. Visit, 1,045,000. Listed goods, 36 gold equipment. Regional ranking, 1. Acquisition area. Unread messages 99 plus. Note, new acquisition area. Players can place pictures of themselves and the items they want to sell on it and make an offer. Seeing the acquisition area, Zhou Han's eyes lit up. In this case, if other players had good things in the future, he could also spend resources to exchange with them. This was simply too convenient. The transaction amount reached 35,300 gold coins, and the shop's level successfully rose to level 3. There were 36 pieces of gold equipment left, and 50 had been sold. After all, it was 500 gold coins. 90% of the people did not have so many assets. Therefore, the gold equipment were not sold out so quickly. However, according to today's progress, there was a high chance that it would be sold out. But what's the store manager for? You can hire the store manager to help manage the shop and be in charge of selling products and advertising. After hearing the system's answer, Zhou Han understood. He definitely did not have the time to manage the shop. There was so much information every day in the acquisition area. If he really had to read them one by one, he probably wouldn't have the patience. In that case, he might miss something good. Therefore, he could hire someone to manage it, saving a lot of time and energy. He did not expect it to be so humane. Zhou Han could not help but admire the power of the God-Fiend continent system. As for the manager candidate, Zhou Han already had the answer. That was naturally Han Qinxue. She was more mature and meticulous. She was the best candidate. Qinxue, I'd like you to help manage my shop. I wonder what you think. He was sure, but he had to ask her permission first, so he asked. Me? Han Qinxue did not expect Zhou Han to let her manage it. She immediately blushed and thought of the kind of scene where a husband let his wife manage his money. Then, he glanced at Han Xiangning guiltily and heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that she did not react. Yes, things might get a little messy. How about that? Zhou Han did not mention anything about the payment. Now that the three of them had an extraordinary relationship, it was meaningless to mention this. There was good stuff, so the sisters would definitely be included. Yes, of course, I'm willing, Han Qinxue said hurriedly. She was still very happy to be able to share some of Zhou Han's burden. At least he was no longer a burden. Seeing that she agreed, Zhou Han nodded in satisfaction. I'll give you permission now. Go in and familiarize yourself. Do you want to grant player Han Qinxue store authority? After Zhou Han agreed, Han Qinxue also received a notification. Then she entered the acquisition area and dealt with the information inside. She was quickly in the zone. The work was done here. The three of them had left the range of the Fire Cloud Mountain range. The air was suddenly much cooler. There were still a few hours until dark. He had to hurry up and farm monsters to level up. He had to reach level 25 today and complete his first awakening. With the permanent buff of 5 times the experience, it wouldn't take long. However, before killing the monsters, Zhou Han had to unlock his ultimate move. Unlock the skill, Myriad Swords Return. Your attack power has reached 2,000. You meet the unlocking standard. 30,000 gold coins deducted. Unlocked successfully. Please check. Actually, when his attack power reached 2,000 previously, Zhou Han knew that the Myriad Swords Return was already activated. However, it required 30,000 gold coins to activate. At that time, he did not have so many gold coins on hand that he could not take them out at once. It just so happened that he had easily earned a large number of gold coins today by selling equipment. Therefore, Zhou Han activated his skill without hesitation. This was the ultimate move of the Sword Soul. It went without saying that it was very powerful. However, the exact effect still depended on the description. Soon, the description of the skill slowly appeared on the virtual interface. Myriad Swords Return, Ultimate Sword Intent, resonate with 10,000 swords. Deals 10 times the physical damage to all enemy units within a 30-meter radius. Every enemy unit killed will increase all attributes by 10%. The upper limit is 500%. Duration, 100 seconds. It has a tenfold damage increase before it's enhanced. As expected of the Sword Soul's ultimate move, it's too powerful. After reading it, Zhou Han was amazed. Moreover, killing enemies could increase all attributes by 5 times. This group attack skill was simply too awesome. The more enemies there are, the stronger I am. After enhancing it, it would probably be even more shocking. Zhou Han directly enhanced it 6 times. Myriad Swords Return +6. In the name of the Sword God, command all swords in the world. Deals 25 times the physical damage to all enemy units within a 100-meter radius. Every enemy unit killed will increase all attributes by 20%. The upper limit is 20 times. Duration, 300 seconds. The enhanced effect did not disappoint Zhou Han. Even the description became extremely domineering. In the name of the Sword God. Who was the Sword God? Zhou Han did not know, but he was definitely a super expert. He could command 10,000 swords in the world. The attack range became much larger, reaching a radius of 100 meters. With 25 times the attack power, Zhou Han could deal more than 1,000,000 damage. Moreover, the increase in all attributes could reach 20 times. All attributes included health, defense, attack, agility, strength, and so on. If 10,000 players surrounded him, after killing them all, Zhou Han did not dare to imagine how terrifying his attributes would be. He was looking forward to that scene. I wonder if this kind of damage can instantly kill the city lord of Blue Thunder City, by Wuhan. Zhou Han thought to himself, but he was just thinking about it. After all, he still had to report to the Demon Slayer division tomorrow. It might even trigger other missions. Moreover, who knew what trump cards the other party had? Therefore, Zhou Han would not act rashly. Then, he opened his attribute panel and looked at it. Zhou Han. Level, 23, 84.6%. Class, Sword Soul, First Awakening at level 25. Health, 8, 650 plus 8, 000. Attack, 1, 090 plus 3, 900. Defense, 635 plus 500. Talent, Infinite Enhancement. Title, Famous plus 3, Attack plus 500. Weapon, Green Cloud Sword plus 6, Life Leech, 6x Attack, Armor Penetration. Accessory, True Spirit Ring plus 5, Ignore Armor, Summon True Spirit, plus 20% all resistances. Equipment, Ghost Set plus 5. After consuming the Swordbone Pill, his HP and defense had increased significantly. Now, these gold-grade demonic beasts could not break his defense. Although he had already far surpassed these players, Zhou Han was not smug. His target was a powerhouse in the Godfiend continent. He still had a long way to go. Immediately after, Zhou Han looked at all his current skills. Passive skill, Sword Technique Expertise plus 6. Support skills, Aura Sensing plus 3, Levitation plus 4, Skill Combination plus 6, Wind Thunder Dance plus 3. Damage skills, 8 Directional Heaven Splitter plus 4, Shadow Soul Spike plus 5, Sword Aura Storm plus 5, Myriad Swords Return plus 6. Although the output of Wind Thunder Dance and 8 Directional Heaven Splitter was a little weak, one of them had a speed reduction effect, and the other had a stun effect. At this stage, it was still useful. Therefore, Zhou Han did not choose to fuse. I'm going to earn enhancement points again. After enhancing Myriad Swords Return 6 times, Zhou Han had very few enhancement points left. He took one last look at the props in the package. Overlord Body Potion plus 2, X1. Antidote Pill plus 4, X9. Demon Slayer Token plus 6. Guard Card plus 4, X1. Jade Fruit, X7. The supplies were still very abundant. For example, the Guard Card and the Demon Slaying Token were his trump cards, a tool that could save his life at critical moments. Out of the Fire Cloud Mountain range, there was a plain ahead. According to the map, this area was called the Meandering Plains. There was also a wide river beside it. This is it. Start farming. Looking at the endless grassland in front of him, there were many demonic beasts appearing. They were also very dense and were especially easy to farm. Let me buff you first. With that, Han Qinshua activated her skill. Wings of Holy Light. Increases speed by 100%, attack speed by 50%. A holy light fused with Zhou Han's body, and he instantly felt like he was about to take off. The ghost set had already called for a lot of movement speed, but now it doubled. Zhou Han tried using levitation and jumped out like a gust of wind. He drew his sword and kept harvesting in the plain. His farming speed instantly increased a lot. Unfortunately, I can't enhance her clergyman skills. Zhou Han felt a little regretful. If it could be enhanced, the speed would be terrifying. You have killed the blood mystic beast and obtained 10 enhancement points. You have killed the wood spirit beast and obtained 11 enhancement points. As Zhou Han continued to harvest, his enhancement points and experience points were steadily increasing. In a while, Zhou Han reached level 24. If he continued to farm like this, he would be able to reach level 25 today. On the other side of the meandering plains, two people were staring in Zhou Han's direction. The man and the woman looked grim. They were players from Zone 123 and had reached level 10. After successfully changing their class, they also came here to farm monsters. After they finally killed a few gold-grade demonic beasts, they stopped to rest. Zhou Han's movements were too loud, and they noticed him. His crazy harvesting stunned them. "Sister, why is that guy so strong? These demonic beasts can't fight back at all in his hands. These are all gold-grade demonic beasts, and there are many platinum-grade ones. That's ridiculous." The man's name was Rhoda, and he looked shocked. "It's indeed very powerful. The equipment on him is very high quality. From his appearance, he should be a player. He probably obtained a huge opportunity. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so powerful." Guomei voiced her guess, her eyes greedy. She saw that Zhou Han's short hair was clearly different from the NPCs on the Godfiend continent. That was why she concluded that Zhou Han was a player. "Why don't we kill him? Riches come from danger. No matter what, we're also in the top 5 of Zone 123. We're experts with A-rank talent. No matter how strong this guy is, can he defeat the two of us?" A fierce look appeared on Rhoda's face, making the scar on his forehead even more ferocious. When they were on Earth, they were ruthless people who broke the law. In this dark world, they became even more unrestrained. Of course, we can't let this opportunity go, but we don't have to fight head-on. With a little strategy, it will definitely work. Guomei narrowed her eyes with a dangerous smile. "I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.